The two quarreled, the first quarrel ever between the king and his son. "This is very bad, Gareth." Evaristo shook his head, looking somber. "Very bad." "I am sorry to hear of this division," said Gareth, and this much at least was the truth. "As you know, master, I have great respect for his majesty and great affection for his son. For both his sons," he emphasized. "But I do not see." "You must dissuade Dagnarus from this course of action," Evaristo said, urgent and intense. Outside, the wind howled and rain beat against the lead-glass window panes as if it, too, wanted to be indoors where it was warm. Nothing good can come of it. He has already brought about a rift between the king and the crown prince. This rift will widen. The Dominion lords themselves are dividing into factions, further complicated by the fact that now the Elven and Orcan and Dwarven Dominion lords are involved. Dagnarus must be made to see reason and abandon this. "Master," said Gareth, extremely uncomfortable, "I do not know why you are telling me." "Because you are the only person who has influence over Dagnarus." "Hardly, master," said Gareth with a rueful smile. "You do, Gareth, though you may not think so. You know the rituals, you have studied them. You know that he cannot pass them, that he must fail." "Then there is no problem," Gareth interrupted. "He will fail, and the Council of Dominion Lords will not recommend him for the Transfiguration." "It may not be that simple," said Evaristo, frowning. "We both know that a candidate may pass all the tests and still not be recommended. Therefore, it stands to reason that a candidate may do the reverse. Admittedly, no candidate in the history of the Dominion Lords has failed the tests and been nominated. But Dagnarus has his supporters, notably the Shield of the Divine for the elves and Dunner of the dwarves." "And are you so certain Dagnarus will fail, master?" Gareth asked. "Aren't you, Gareth?" Gareth could not lie in response to this, especially since he had said much the same to Dagnarus. "If he does undergo the Transfiguration, it may cost Dagnarus his life," Evaristo continued. "We've had one Dominion Lord die already. That death caused people to question whether or not the Order of Dominion Lords should be maintained or abolished. If the prince were to die, he is immensely popular among the people. If he were to die, his death would create an outcry so strong that the Order of Dominion Lords might not survive it." "I am sorry, master," Gareth replied reluctantly, "but I do not agree with you in this. I believe, the gods help me," he thought, "that Dagnarus would make an excellent choice for Dominion Lord." "You do not mean that, Gareth," said Evaristo, regarding him sadly. "I can tell. You never could lie to me." "But I am lying, master," said Gareth silently. "I am living a lie. I have been ever since that day Dagnarus bid me look into the void." Gareth had nothing to say in reply, and, seeing no point in continuing such an unsatisfactory interview, he made his excuses and left. Evaristo remained standing in the alcove, glaring after him, disappointed and angry. It was with relief that Gareth went back out into the storm, braving the porter's baleful look as he once more forced open the door. Nature's wild tumult accorded well with that of his soul. He left the temple and its environs, exiting the Magi Gate, sliding on the stone bridge, clutching at the barriers that protected pedestrians from tumbling into the chasm below. He entered the ambassadorial district, where the ambassadors from the various races kept stately mansions. The only people abroad this night were the city guards, making their rounds. They marched past, hunched and miserable, the rain streaming down their faces, their lips blue and pinched with the cold. They cast him curious glances, wondering what he was doing out, but seeing that he was a magus, and judging that his errand, whatever it was, must be urgent, they did not stop him. Gareth left the ambassadorial district, descended the long staircase cut into the rock, which took him down the face of Castle Cliff to the brewery district. The staircase was wet and slippery with sleet, the descent perilous. Gareth halted, shoved up against the cliff face by the howling wind, and considered going back, returning to the warm sanctuary of the temple. Shivering on the cliff face, his woolen coat sodden and rimed with ice, he realized that he had come too far to give up. It had taken him months of work and sacrifice to obtain his goal. If it could be said of him that wind and rain kept him locked safe and warm in the temple, he must forfeit all hope of success. The symbolism of his actions did not escape him. He proceeded on, treading with the utmost care. He had one more level to go, but the stairs leading from Brewery District to the slaughtering district, known as the Pit, were not so steep, since they were not intended to be used for defensive purposes to slow advancing armies, but were meant to promote traffic. The Royal Brewhouse, located at the bottom of the street, was ablaze with light. It would take more than a gale to keep its regulars away. Gareth turned his shoulder to the warmth and life, and passed into darkness, both literally and figuratively. The acrid scent of blood, mixed with the smell of animals and dung, tinged the air. Not even the torrential downpour could wash it away. He had entered the slaughtering district, an apt place to live for a follower of death magic. Gareth could hear the lowing of the cattle awaiting the butcher's axe, the bleating of the sheep. He turned onto the South Highway. Butchers' stalls, shuttered and closed for the night, lined the street. In the morning, fresh slabs of meat would be laid out on long wooden tables balanced on trestles. Chickens would be hanging from their trussed feet on hooks, dogs roaming everywhere, flies thick. He left the main thoroughfare, turned into a back alley, popularly known among the locals as Blood Alley, for when rain fell, the blood from the butcher's shops washed down the alley and into a culvert at the end. Gareth kept a wary watch as he slipped and slithered on the icy, wet cobblestones. This part of Vinningale was notorious for thugs, robbers, and pickpockets. Gareth was known there by sight. The person he had come to visit was well known, and thus he was safe from molestation to a certain extent. There might always be some newcomer, however, someone who didn't know the way of things. The alley was dark in the daytime. At night and in this storm, it was so dark that Gareth kept his shoulder close to the sides of the buildings, feeling his way. Fortunately, he knew the area. Finding the doorway, located almost at the alley's end, he halted, knocked gently on the door 3 times, and then 3 times more. A voice bid him enter. The door was not locked. There was nothing inside to steal, at least nothing that would have attracted the ordinary sort of thief. Treasures there were within, but only for those who had the understanding of them. Gareth shoved open the door, swiftly shut it behind him. Even at that, a flurry of sleet gusted inside, and he had to lean against the door to close it. The room was warm, overly warm. A fire burned brightly on the hearth. The room smelled of cooked porridge and air that has been breathed too many times. Added to that was the smell of wet sheep, for Gareth's woolen cloak, which he took off and hung near the fire, began to steam in the heat. And underneath those smells, the fetid smell of withering old age, impending death. "You came," said a voice, a mere croak, from a mass of blankets and bedding. "Of course," said Gareth gently, bending over the bed. "How are you feeling?" "How do I ever feel?" "Bored, tired, in pain. These festering sores give me no peace. But I think my time will come tonight. I should like that, to know that my soul joins the darkness and the storm, to be borne away on the tearing winds. I would like that." Gareth nodded. He made no protest, spoke no lying words of false comfort. The man in the bed wanted to die. He was waiting to die, had been waiting to die for weeks. Had he wanted to live, he could have done so. He had already extended his life beyond a human's allotted years, and could have extended it more, but, as he said, he was in pain, and he was bored. Those who knew him knew he was old, probably the oldest person they had ever known. But none knew how old. None knew the truth. Only Gareth knew. Only Gareth had been permitted to share the secret. Bright eyes looked out of a head that might have been made of polished marble, so tightly and smoothly was the skin stretched over the bones of the skull. No hair remained on the head, not even eyebrows. The head looked dead already, the animate eyes the only signs of life. The blankets were tucked to the chin, for the body could no longer supply its own heat. The old man was perpetually cold, and the blankets concealed the sores, the ulcerations that covered his body. Most were dry, for he had not cast a spell in a long time. But even the dried scars itched and burned, as Gareth had come to know. Having checked to see that the dying man was as comfortable as possible, Gareth removed a sharp sliver of wood from his cloak. Ordinarily he could not use fire magic, which was the province of the dwarves, but void magic can mimic other magics if it is used for destruction. The wood burst into flame. Gareth tossed the sliver on the hearth, strengthening the magic, causing the fire, which seemed to consume nothing but the hearthstones, to burn more brightly. This was one of his tasks. He came every 3 days to replenish the fire. He asked if the old man had eaten. No. Why should I? Neither eaten nor drunk. Gareth began to remonstrate, but the old man cut him off. I don't need it. I don't suffer for the want of it. This night, the old man said, looking up intently at Gareth. This night will be my last. I know it. We have much to do. I am glad you have come. I was afraid you wouldn't. If you hadn't, I would have waited. But I am glad you came. I will go away with the storm winds. What is it you want me to do, master? Gareth asked. The books of void magic. You've taken them. The old man peered vaguely into the room. I can't see. Yes, I have taken them. They are in a safe place. I have a room I rent, not far from here. The books are there. Gareth was patient. He'd told the old man this before, but knew that it worried him. Good, said the old man, his hands plucking restlessly at the coverlet. Good. There is one left, the one I told you to leave with me. Yes, master, replied Gareth quietly. Tonight, said the old man, I will teach you the spell. Tonight, Gareth repeated. His hands went cold, a tremor shook him. Outside, the wind snuffled at the door and pawed at the windows like a live thing, trying to break in. Yes, tonight. On your deathbed, you will teach the spell to your apprentice. Thus the knowledge is passed on. You have practiced? Yes, master. Gareth unbuttoned his doublet, lifted his shirt, revealed the ulcerations that blossomed like some noxious flower. With what result? Success, master, Gareth replied. The spells worked as required. Good, good. All that, though, you can do with other magics, ordinary magics, not as fast, not as easily, but you can do it. This spell tonight, this is the one you can work with. Void magic alone, we have spoken of it before. This is the one spell they envy, the one they fear, the one you want. Gareth did not reply. He stood near the bed, hands folded, looking down at the bright eyes and the bone-smooth face. You have plans for it? The old man asked. Yes, master. So did I once, the old man muttered. They never came to anything. But then I never had a prince to sponsor me. I would almost be tempted to stay around to see how you manage. Almost. But not quite. See there? I am no longer curious. And when you are no longer curious, why go on? You will do well. You are talented. My most talented pupil. And if you don't? He shrugged. The coverlets moved. Then it won't matter to me. He gestured feebly. Slide your hand beneath my pillow. Gareth did as he was told. Sliding his hand beneath the feather pillow, the weight of the dying man's head was nothing against it. He touched cold steel. Careful, said the old man. It is sharp. We don't want any unwitting sacrifices, eh? Gareth felt gingerly for the hilt, discovered it, clasped it, and drew out the dagger. He gazed at it by the firelight, turning it over carefully in his hand. He had heard the cagey and cunning old man speak of it, but had never seen it. He had not even supposed it to be in the old man's possession, had imagined that he must search for it. He had hoped for direction to the prize. He had not dared to hope for the prize itself. The dagger was fashioned in the shape of a dragon. The scaled and sharply pointed tail formed the blade. The outstretched wings, the handle. The hilt was the dragon's body, and the head, with its gaping mouth and sharp teeth, was the pommel. A dagger for ceremony only. It was not meant to be used for everyday butchery. A good thing, because the blade with its fanciful design was awkward and unwieldy and uncomfortable to hold. The serrated edges of the wings poked into the flesh of Gareth's hand. The scales on the hilt were rough to the touch. The dagger had been well cared for, obviously cherished. The steel gleamed brightly in the firelight. "My gift to you," said the old man. Even now that he was leaving this world, he looked at the blade with a certain covetous longing. "Thank you, master," said Gareth humbly. He regarded the dagger with an odd mixture of repugnance, revulsion, and anticipation. The metal bit his hand, but warmed to his touch. "Bring the book. Sit near me, and I will tell you what I know of it. You have heard that King Tamaros was given the power to create dominion lords by the gods. I was in the temple at the time, one of the revered magi, as are you. Except that I was not a novice. I was old then, though younger than you see me now. They thought I was in my 90s. In fact, with the help of the Void, I was in my second lifetime, closer to 190. They thought me simple, daft, and so I acted my role. Stricken with the infirmities of great age, I was pitied and patronized, and I was completely free. I was able to go anywhere, do anything, say anything. They would all shake their heads and smile and say, 'It's only Zober, a harmless old man. Pay him no mind.' Sure, they make the same mistakes with children," said Gareth, thinking back to his own childhood, the ease with which he'd roamed the forbidden areas of the palace, the light punishment he'd received when caught. "Don't interrupt," the old man said snappishly. His breathing was rapid and shallow. "We don't have much time. Tamaros came to the temple. I knew the king was there to commune with the gods. I knew what he was planning to ask of them. The ability to create dominion lords, knights of good who would serve him and Viningale. He had discussed the matter beforehand with the most revered High Magus, a private, secret discussion I took care to overhear, using the power of the Void to listen through the walls. There was a risk to the creation of the dominion lords. The most revered High Magus knew it, and so did I. What the gods grant with one hand, they take away with the other. To have something, you must have nothing. There must be dark for there to be light. Tit for tat. The gods would give Tamaros the power to create dominion lords, yes, but at the same time the gods would put into the world the power to destroy them. 10 lords of good. The old man pointed at the dagger. 10 lords of evil. "By heavens," said Gareth, awed, staring at the dagger. "I had no idea it was that powerful." The High Magus tried to warn Tamaros of this, but the king decided the risk was worth it. The good the Dominion Lords would do would surely outweigh the possibility of evil. He went on to commune with the gods. As he did that, I communed with the Void. The ability to bring about the destruction of the Dominion Lords would be created in the same moment that Tamaros was granted the power to create them. It was up to me to figure out how. What a weary time that was. Tamaros fasted and prayed. I fasted myself, locking myself in my cell. I dared not allow myself to be distracted by anything, either food or drink. I dared not sleep. I listened to the darkness, to Tamaros's words on the other side of the darkness, words barely heard, as if I were standing at the bottom of a vast chasm and he far above me. But I knew the moment he had received the blessing. In that moment, the curse came into being. But where? I opened my eyes and stared about my cell. I searched everywhere, under the bed, amongst my papers. I even thought, in the first frantic transports of excitement, about smashing my writing desk and searching through the wooden scraps. I could sense the void magic, you see. Like hearing a drip, drip, drip of water in the night and not knowing where it comes from or how to stop it. A little sound, yet how terrible, after hours of hearing it pound monotonously into your brain. You cannot sleep. You become obsessed with ending it. I was about to set out in search of it, proceed aimlessly, for I had no idea where to look, when I recollected myself. I calmed down. I had to consider this logically. Born of the void, this object would be found within the void. I listened to the darkness and let it draw me into it. You will not be able to guess what I found. "No, master," said Gareth, "I cannot." A room in the temple devoted to the void. The old man was smug, triumphant, enjoying the shocked look of his young pupil. "No? Truly? In the temple? But how?" "The temple is old. It was built in the days when void magic, though not loved, was at least held in respect. And so, yes, there is a room dedicated to the void. I found it. I marked it. You will find its location there, in the book you hold." I walked through the darkness. The sense that I was nearing my object increased with each step. The dripping sound became louder, if you like, and I knew I was on the right trail. I made my way warily, for people often wander about the temple at night. No one saw me, however. A good thing. So pent up and overwrought was I that I believe I would have slain any person who had interrupted my search. I found the secret room. I found the altar of the void. But that which I sought was not there. I howled in frustration, not caring if I woke the entire temple. I thought the void was playing tricks, luring me on only to laugh at me. But, as I placed my hand upon the black altar, the knowledge came to me. The object I sought was located in the very center of the temple, just as the void is located in the center of the four elements. "The great amphitheater," said Gareth, "in the center of the four altars." "Yes." And there I went. I had to know exactly where to look. I had to locate the exact center, or at least as close as I could come. Starting at the altar of the humans in the front, I walked carefully to the back of the temple, counting my paces, a weary task, until I came to the altar of the elves, which stands opposite. Proceeding to the altar of the Orcan, which is located at a 45-degree angle from that of the humans, I walked to the altar of the dwarves, counting every step. Imagine my joy to discover that they were equidistant, one from the other. Quickly, I determined where the center should lie. I paced the distance, counting, reciting the numbers aloud so that I should not become confused in my excitement. Someone entered, a novice, come to trim the candles. "Who is there?" she called out. "Oh, it is you, revered Magus Zober. What are doing here? You should be in your warm cell. You are shivering. Let me take you." "No, no, no," I said shrilly, with the unreasonable irascibility of a doddering old man. "Leave me be. I came here to pray." Inside myself, I was saying over and over the number I had reached, so that I did not have to begin again. The dripping sound thudded in me, like those huge drums the Orcan beat so that the rowers can keep the time. The woman left, finally, and I continued on. I came to the very center of the room, and there the drumming was so loud that it seemed to reverberate through my skull and dislodge my brain. I stood in between two rows of the stone benches. I looked down, and there at my feet was this very dagger, lying on the floor as if someone had dropped it, which is, at first, what I thought. Picking up the dagger, I saw beneath it a black circle embedded in the stone floor. The circle was small, about the size of your index finger, and insignificant. Countless people had trod on it without seeing it. I myself had walked over that very place and never noticed it. I asked about it later, innocently. Why was the circle there? What purpose did it serve? I was told that it was placed there by the builder, something to aid him in his measurements. Of course, that is what they would say. But you and I, we know the truth. As all the other followers have the representation of their gods in the amphitheater, so do we, followers of the void, have ours. I brought the dagger to my lips and kissed it, and knelt in prayer and thanksgiving upon the black circle. And it was given to me to know how to use this dagger, and for what purpose. And that is? Gareth spoke in a harsh rasp. His mouth had gone dry, his palms were wet. He rubbed them on his robes. Slay a man with this dagger, said the old man, his voice hushed, so hushed Gareth had to lean forward to hear. And the corpse becomes yours to command. What would I want with a corpse? Gareth asked, disgusted and disappointed. Not just any corpse. A corpse that walks, said the old man. A corpse that thinks. A corpse that in all ways appears to be alive. The corpse will retain his form so long as he wears the magical armor granted to him by the void. Does that sound familiar? The old man cackled. But the beauty of this is that as long as he is in that form, he must serve the one who wields the dagger. Thus, you see, he becomes the opposite of a dominion lord. The void magic is his to command whenever he wants. Inside the armor, he has the strength of 10. He knows no fear, feels no heat, no cold, never thirsts, never hungers, except for that which keeps him alive. And that is? Gareth asked hesitantly, horrified, fascinated. Souls. The souls of those unfortunate enough to cross his path when he hungers. He feasts upon the dying and they give him life. Thus the creatures are called Vrikel, an elven word. It means eater of the dead. Gareth shivered, pulled his robes more closely about him. The dagger was warm in his hand. He held it tightly. Are there? He hesitated, uncertain how to ask, not certain he wanted to know the answer. Are you? A Vrikel? No. The old man grimaced. How could I be? One may not use the dagger upon oneself, any more than Tamaros can make himself a dominion lord. Void magic extended my years. Unlike the Vrikel, such magic cannot extend your youth, cannot give you strength. That's why I lie here like a broken doll, he said bitterly. That's why I quit casting the dratted spell. What's the point? I've done my duty now. And, to answer your other question, no, there are no Vrikel in existence today, not for lack of trying. The old man grumbled, shifted restlessly beneath the covers. He made a feeble gesture. It is all there, in that book. I wrote down everything I know about the dagger and the ceremony required to raise a Vrikel. The subject must embrace the void, that is the key. He must be deemed an acceptable candidate. You can't just slip up behind someone and slit his throat and expect him to become a Vrikel, the old man said testily, adding in a mutter, I know. I tried. It doesn't work. The dagger fell from my hand before I could strike. The dagger chooses its own, you see. Or rather, the void chooses its own. I see, said Gareth somberly. He held the dagger to the light, studied the workmanship, marveled at the detail. He would not have been much surprised if it had turned into a real live dragon in his hands. The old man sighed deeply, as if he had let go of a great burden. He lay back on his pillow, a contented and restful expression on his face. And now it is yours, Gareth, said the old man. Yes, said Gareth. The old man closed his eyes. His voice was little more than a whispering breath. Now it is yours. I have passed it on, as I was required. You, in turn, will pass it on when it is your time to leave this life. Yes, Gareth said again. He turned the dagger in his hands. You know what to do after I am gone. John. Yes, Gareth said for the third time. It will not be long now. I am tired, so very tired. He said nothing more. All Gareth could hear was the rasp of the shallow breathing and the howl and rattle of the storm. Gareth rose to his feet, stiff from sitting too long without moving. He placed the dagger upon the table, took the book, and, shifting his stool closer to the fire, opened the book and began to read. Lifting his head, he looked at the marked candle that burned away the hours. He was startled to notice that 2 had passed. Outside, the storm was lessening, to judge by the sounds. Sleet no longer tapped on the window, The wind no longer beat on the door. To judge by the silence, the old man no longer breathed. Gareth went to check on him, lifted his wrist. It was cold and limp. The old man was dead. Drawing the blanket up over the still form, Gareth thought he must feel grief. He had been coming to see the old man in secret for nigh on 5 years, but he couldn't. He had never really liked the old man, and all Gareth could feel now was a sense of relief. It was over and done. He had the dagger. He had the book that told how to use it. He had the power to bring into the world the antithesis of the Dominion lords, creatures of immense magic who would slavishly serve the one who wielded the dagger. Gareth lifted the dagger to the firelight, watched the flames burn in the shining steel blade. He allowed himself to imagine, for one brief moment, that he had a choice, that he could cast away this dark artifact. King Tamaros would die as peacefully as this evil old man. Helmos would be a good and revered and much-loved king. The world would totter along in uneasy peace. He pictured this with clarity, tears of longing and regret wet upon his cheek. He wiped the tears away with his sleeve. There was no choice. Not really. Not anymore. He had made it long ago. Gareth picked up the book and thrust it into his pouch. He wrapped the dagger in a bit of cloth he cut from the old man's blanket, placed the dagger inside his pouch along with the book. He looked around the old man's hovel one final time, saw nothing that was of any use. Gareth opened a jar of lamp oil he had bought some days ago for precisely this purpose. He doused the old man's sheets and blankets and bedding with it. A gesture of Gareth's hand brought the flames leaping from the fireplace. The flames seized hungrily upon the soaked linen. The bed exploded in fire. Gareth left the house quickly, before the smell of burning flesh could reach him. He walked rapidly up the alleyway, keeping to the shadows, though no one in his right mind would have been out at that time of night, in such ferocious weather. Reaching the end of the alley, he looked back to see the flames starting to shoot out of the roof. He turned onto South Highway. Not a soul was on the street. The storm had raged itself out, but the wind was still high, blowing fierce and cold off the frothy sea. The wind would spread the fire quickly. By the time anyone noticed the flames, the hovel would be completely destroyed, the body burned beyond recognition. His soul to the void. The dagger of the Vrikil. "Your Highness," said Silwith quietly, speaking low in the prince's ear, so that the attendant lords could not hear. "Gareth requests that you meet him in the old playroom this day at the supper hour. He has something of great urgency to impart." "Does he, indeed?" said Dagnaris, sipping chocolate. "You are looking in unusually high spirits this morning, Your Highness," said one of the fawning lords. "Thank you, Lord Malroy. I am in an excellent humor, perhaps because the weather is so fine." "Fine weather, Your Highness," said the lord blankly. "There was a terrible storm last night, Your Highness," said Silwith softly, leaning near to remove the prince's breakfast tray. Dagnados had spent the night in Valura's arms, the two of them hidden away in a secret chamber in an interior wing of the castle that housed foreign diplomats, a part of the castle excellently well suited for love trysts, since it was opened only for special functions or celebrations. Dagnaris had not heard the wind, the sleet, the driving rain. Drowned in pleasure, he had heard nothing but the rushing sea of his own blood. The two had separated reluctantly an hour before dawn, she to creep back to the small room in the palace off the queen's bedchamber. Her husband lived alone in their house in the city, Belura having insisted on being near the queen, he to return by the hidden passages in which he played as a child to his own bedchamber, to be there to greet the attendant lords upon their arrival in the morning. "Fine weather to me, Lord Malroy," said Dagnaris, throwing aside the bedclothes. "I enjoy the rage and clash of the storm." "Get rid of them," he muttered under his breath to Silwith. Silwith shooed the lords, like so many chickens, out of the bedroom. He saw them safely ensconced with their dice in an antechamber, then returned to the prince. "What is the gossip around the palace, Silwith?" Dagnaris asked as he prepared for his bath. "Has anyone said anything?" "With regard to yourself and the Lady Valura, no, Your Highness." Beyond the fact that your highness has been in an unusually good temper lately, and that her ladyship has been reprimanded for being dull and sleepy in the queen's presence, nothing untoward has been noticed. Dagneris smiled. I shall have to go into a rage about something, I suppose, to save my reputation. But, see here, Silwith, I am fairly even-tempered, cheerful most of the time, not given to brooding or melancholia or savage outbursts. I don't see any change in myself. Love makes even the ugly attractive, your highness, and thus it follows that it would make that which is already attractive beautiful. Love, Dagneris mused. I thought I was immune to that sweet disease. But you are right, I have caught it, and its fever consumes me. I wonder how soon it will wear itself out. Silwith regarded him gravely. It will not wear out soon with the Lady Valura, your highness. Elven women are not fickle and changeable, as are human females. Where an elven woman loves, she carries that love to her death. Really? You astonish me, Silwith, Dagneris said, shrugging. I do love Valura intensely now, but no violent emotion ever lasts long with me, be it battle rage or something softer. Still, he sighed, recalling the transports of their pleasure in the night. I cannot imagine not loving her. Perhaps my infatuation will last, Silwith, so do away with that supercilious stare and go and heap my bathwater. Gareth sat awkwardly in one of the short-legged chairs of the playroom, his knees bent beneath him, practically touching his chin. The playroom was dusty, for it had been long since abandoned. About once a year, the maids would open it and sweep it and brush away the cobwebs, but then it would be shut up again. Gareth had not been in it for many years, ever since the day he'd left to go to the temple at the age of 12. He looked about with fond remembrance overshadowed with a kind of horror, as if thinking back on a dream that should have been pleasant, but that, on waking, left him ill at ease. Picking up the old books, stacked neatly on the table, he heard Evaristo's voice lecturing and Dagneris's petulant voice, disparaging, cajoling, haranguing. He could not hear his own voice, Gareth's voice, at all. He was reading one of the old books when the door was thrown open with a bang, and Dagneris strolled in. Gareth glanced up. You look terrible, Dagneris said cheerfully. Glancing at his face, he grimaced. You should do something about that pimple patch. Cover it with powder or something. Gareth recalled the time the Queen had wanted to cover his birthmark with powder, how Dagneris had thwarted her by telling her that the gods had marked him. Well, so they had. I had no sleep at all last night, your highness, Gareth returned testily, ignoring the remark about the pimple. Neither did I, Dagneris said with a wink. He stood slapping his gloves in his hand, for he had just come from riding and was still booted and cloaked. Why did you choose this dismal place? I spent enough time imprisoned here. I don't suppose you'd like to hear me read again. Gareth walked over, looked out the door. Seeing Silwith hovering in the hallway, Gareth turned. May I suggest that you send the elf away, your highness, he said softly. Dagneris lifted an eyebrow, but intrigue was welcome as wine to him. Reaching into an inner pocket, he drew out a handkerchief of fine lace and cambric, delicate enough to have been woven by spiders. Silwith, here is a trifle I discovered in the marketplace. See to it that it finds its way into the proper hands. Do this immediately. What about your supper, your highness? I am not hungry, Dagneris said. He glanced at Gareth, who shook his head. Nor is Gareth. Leave upon your errand, and make certain that you are not seen. Silwith accepted the charge, bowed, and departed. Gareth, keeping watch outside the door, saw the elf pause and linger in the hallway. Gareth stepped outside the door, stood staring coldly at him. Silwith inclined his head, then was gone. Gareth waited a moment longer to be certain the elf did not double back. Finally, convinced that he and the prince were truly alone, Gareth shut the door and slid home the bolt. Dagneris watched all this in amused astonishment. What precautions? One would think we were plotting to rob the royal treasury. We're not, are we? You're in a good mood, Gareth said accusingly. People keep telling me that. Dagnarus grinned. I'll let you in on a secret, my friend. I'm in love. Gareth didn't hear him, or, if he did, the words meant nothing. He motioned the prince to stand over by the window, as far from the door as possible. Dagnarus, mystified, accompanied him, stood leaning against the window, his arm resting on the sill. What is it, Patch? By the gods, you're all of a tremble. Bad news? Has something happened? Give me a minute. Let me collect my thoughts, Gareth said, endeavoring to calm himself. He stood by the window, his head bowed. Dagnarus, caught by the dire note in his friend's voice, waited in silence for the requested minute. Come, Patch, he said at last, growing impatient. Gareth lifted his head and looked earnestly at Dagnarus. That which I am about to show you is known to only 3 men in this world. The first is dead. He died last night. I am the second. He bequeathed this to me. You are the third. I tell you this to impress upon you the gravity and the enormity of what I am about to reveal. Yes, get on with it, Dagnarus said, though he was impressed. That much was obvious, despite his flippant tone. I promise to behave myself, Master Tutor. Gareth smiled fleetingly at this reference to their childhood, but the smile did not last long. He reached beneath his cloak, drew forth a pouch. He placed the pouch upon the table, opened it, spread the pouch's lips wide. The day outside was gray and chill, with lowering ragged clouds that seemed undecided whether to storm again or not. Silwith had lit a fire in the playroom to warm it, but he had not brought lights. The fire sputtered desultorily on the hearth. The playroom was as gloomy and gray as the sky outside the window. Dagnarus was dressed in browns and blacks, Gareth in the nondescript gray robes of a novice. The red velvet was the only point of color in the room, and it seemed to blaze like blood on snow. The dagger of the Vrykle lay on the velvet, its polished surface reflecting the gray of the sky and the red of its nest. Dagnarus regarded the dagger disparagingly. He did not move to touch it. Faith, it is an ugly thing. Unwieldy, too. No weapons, smith with any sense would forge a dagger such as this. It's a ceremonial dagger, as you know full well, and was never meant to be used in battle. It is an artifact of the void, Gareth said, his voice low and fervent. Truly. Dagnarus studied the dagger with more interest. He still did not offer to touch it. What does it do? It animates corpses, Your Highness, said Gareth. Dagnarus started to laugh. The laughter died on his lips. Are you in earnest? He exclaimed, disbelieving. Earnest? Gareth stared at his friend, appalled. Earnest? I was 10 years old when you showed me the void. 10 years old when you made me read the books of void magic to you. I have lived a lie ever since. I have sacrificed my peace, my happiness, and you ask if I am in earnest. You could have turned aside at any time, said Dagnarus coldly. I never forced you to pursue your studies of the void. Those you took upon yourself. I know, said Gareth wearily. I know what I did. I would do it again, perhaps. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Forgive my outburst. I didn't sleep at all. I spent the entire night reading about this dagger. He nodded at the weapon. Tell me again. What does it do? Dagnarus asked, and his tone was serious, respectful. It came into the world at the same time your father was granted power to make Dominion lords, Gareth said, guessing this would catch the prince's interest. He was rewarded by a flicker of flame in Dagnarus's green eyes. As the king was given the power to create, so there came into being the power to destroy. Whoever wields this dagger may bring into existence the dark opposite of a Dominion lord, an evil shadow, an undead creature with magical power and extraordinary abilities, a creature who is loyal to the one who wields the dagger. But, whereas the Dominion lord draws upon his life energies to fuel his magic, the Vrykle, for that is what such creatures are called, uses death. Vrykle. The word sounds elvish. What does it mean? It is an elven word. It means eater of the dead. Dagnarus grimaced. Not particularly appetizing. How does this work? What must one do? What spell must one cast? The spell is bound up in the dagger. Anyone may use it, but that use is not as easy as it might appear, he added in a cautionary tone, for he had seen Dagnarus's eyes shine with excitement. Tell me, Patch, said Dagnarus, and now he reached out his hand for the dagger. First, the dagger itself chooses the victim. The dagger must find the candidate acceptable. Therefore, the victim must be someone who has embraced the void. Dagnarus smiled, and Gareth could guess what the prince was thinking. These rules must be adhered to, Your Highness, he emphasized. The old man who passed this on to me attempted to create Vrykul by cheating. It did not work. Dagnarus raised an eyebrow, shrugged. Very well. We will follow the rules. It should not be too difficult to find someone who will be acceptable to the dagger, and so it brings the dead to life. Think of the possibilities. It is an unholy life, Gareth admonished with a shiver. A life that the creature must kill to sustain. We kill every day to sustain our lives, Dagnarus observed. I am not talking about chickens, Gareth returned irritably. I am talking about people. A Vrykul must feed off other people's souls. A Vrykul is gifted with magical armor, the same as a Dominion Lord, except that this armor is shining black. The armor covers the Vrykul from head to toe, and remains with the Vrykul until death. I thought you said these Vrykul were already dead. I am coming to that, Your Highness. The first act of Vrykul performs when he is animated is to forge himself a dagger made of a piece of his own bone. This he can take quite readily, since he does not feel pain, nor does he bleed. He can cut off an arm with impunity. The limb is encased by magical armor, and is not really necessary. The armor itself acts as a limb. Once this knife is forged, using the bone as part of the hilt, the Vrykul may then use this knife to steal the soul of a victim, and thus replenish his own life. Without this, the Vrykul will eventually diminish to his original state. His body will slowly begin to deteriorate during that period until, by the end, anyone who would see the Vrykul without his armor would see a corpse that has been moldering in the ground for months. You were wise to suggest we skip supper, Dagnarus said wryly. What does a well-fed Vrykul look like? Whatever he wants, said Gareth. If he was an old man when he died, he could return to what he was in his youth, the picture of vigor and health. The magic of the armor permits him to cast an illusion of anyone he has seen. Two things only can kill a Vrykul: the lack of sustenance and weapons that have been blessed by the gods. If, somehow, you could lock up a Vrykul for 6 months without giving him a chance to kill, he would perish. Of course, that would be extremely difficult, because a Vrykul is possessed of unusual strength. I doubt if the dungeon has been built that could contain one. The blessed sword of a Dominion Lord, if it pierces through the armor to touch the dead flesh beneath, will slay the Vrykul instantly. Dagnarus was scarcely listening. Eyes glistening, he lifted the dagger in his hand and held it to the light of the gray day. He turned it in his hand admiringly. Think what this could mean, Patch. I could create armies. Not armies, Gareth corrected. The number of Vrykul is bound up with the number of Dominion Lords. There are only 10 Dominion Lords permitted each race, for a total of 40, thus there may be only 40 Vrykul. Well, leaders of armies, then. I would be invincible. My father is High King of the human lands. I could be High King of all lands, everywhere. When I become a Dominion Lord myself— No, Gareth cried, shocked. He clasped hold of Dagnarus's forearm, gripped it tight. No, he repeated. What do you mean? Dagnarus wrenched his arm loose from Gareth's painful grip. Why do you stare at me like that? Don't you see, Your Highness? Gareth said desperately. You don't have to become a Dominion Lord now. You don't need it. That's why I did this. That's why I sought this out, for you. You don't have to risk your life. I find your concern for me quite touching, Patch. Dagnarus spoke in a cold and dangerous tone, but also quite insulting. You are convinced that I am going to fail. I remind you that I have never failed at any challenge I have undertaken in my life. I will not fail at this, a thing my brother could do. His lip curled. You cannot be a Dominion Lord, blessed of the gods, and wield this dagger. Your Highness, said Gareth. Well then, you will create Reichel for me. Certainly, Your Highness, said Gareth with a bow. And they will be loyal to me, for I am the one who will wield the dagger. Dagnarus scowled, not accustomed to having his will thwarted. The means must be found to get around this. You will look for a way, Patch. I will find a suitable candidate. We will test this ourselves and see if this dagger does all that you claim. And where will you find a candidate? Gareth was skeptical, one who would openly embrace the void. I have an idea, Dagnarus said lightly. He placed the dagger back in the pouch, covered it carefully, and thrust the bundle inside his shirt, next to his skin. I will keep this myself, Patch. Certainly, said Gareth, looking after it with a shudder. I am glad to be rid of it. Keep it secret and keep it safe, Your Highness. Never fear. I am used to keeping secrets these days. Unlike you, I find it a pleasant pastime. Gareth only shook his head. Dagnarus regarded his friend in concern, and Gareth saw the pity in the prince's eyes. Gareth couldn't blame him. He must look dreadful, thin and worn and pale, appearing older, far older than his 20 years. His nails were bitten to the quick, the cuticles ragged and bleeding. His eyes blinked too often, for they burned, and he tried constantly to ease them. His clothes were unkempt, his shoes shabby, and always that terrible mark on his face. Both terrible marks. I'm sorry, Patch, Dagnarus said suddenly, quietly. What? Gareth gazed at the prince in astonishment. He couldn't remember ever hearing Dagnarus apologize to anyone for anything. Sorry for what? For neglecting you. You've done all the work while I've had all the fun. You will see. Reaching out, Dagnarus placed his hands on Gareth's thin shoulders. You must lead this double life of yours a short time longer, I fear. Only until I become a Dominion Lord. Then you may leave those doddering old fools in the temple and come to work for me, as my advisor, as we planned when we were children. When I am king of Vinengale. Don't say that, Your Highness, Gareth said miserably. Or at least, not king of Vinengale. Helmos will be king of Vinengale, a worthy king. You will be king of the elven lands or the dwarves. He lowered his head so that the prince should not see his tears. When I am king of the elven lands, then, Dagnarus rephrased in pleasant, conciliatory tones. I will make it all up to you. You will live a life of ease. I will build you a castle, procure you a wife and a mistress. Thank you, Your Highness, said Gareth. There wasn't much else to say. A castle, a wife, and a mistress in exchange for his soul. He might have made a worse bargain. And now, Dagnarus put his arm around his whipping boy, steered him toward the door. Now we will leave this dismal place which always did depress me, and we will get you something to eat. No arguments. So what if you are late to your classes? I will send Silwith along to say that I required your presence. Let us go tease the cook for a midday sup, as we used to do when we were boys. What do you say to cold venison pie and fresh goat cheese, hot crusty bread and new-made ale? It sounds wonderful, Your Highness, said Gareth, his stomach turning at the mention. Dagnarus banged open the door, keeping his friend under arrest, as it were, dragging him along. Good. We must fatten you up, put some color into those pimpled cheeks. By the way, Dagnarus added offhandedly, did I mention that my nomination for Dominion Lord comes up before the council this day? I wish you luck, Your Highness, said Gareth. I know you do, Patch, said Dagnarus with a smile, his grip tightening. I know you do. The nomination. The council meeting for the Dominion Lords was set for the 4th day of every 3rd month, during which meeting the Dominion Lords would consider all matters brought before them. Attendance was required, though a Dominion Lord could be absent if he or she was involved in a matter deemed to be of sufficient importance to demand said Dominion Lord's presence. Since the number of Dominion Lords fluctuated, it had been decided that the presence of 3/4, the current number of existing Dominion Lords, constituted a quorum. Matters were decided by vote, a 2/3 majority being necessary for truly important issues, such as the selection of a new Dominion Lord. King Tamaros, though not a Dominion Lord himself, was present in an advisory capacity. He had no vote. Other rulers were also invited to attend, particularly if they had grievances or causes they wanted to bring before the council. 10 years had passed since the gifting of the Sovereign Stone. The humans had almost their full quotient, 9 of 10 of Dominion Lords. The elves had 10, for they had taken to the notion quite readily. The shield of the divine, now possessed of the Sovereign Stone, had gained the upper hand in his struggle against the divine for rulership of the elves. The divine was still seen by the elves to be their spiritual leader, but all knew, including the divine himself, to his constant aggravation, who wielded the true power. Unlike humans, who must voluntarily put themselves forward as candidates for Dominion Lord, the elven Dominion Lords were chosen by the shield of the divine. These elves could refuse. The council required this, but if they did so, they would lose face and also favor with the shield, both of which were sufficient to cast themselves and their families into disgrace, a disgrace that might last for centuries. The shield had built a lovely shrine in which to house the elven portion of the Sovereign Stone. The stone floated on a cushion of sacred air above a white marble pedestal, fashioned in the shape of a lotus blossom, rising from the center of a large, perfectly round pool of clear blue water in the center of a sunlit garden. The garden was sacrosanct. No one except the shield of the divine was permitted to walk there. Guards surrounded the garden day and night. Elven wizards, the Wired, had enhanced the garden magically, so that any who ventured in without the proper warding amulet worn by the shield would become ensnared in magical traps. One thief had been caught this way. He had slain himself before he could be taken and questioned, but it was well known that he had been sent by the divine. The elven ceremony to create Dominion Lords was held in secret, not open to the public, as was the ceremony of the humans. Only the family and the shield and his retinue attended, because the elves selected had only nominal choice in the matter. 1 or 2 were rumored to have died during the transfiguration. The fact that more did not succumb was due to the wisdom of the shield, who carefully screened all candidates before making his selection. The 10 current elven Dominion Lords were from houses that were either loyal to the shield or, as in the case of Lord Mabertal, were from houses who had not been loyal to the shield previously, but who were now beholden to him. Not one had been turned down by the Council of Dominion Lords. All had been found worthy. Although pleased to have portions of the Sovereign Stone, neither the dwarves nor the Orcan had taken full advantage of the ability to create Dominion Lords. The dwarves, ever mistrustful of human motives, feared that by becoming a Dominion Lord, a dwarf would, in some way, become more human. Only one dwarf had volunteered to become a Dominion Lord. This was Dunner, one of the unhorsed, and a dwarf who had lived for many years among humans. Dunner could not himself explain the motives that had led him to undergo the dangerous transfiguration. He had too many motives, all thrown together in the same stewpot. First one, then another would bubble to the surface. From a purely selfish viewpoint, he had hoped to heal his twisted leg and free himself of the constant pain, and this he had achieved. He had emerged from the transfiguration whole and unscarred, to the awe and amazement of all the dwarves who had gathered to see the show, and who began at that moment to have second thoughts about the value of becoming a Dominion Lord. Dunner had hoped that he would once more be able to ride a horse and join his family clan, wherever they might be. He had achieved this goal with the healing of his leg, but now that he was able to ride, he found that he had little desire to do so. A less selfish motive was the fervent desire to help his people play a more important role in a world he believed was being rapidly usurped by elves and humans. He could do this only by being a part of their world, representing the dwarven interests in the court of Vinningale. And this he did. Dunner constantly protested the incursion of humans into dwarven territory, constantly defended dwarven attempts to push them back. True, the dwarves believed that one day all the continent of Lorem would be theirs, all other races their subjects. But the dwarves were in no particular hurry to achieve this manifest destiny, and, meanwhile, because of their constant roaming and refusal to settle anywhere, the dwarves were seeing their own lands being nibbled away by human farmers and sheep-herders. Dunner fought a lone and thankless battle, for the dwarven chieftains considered negotiation a sign of weakness. Most never knew the small victories that Dunner single-handedly achieved, or how many dwarven and human lives were saved by his tongue rather than their swords and bows. The dwarven chiefs ascribed the peaceful removal of the human settlements as the will of the gods, which, in a way, it was. The sovereign stone was given to Dunner to keep by the chief clan chief. Dunner placed the stone in a small shrine he had built for it in the city of the Unhorsed, where the stone sat for 2 years, gathering dust, for none of the dwarves were particularly interested in it. Dunner thought sadly that he was the only one of his people who found it truly marvelous, the only one who took time to pay his respects. But then he noticed that someone else was caring for the sovereign stone in his absence. On his return, he would find the floor of the shrine swept, the stone free of dust. He wondered who could be tending it and kept secret watch to find out. To his astonishment, he discovered the stone's guardians were unhorsed children, neglected and abandoned. As bereft and unhappy as Dunner himself had been when he was a child, these beggar children had come together to found an unofficial band dedicated to the sovereign stone. The children kept the temple clean and polished the stone itself with soft cloths. At first, Dunner was inclined to drive them away. He thought they were making a game of it. But as he watched them, he came to see that in joining together to take care of the sovereign stone, the children had done something rare for the unhorsed. They had emerged from isolation, formed friendships and loyalties that spanned clan lines. They had, as it were, developed their own clan around the sovereign stone. Dunner was pleased beyond measure to realize this, and was careful to leave the children to themselves, make no fuss over them, draw no attention to them. These children, he guessed, would be the future Dominion lords. And, for now, he had strength enough to continue on alone. As to the Orcan, the captain of captains himself had become a Dominion lord, mainly to acquire the special armor, which he much admired. And he liked the idea of having to pass certain tests in order to achieve Dominion Lord status. A highly competitive race, the Orcan are quite fond of tests and challenges, puzzles and conundrums. There is a story told that a human king once saved his besieged city by giving the attacking Orcan a riddle to solve, promising that he would relinquish his city if they came up with the solution. While the Orcan sat down in front of the city to argue over the matter, the king sent post-haste to a neighbor for reinforcements. When those troops arrived to break the siege, it is further told that the Orcan refused to quit the field until someone had given them the correct answer. But that is considered the least believable part of the story. The captain wanted to devise tests for his people, but wasn't certain what they should entail. He considered the human tests silly. Binding the sores of lepers. What nonsense! No lepers existed among the Orcan. As a menace to society, they would never have been allowed to live, and the Orcan were apparently immune to the disease anyway. The elves refused to divulge the nature of their tests, so they were no help. Dunner, the only dwarf, had elected to take the human tests. At length, the captain decided upon tests involving seamanship, most important, combat, and puzzle solving, to test the mental capacity, courage, and the ability to make a good bargain. Having set the criteria for the tests, the captain did not feel it would be honorable to determine the nature of the tests he himself would have to pass. He turned to his mate, instructing her to make the tests as challenging for him as possible. This she did, feeling strongly that the honor of both her mate and herself was at stake. She made the tests so extraordinarily difficult that the poor captain barely survived, much less passed. The tribal shaman deemed survival an acceptable score, however, and, thanks to an exceptionally good omen, a strange black cat appearing out of nowhere and jumping into his lap, she granted the captain the right to become a Dominion Lord. Following the rigorous and near-deadly testing procedure, the transfiguration in which he turned from flesh to stone and then back to flesh was a minor inconvenience, hardly to be noticed. So many Orcan wanted to become Dominion Lords after that, mainly in order to challenge themselves with the tests, that the captain was hard-pressed to choose among them. Their ranks thinned considerably when the word went out that Orcan Dominion Lords not only had to interact with humans, but were expected to be nice to them too. At the council meeting at which Dagnarus's nomination would come up for a vote, there were then 9 humans, including his brother Helmos, 10 elves, including Lord Mabreton, Dunner, representing the dwarves, the captain, and the only 2 other Orcan to have survived the testing procedure. The 10 elven votes are yours, Your Highness, as the shield has promised. Dunner will vote for you, of course, no question there. As to the Orcan impossible creatures, it is useless to try to predict what they will do. A bug crawling from left to right instead of right to left will change their votes in an instant. As to the humans, there is not a single one currently supporting you. Thanks to my beloved brother, Dagnarus said. You have, therefore, 11 votes in your favor, Your Highness, said Silwith, totaling the figures. You need 17 in order to win. 6 more. Dagnarus scowled. Pacing the room, his hands clasped behind his back, he brought to mind the 9 humans ranged against him. His brother, Helmos, would never change his vote. As to the others, Dagnarus hardly knew them. He had never paid much attention to them, except to bow to them on state occasions. He seemed to recall, at a banquet, having passed one of them the salt. He had nothing in common with these men and women, who talked of books and music, philosophy, metaphysics, and the nobility of man. I have heard, Silwith added cautiously, noting the prince's dark and brooding expression, that 3 of the human Dominion Lords are wavering in their decision. Come, that's more like it, said Dagnarus, looking up. Hope revived. If I might offer a suggestion, Your Highness. Certainly, Silwith. No one is better at conniving than you elves. Silwith bowed to acknowledge the compliment. In your speech to the council, you should emphasize the fact that your brother's continual carping on Dominion Lords being peace-minded, his refusal to admit a Lord of Battle to enter into consideration, goes against the original intent of the gods in the creation of Dominion Lords. Does it? You amaze me, Silwith. Go on. Not so amazing, Your Highness. A candidate must demonstrate proficiency at combat skills in the testing procedure. But from what Gareth tells me, that is all ceremonial. No real fighting goes on, Dagnarus argued, disdainful. Ceremonial or not, the intent is there. But the most telling argument of all, my lord, is the fact that the god's gift to a Dominion Lord is magical armor. Armor, my lord. True. Dagnarus was struck by this. You're right, Silwith. Magical armor. The gods intend by this. He paused, eyed the elf. The gods intend, Your Highness, for a Dominion Lord to be not only the wise guide for his people, but also their protector and defender. That means in war, as well as in peace. You might mention that all of the Elven Dominion Lords and 3 of the Orcan are trained combatants and military leaders, and that, while we hope and trust that our races will forever be at peace, we can never know what the future will hold. It would be inadvisable for the humans to be seen as being weak in this field. And so it seems to me, said Dagnarus in his speech of supplication before the council, that while we hope and trust that our races will forever be at peace, we can never know what the future will hold. Our friends, the elves, come here with Dominion Lords who are renowned for their courage and skill on the field of battle. Lord Mabreton, for example, is a hero of the Battle of Tessua's Keep, a battle that had proved disastrous for the human army, as all the human Dominion lords seated around the table well remembered. They looked very dour, especially to see the elven Dominion lords smiling with immense satisfaction. The elves now controlled Tessua's Keep. King Tamaros was gently nodding. Dunner struck his clenched fist upon the table, expressing agreement in the dwarven manner. Helmos watched all this with grave concern. "Can't you see what he is doing?" Helmos asked them silently. "Playing upon old fears, reviving old hatreds, feeding us poison in sweetmeats, poison whose foul taste is masked by this sugar-coating. The elves back him. He has made some deal with them, of course. Lord Mabreton speaks of Dagnaris's kindness to his wife, how he made her feel welcome in this strange court. He says that now she is so much at home that she is loath to return to her homeland. He has not heard the whispers about her. The husband is the last to know, they say. I can prove nothing, nor would I, if I had the chance. I can only pray to the gods that my brother does not bring down disgrace upon us all, and most especially upon Lady Mabreton, poor woman. What can he be thinking? Doesn't he know it would mean her death if her infidelity were discovered? Perhaps he does know. Helmos regarded his brother with sorrow. Perhaps he knows and does not care, so long as his lusts are gratified. And are the other whispers true, that he worships the void, he and Gareth, for I hear that he has drawn his too trusting and too malleable friend down with him. I dare not say anything about that either, for if it were true, it would break our father's heart. I promise I will dedicate myself to the service of our order, Dagnaris was concluding humbly, and to the service of the peoples of the world. He was handsome, well-dressed, his hair curled and combed and shining, his body straight and muscular. He was noble and solemn, earnest and sincere. Taking Tamaros's age-wasted hand in his own strong one, Dagnaris bent down on one knee to thank his father for his faith in him, and vowed upon all that he held sacred. Which is nothing, thought Helmos, if he worships the void, that he would make his father proud of him. Tamaros, rising to his feet, laid his hand upon his son's shining head in blessing. Several of the humans wiped their eyes unashamedly. Dagnaris rose and faced the council. He bowed again with graceful humility. The elves applauded in unison with quiet, subdued clapping of their hands. Dunner went around the table to shake Dagnaris by the hand. The human Dominion lords murmured among themselves, several casting sidelong glances at Helmos and shaking their heads. The captain of the Orcan woke up and demanded in a grumbling voice to know when they were going to eat. Dagnaros departed. He would not be present for the vote, which, the Orcan were dismayed to hear, would take place before the council adjourned for dinner. King Tamaros rose to speak. He was frail and bent, his hair snow-white, his beard gray and grizzled, but he had not failed mentally. Though his body might be preparing for departure from this life, his mind was not. He put forward his youngest son's candidacy in clear, strong terms, impressing everyone on the council. Everyone except his eldest and most beloved son. Helmos and his father had never before disagreed on anything. Helmos held Tamaros in reverent respect, loved his father as he loved few people in this world. But in this, Helmos was going to cross his father. In this, he could not allow his father to prevail. Yet Helmos must fight this battle with both hands fettered. He must fight without wounding either his opponent or innocent bystanders, which meant that his best weapons were useless to him. My son Dagnarus is not a scholar, Tamaros was saying. He cares nothing for books. He sees no beauty in art. He grows restless and bored with the minstrel's song. Yet that, I think, should not disqualify him, if it does not disqualify others. Here the king glanced meaningfully at the Orcan. My son Dagnarus is a soldier. He is a born leader. The men who serve under him revere him for his courage, for his good sense, for his care of them. I have spoken to many of the common foot soldiers who have fought with Dagnarus, and they are united in their praise of him. They would follow him anywhere, I believe, even into the void itself. "Speak no evil," said the captain suddenly in a booming voice, which startled everyone, for they had assumed by the fact that his eyes were closed that he'd drifted off to sleep again. He sat up straight and made the sign against bad omens, as did the other two Orcan, seated on either side of him. The human Dominion lords smiled indulgently, amused and diverted. Tamaros gravely asked pardon, saying he had not meant to offend. He continued on with his praise of Dagnarus. Helmos sat silently, sadly, barely listening, his thoughts on what he must say in rebuttal, on what effect his words would have on his father. Speech concluded. Tamaros sat down. The captain looked up hopefully. "We shall vote now, and then go eat." "Not quite yet, sir," said Lord Mapperton, who was the newly elected head of the council to replace the deceased former head, Lord Donegal. "Any who have aught to say against the nomination of Prince Dagnarus may now present their arguments." The captain sighed deeply, placed his massive elbows on the table, and shook his head. "Let's get on with it then," he muttered. "Is there anyone who would like to speak against the nomination of Prince Dagnarus?" asked Lord Mabreton in a tone indicating he would be extremely shocked if there were. He was shocked, and King Tamaros was displeased when Helmos rose to his feet. "What I have to say, I say with the greatest reluctance, knowing that my words will anger my king and grieve him. Silence would be easy for me. Acquiescence would be easy. I would do anything for my king, sacrifice anything. I would lay down my life for him and count it a privilege. I would give him anything of mine, anything, except this." Helmus's eyes filled with tears. He looked down at his hands, trembling as they rested on the table. "Except what he most wants." This last was said in a husky voice, and Helmus stood a moment, regaining control of himself, before he continued. The other Dominion lords watched and waited, moved by Helmus's anguish and the depth of his feeling, if they were not moved by his words. He lifted his head, his tears dry. "I argue against the candidacy of Prince Dagnarus. He is most unsuitable to be a Dominion lord. True, he is, as you say, father, a good soldier, a charismatic leader of men. I acknowledge this, and I say, let him be a soldier. Let him be a general. Let him lead men in battle. Do not let him lead them in their lives. It is true, as he says, that we Dominion lords are given marvelous, magical, powerful armor, and when we think of armor, we think of battle, of war. And, yes, we fight. We fight every day of our lives. We fight the battle the gods intended us to fight. We fight against ignorance. We fight against prejudice and hatred. We fight against greed and injustice. We fight to bring peace to our peoples. These are the God-given battles that we fight, and thus we wear the armor given us by the gods. Our weapons are not swords. Our weapons are patience, tolerance, understanding, fortitude, forbearance, mercy, and compassion. Even you must admit, Your Majesty, that none of these, Helmos laid emphasis upon the word, can be said to apply to Prince Dagnarus. The gods know that we are imperfect. I do not pretend to possess half the noble attributes I have delineated, but I strive to do so. And so, I think, do we all. Prince Dagnarus is courageous. I am the first to speak that in his favor. He is quick-witted and decisive. The king acknowledges that Prince Dagnarus is not a scholar, and he brushes aside that fact as being irrelevant in our decision-making process, pointing out by implication that others among our ranks are not necessarily scholars. Helmos looked at the Orcan, who were watching him, for a change, with close attention. Yet, these who may not be able to read words on a page can nevertheless determine their location on the open sea with precision, using instruments and mathematical calculations that are as meaningless to me as the printed word is to them. The fact that Prince Dagnarus chooses not to study chooses to remain uninformed about the people and the world around him, refuses to invest the time and energy required to improve his mind, indicates to me that he lacks patience, lacks discipline of self. Discipline of self. To my mind, therein lies Prince Dagnarus's greatest fault. You may say, and rightly so, that this is a common fault of the young. And, indeed, Prince Dagnarus is very young. Perhaps he may learn, in time, to overcome this fault. But until that time, if such a time comes, I say to this council that we must vote against him. Prince Dagnarus is not suited to the noble and puissant office of a Dominion lord. I cast my vote against him, and I urge the other members of the council to do the same. Helmos sat down, pale but composed. He had done what he believed in his heart to be right. He could even meet his father's frowning gaze with equanimity, though to know his father's anger was directed at him was a blow that drew blood. Helmos had hoped that his words might sway his father, might tear apart the bright and glittering web of charm Dagnarus was able to weave. Helmos saw that he had failed, that Tamaros, though not angry at his elder son, was deeply disappointed in him. I can say nothing more, Helmos realized helplessly. I cannot voice my suspicions, not without ruining too many lives. I must trust in the gods that they will prevent my brother from becoming a Dominion lord, even if we allow it. Is there anyone else who has aught to say on this matter? Asked Lord Mavreton gravely. His expression was thoughtful. Helmos had given him something to consider, at least. To everyone's surprise, the captain rose ponderously to his feet. The Orcan had never before spoken up in a council meeting, except to ask when it was time to eat. The omens are bad for this one. The captain nodded at his two cohorts. Vote no. Turning to King Tamaros, the Orcan added, I told you, you should have strangled him when he was a pup. The Orcan sat down. He had said all that was necessary to be said. Helmos was grateful for the support, though he had the feeling that the orc had done more harm than good. King Tamaros was angry now, recalling the incident in question, an incident that had been downplayed as a misunderstanding, a rather humorous misunderstanding. Tamaros was not pleased to be reminded of it, nor was he pleased that the unfortunate incident which had involved the sovereign stone had been brought up before the council. Several of the Dominion lords appeared mystified by the orc's blunt statement and were looking to the king for answers. Lord Mabreton, taking his cue from the irate king, decided to sidestep the issue. Are there any more words to be spoken either for or against the nomination of Prince Dagnarus? The elf looked at Dunner, who was known to all of them to be the prince's longtime friend. The dwarf sat with head bowed, uncomfortable. He agreed with Tamaros so far as his praise of Dagnarus, and yet the dwarf found himself agreeing with Helmos as well. Dunner was sadly torn. He liked Dagnarus, as well as a dwarf, could like a human, and he wanted very much to vote for Dagnarus, for the ballot was not secret. The prince would know the names of those who had voted in his favor and those who had not. Dagnarus would never forgive those who had not. Yet Dunner wondered if he could do so with a clear conscience. For the first time in his life, the dwarf wished himself an orc, wished that there was a flight of birds or a swarm of insects to make clear to him what to do. It is long past the supper hour, he said at last, finding something useful in the strange human custom of eating at set times. I cannot think over the rumbling in my belly. Let us adjourn for food, then come back and hash this out. The council voted to adjourn and reassemble in 2 hours. Tamaros remained behind until all had departed, talking pleasantly, answering questions, thanking those who expressed their support. Helmos remained seated. Several of the human Dominion lords came to him, spoke to him in low tones. He thanked them for their concern, and they, too, departed. Eventually, father and son were alone. Father, Helmos began, please believe. His words died. Tamaros rose to his feet. He regarded Helmos with sadness and with pity. It had never occurred to me that you could be this jealous of your brother, that you could so completely misunderstand and misrepresent him. The fault is mine. I have failed as a father to both of you."
"Father."
Helmos stood up.
"Father, please."
Damaros turned his back and left the room. When the Council of the Dominion Lords resumed meeting 2 hours later, the vote was 17-6 in favor of Dagnarus. In the end, Dunner voted for his friend.
Corin?
"Ah, here you are." The loud voice split the quiet of the library, completely unexpected, like a lightning bolt streaking out of a clear blue sky, and therefore twice as startling. Heads bent over books reared up, readers gasped, hands jerked, causing ink bottles to spill and pens to blot. The librarian was on her feet, her face pinched and pale with anger, and then she saw the person responsible. The angry words were too far advanced to be retrieved, but she was able to garble them sufficiently so that she did not reprimand the prince. Dagnarus brushed aside her incoherent gabblings, strode among the tables, and came to Gareth. "I've been looking for you everywhere," Dagnarus stated, as if it were Gareth's fault that he was not where the prince thought he should be. Gareth had recognized the prince's voice, and was already on his feet, feverishly gathering up the books he had been studying, his face and ears hot and crimson with embarrassment. The other scholars dare not show irritation at the prince, but a young temple novice was fair game, and so they glared angrily at him. "Now look what you've done," Gareth said to the prince beneath his breath. "A fox in the chicken coop," said Dagnarus, glancing around. "Dull old farts. I dare say most of them haven't felt such excitement in years. Forgive me, librarian," he said in meek and mild tones, bending over the librarian's hand and kissing it reverently. "I did not mean to create such a stir. I am a soldier, not a scholar, and am unaccustomed to being in such silent, solemn, and studious surroundings. I have urgent matters to discuss with my adviser Gareth. Matters of state. Most important. Do forgive me." "Certainly, Your Highness," said the librarian, much mollified by his words, which he uttered with disarming sincerity. Though she was quite absorbed in her work, to which she was wholly dedicated, his good looks and charming manner made his kiss on her hand very delightful. She blushed with the honor and the attention, and cast an oblique glance from under her lowered lashes to make certain the other magi noticed. The prince departed the library, his fur-lined riding cloak creating a small whirlwind that swept books off tables and sent papers rising into the air. Gareth followed in the path of the storm, which cut a wide swath of destruction before the prince was safely out into the corridor. "What?" Gareth began. "Not here," said Dagnarus, and, grabbing hold of Gareth's sleeve, he dragged his friend off farther down the corridor, into the part of the castle where the empty suits of armor kept their rusting vigil. "What is it? What's wrong?" Gareth asked. Dagnarus had evidently come from outdoors. His cheeks were bright from the crisp, cool air, and he still wore his cloak and riding boots. "I've been hunting," he said. "Hunting?" Gareth stared, unable to imagine what this had to do with him. "Did the hunt go well, Your Highness?" "Not for game. For a man." "Yes?" Gareth was still perplexed. "A fugitive. You remember that burgher who was stabbed in an alleyway down in the lower city last week?" "I heard of it, yes." "Robbery, I believe." "That's what it was meant to look like. Purse and jewels stolen." But the sheriff was suspicious. For one thing, the knife blow that killed the man was quick, clean, struck straight to the heart. He died instantly without a cry. Then, the jewels showed up again in the possession of the grieving young widow, who was being comforted for her husband's untimely demise by a very handsome young cousin. "An assassination, then," said Gareth. "Exactly. These two, who were lovers, wanted to be rid of the husband, but not his money, so they plotted to kill him. The assassin would steal the jewels, to make it look like robbery, but the greedy little widow couldn't bear the thought of actually parting with them, so she instructed the assassin to bring them back to her. She and her lover were captured. They made a deal with the sheriff to agree to banishment on condition that they stand witness against the assassin. This they've done. He almost eluded us. He's a wicked, cunning rascal, but we tracked him down in the mountains." Dagnarus grinned, elated with the chase, pleased with the capture. "I am glad such an evil man has been brought to justice, Your Highness," said Gareth. "But what? What has this to do with us?" Dagnarus leaned close. "I have our candidate, our first recul." Gareth felt the blood leave his head in a rush, pool somewhere around his gut, which sank with the weight. Light-headed, he stumbled backward, leaned against the wall. "What's the matter, Patch?" Dagnarus asked, displeased. "You looked shocked. Don't tell me you weren't expecting this. Here, lower your head before you pass out on me." "I wasn't expecting this, Your Highness," Gareth said, doing as he was bid, hanging his head until the blood returned. "I never supposed. Not so soon." "We must seize time by the fetlock, as Dunner would say," the prince returned. "I am eager to see if this works. And we may never have a subject more suitable. A trained killer, caught, sentenced to hang next week. We offer to free him if he'll perform a job for us. A job requiring nothing except that he openly embrace the void. I don't see how this wretch can turn us down." Gareth lifted his head. He could see his face, which looked ghastly, reflected in the armor across from him. The disembodied knight seemed to be regarding him with stern disapproval. "Your Highness, next week you enter the temple to begin the 7 preparations. You should be concentrating on this. I gave you the books to study. You must." I looked at them. Boring old tomes. "You will study for me, Patch. You will help me through the tests." "Come along," Dagnarus urged, seizing his friend by the hand. "I want you to see this fellow. You must explain to him what is required. I don't understand it all. Do we have to get something in writing?" "Gee." Dagnarus turned on his heel, eager to proceed. Gareth clutched at him in desperation, dragging him back. "My prince," Gareth said earnestly, "consider this well. Where will we do this deed? How are we to break him out of prison? What will happen if we succeed? Where is he to go? What will become of him? This creature will not be some pet snake to which we toss a rat every month or so. He will demand souls, Dagnarus." "No," he said, bowing his head again. "No, I can't go through with it. Don't ask me." "You are the only one I can ask," Dagnarus said softly, bitingly. His hand closed painfully over Gareth's thin arm. "Why did you give me this dagger if you didn't intend for me to use it?" "I thought. You know what I thought," Gareth replied in despair, not looking up. "You thought to dissuade me from being a Dominion lord. But the council has voted. I am to be one, and there is nothing and no one in this world that will stop me. As to this Vrykul, he is an experiment. How can I make plans for him if I do not know how this works? Where do we stash him? If we succeed, and I have yet to believe it, I will put him up in one of my hired rooms at the Hare and Hound. They know me there, and, most important, they know my money. They ask no questions. As for what he will eat," Dagnarus shrugged. "Beggars abound in Vinningail. We might even be said to be doing a public service." "Patch," Dagnarus continued, his grip tightening. "Listen to me, Patch. I want this. You cannot refuse me." "I could," Gareth thought wearily. "But you would never forgive me, and I could not live with your hatred, your anger." "Face it, Gareth. You made this decision already. You made it when you took the dagger from the old man. You renewed it when you gave the dagger to Dagnarus. All else is just an excuse for your weakness, your cowardice. Admit it. You are as interested in the outcome as he is. You want to know if this will work. You want to know if you have the power to raise the dead." "Very well, Your Highness," he said. "Come on." Dagnarus hustled his friend along, eager as a child to show off a new toy. "Your Highness." The Gowler rose to his feet. Extremely surprised, he made a belated bow. "Revered Magus." He made another bow, not so low, to Gareth, who kept his face covered with the hood of his cloak. He and the prince had decided that it would be better if no one recognized him. People might start to ask questions. "How can I be of service to your highness?" the Gaoler asked, understandably curious. Tamaros, in all his years as king, had never visited the dungeons beneath his castle, nor had Helmos, the crown prince. Tamaros sent agents to make certain the prisoners were being treated humanely, their cells clean, decent food, not beaten or tortured for sport. Beyond that, he had little care for them. This was not surprising. The prisoners had forfeited all their rights by breaking the laws the king had established, laws that were just and fair. In making certain that they were not mistreated, Tamaros showed far more consideration for Viningale's prisoners than any other ruler had ever done previously. "That prisoner we brought in today, the assassin. I hope to capture him," said Dagnaras, smoothing his gloves. "I have been approached by this revered magus who begs to be allowed to question this man. There is some thought he may be implicated in the strange death of one of their brethren in Neshabur last year. Since I helped catch the wretch," Dagnaras added carelessly, "I feel a certain proprietary interest in him." "Of course, your highness." "I understand completely," said the Gaoler. He began to sort through his collection of cell door keys, which he kept on a large iron ring. "I am always pleased to be able to assist the Magi. This way." They walked along a narrow corridor carved deep inside the cliff upon which the castle stood. The dungeons where the most dangerous, most hardened criminals were kept were far below the main portion of the castle, down almost at sea level. One descended innumerable steps in order to reach them. Cave-like cells, delved out of the same rock, branched off the corridor on either side. The corridor was brightly lit by torches that smoked in the dank air. The prison had only a small staff of guards to keep the prisoners in order. There were very few escapes. An escapee had first to break out of a wizard-locked door, nearly impossible, even for another wizard. Then he must elude his captors and climb 300 stairs to reach an exit that brought him out into the military's barracks. "Forgive the long walk, your highness," said the Gaoler, "but we have put him off to himself in one of the cells clear in the back. He's a rum one, he is. I doubt your highness remembers. You would have been just a child at the time, but the last time he was in here he managed to escape. One of the few who has done it, I'm proud to say." Something stirred in the back of Gareth's mind at this, something unpleasant, for he felt his flesh creep. He could not name his fear, however, and finally put it down to the gloomy atmosphere of the prison. The foul smells, the sounds of hacking coughs, the tromping of booted feet behind, for Dagnarus had brought along 2 of his soldiers. Otherwise, there was quiet. Thick stone walls and heavy iron doors, with only a small opening through which the guard could look when making his rounds, deadened all sound. There was no talking, except possibly to oneself, and this did not carry into the hallway. The prisoners, alone in their cells, might have been alone in the world. "Here it is," said the Gaoler, halting in front of a cell located at the very end of the corridor. He brought forth his keys, which had been enchanted, found the one that fit, inserted it into the lock. There was a flash of light that was the wizard lock being removed. Then a dull click, which took care of the mechanical lock, and the door swung slowly open. Gareth had been holding his breath against the odors of unwashed body, urine, and feces, then realized that he might as well get used to it. They would likely be here for a while. He tried, however, to breathe as little as possible. "Shakur," the Gaoler called out, "you got visitors. His Highness himself." There was no answer, except for a slight clanking of chains, which might have been made by a restless shifting of position. "I'll be right out here, your Highness," the Gaoler continued. "Best to leave the cell door open." "We do not want to keep you from your duties," Dagnarus said pleasantly. "This is a private interview." Leaning near, he added in low, conspiratorial tones, "Wizard's work. You understand?" "Yes, your Highness," though the Gaoler looked dubious. "He's a rum 'un, your Highness. Would just as soon slit your throat as spit at you." "I am well armed," said Dagnarus, displaying sword and knife. And I have my bodyguards, whom I will post outside the cell door." He gestured to the 2 soldiers accompanying him. "Now you must allow me conduct this interview as I see fit. Otherwise, Sir Gowler, I will begin to think you question my authority." He spoke lightly, but the Gowler saw that he had gone too far. Bowing low, he departed, first admonishing them to yell out if they needed anything. "Like fresh air," Dagnerus muttered, wrinkling his nose. "If I were stuck down here by the gods, I'd look forward to being hanged just to have a chance to get outdoors." "Do you realize," said Gareth, looking around with horror and speaking in low, hollow tones, "that if I were caught practicing void magic, this is where they would send me?" "Have you so little faith in me as that?" Dagnerus asked, with a flash in his eye. "You know I would not permit such a thing." "I know you would do everything you possibly could," Gareth began deprecatingly. "But—" "Come on," Dagnerus interrupted, his voice cold. "We're wasting time." They entered the cell slowly, pausing at the door to allow their eyes to become accustomed to the darkness. Some of the other cells had small windows, hewn out of the rock, but this cell did not. Apparently they feared that the prisoner might find a way to slide out of a hole 6 inches by 6 and then make his way down a sheer cliff. For all his trouble, he would end up being battered to death by the waves breaking against the rocks. It occurred to Gareth that though they could not see the prisoner, he could see them perfectly well. Gareth moved closer to Dagnerus, who had realized the same thing and had his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Shakur," Dagnerus said, his voice echoing. "I am Prince Dagnerus. This is Gareth, my friend and advisor. We have come to speak to you." "Gareth, bring a torch and shut the cell door. Not all the way, just enough to ensure our privacy." "I can provide light, Your Highness," said Gareth coolly, not sorry to show off his magical skills to his friend and to the prisoner. Lifting his hand, he commanded the stone to catch fire, starting a small blaze in the center of the cell, a blaze that seemed to feed off cold rock. He saw, by the light, the skin on the back of his hand ulcerate. He tugged down the sleeve of his robe. The fire burned brightly, shed light upon the prisoner, who had been lying on a straw mattress on the floor, and who now sat up to stare, first at the fire, the making of which caused him to narrow his eyes, then at them. At the sight of the prisoner's face, Gareth shrank backward until he bumped up against the cell wall. "What is it now?" Dagnerus demanded irritably, turning to glare at his companion. "I know this man," Gareth gasped, pointing at Shakur as if there were 40 other people in the cell and he must be singled out. "When I was a child, I was with Captain Argot. He set me on his horse. This fellow was caught deserting. He knocked me off and tried to steal the horse." "I told you, Your Highness. Surely you remember." "No, I don't," said Dagnerus carelessly, eyeing the prisoner. "You must." "This man's face haunted my dreams for weeks." "Perhaps I have some dim recollection," Dagnerus said impatiently. "It doesn't matter now, Patch. He's not going to leap at you again. He's chained hand and foot. Come over here, unless you want to shout our business for all the world to hear." Reluctantly, Gareth crept forward, unable to take his eyes off Shakur, who grinned at him wickedly, enjoying his discomfiture. The man's face, bloody and battered, had been the stuff of nightmares when Gareth had last seen him, years ago. Shakur had not improved since. The terrible wound had healed, but poorly. Half the muscle and meat was missing, leaving a grotesque mass of scar tissue, which had adhered directly to the cheekbone, causing Shakur's face to look shriveled and shrunken. The eyelid drooped, but he had kept the sight of the eye, apparently, for that eye and its twin regarded them through filthy, matted hair with undisguised, if baleful, curiosity. "Welcome to my humble chambers, Your Highness," Shakur said with a sneer. "You'll pardon me if I don't get up, but I'm chained to the wall. Go ahead. Stare at me all you like. I won't grow prettier." "We haven't come to make sport of you," said Dagnerus, crouching down on his haunches in front of the prisoner, who sat cross-legged on his straw mattress. "Nor are we here out of puerile or morbid curiosity. We have a proposition for you, Shakur. Dagnaris lowered his voice. A proposition that will permit you to escape the hangman's noose. A job I can do for your highness? Shakur asked, his tone instantly more respectful. Yes, said Dagnaris, a job. Job. Who's the mark? Shakur asked with professional interest. All in good time, Dagnaris replied. First a question. What do you know of void magic, Shakur? Shakur glanced at the fire, burning from nothing, then shifted his gaze to the prince. Interest sparked in the cunning eyes. What do you know of it, your highness? Enough, said Dagnaris. Removing a knife from his boot, he held it in his hands, tapped the point upon his finger. The blade was sharp and rhymed with firelight. And now that you know my secret, you will not be allowed to live to tell it. Which leads to an interesting choice. I will kill you here and now. I can always tell the Gowler that you jumped me, tried to seize my sword to make good your escape, or you can leave this cell in company with me and my friend and those soldiers. So what is this job? Shakur repeated, gazing steadily at the prince. And what has the void to do with it? In order for me to trust you, I require that you embrace the void, said Dagnaris, toying with the knife. Renounce the gods. Shakur shrugged. I never had much use for the gods, and I doubt they have much use for me. Is that all? Just about. You must prove your worthiness to me by undergoing a small test. You wouldn't mind that, I suppose? What sort of test? Shakur was suspicious. Nothing much. Just swear by an artifact of the void that you take the void for your master. That's all? All that is required of you, said Dagnaris pleasantly. And you'll get me out of here? Save me from the hangman? This very moment. Da! What about a sack of silver into the bargain? Shakur leered. Don't push your luck, Dagnaris answered, amused. Well, then I'm your man, your highness, said Shakur, and he held out his manacled hands to be freed. Gareth, go tell the Gowler, Dagnaris ordered. Tell him what? Gareth demanded, dismayed. Tell him we require this prisoner for further questioning, and that we'll be taking him with us. We'll be the talk of the taverns, Gareth said, low and urgent. The Gowler will tell everyone he knows. Word will get back to the palace. What will we say when someone wants to know why you freed a convicted murderer? You will give the Gowler this. Dagnaris removed a purse from his belt, handed it to Gareth. Tell him that the man this wretch murdered was a friend of mine, that I have sworn revenge. I am sorry to cheat the people out of a hanging, but my honor is at stake, and then you will ask him to keep silent. What if he won't be bribed? It is not a bribe. It is recompense for his trouble. By the gods, Patch. Dagnaris rose to his feet. Must I do this myself? No, no, said Gareth, grabbing the purse. He did not want to be left alone with Shakur. I will do it. He departed in haste. Who is that? Shakur asked, with a slight curl of his lip. My necromancer, Dagnaris replied coolly. He's young. Jan. But quite capable. Shakur did not appear impressed. When is the job, then? Where am I to hide out? I have made all the arrangements. You needn't concern yourself. Dagnaris cast a glance at the door. What is taking so confounded long? Shakur gave a practiced twist of his wrist. A knife job, I take it? Dagnaris turned to look at Shakur. Yes, a knife job. He turned back to staring impatiently at the door. You won't think the less of me if I try to escape, will you, your highness? Shakur grinned. I couldn't possibly think less of you than I do now, Dagnaris assured him. You may, of course, make the attempt, but my guards are loyal and quite dedicated to me. You must know them. They serve under Captain Argot. You once served under Captain Argot, I believe. His men have no great love for you, Shakur. They would not be sorry for an opportunity to do you harm. Nothing that would affect your usefulness, mind you. Just something extremely unpleasant. At the mention of Captain Argot, Shakur's leer and grin vanished, replaced by a sullen doggedness. He said no more. The voice of the Gowler, raised in disbelief, could be heard coming down the corridor. "Your Highness," he began to remonstrate the moment he entered the cell. "Free this man," said Dagnarus. "Your Highness, I must protest." "Protest, by all means," Dagnarus said impatiently. "And when you have finished, free this man into my custody. I will accept full responsibility for him." The Gowler did protest, longer than he would have probably done under the circumstances, considering that it was the decision of a prince. He protested. Shakur was a notorious killer, a good catch, and the hanging had promised to be extremely entertaining. Not all the prince's silver could quite make up for that. Dagnarus bore the protestations far longer than Gareth supposed the prince would, but eventually his patience wore thin. "I will be obeyed," he said, at last, glowering, and even the obdurate Gowler knew that any further argument would not only have been useless, it might have been unhealthy. Dagnarus ordered his soldiers into the cell. The Gowler released Shakur from his chains. The soldiers strapped an iron belt around his waist, from which dangled 2 sets of manacles, one set for his wrists and another his ankles. The soldiers locked him in with swift efficiency. It was obvious from their looks that they knew Shakur, and obvious from his sneer and attempts at bravado that he remembered them. They marched him off, the Gowler watching after them sadly, shaking his head and muttering, even as he opened the purse to count his coins. The creation of a Verkyle. As he had done for his elder son, King Tamaros held a feast for his younger son the night before his entry into the temple. The feast was quite splendid, consisting of capons and pigeons, accompanied by sausages, hams, and wild boar, a whole roast sheep, and chickens with sugar and rosewater. Gareth, invited as an honored guest, remembered with a pang the feast for Helmos, remembered how thrilled he had been to attend, how kind and good Helmos had been to him. "And this is how I will repay Helmos for his patronage," Gareth said to himself somberly, toying with his food and staring into his full wine cup. "This night, I will assist his brother in a ritual that will restore unholy life to the dead." "Come, Patch," cried Dagnarus, turning from his other companions with a rowdy laugh and slapping Gareth on the shoulder. "No long faces. This is a time of joy. Drink up." He poured more wine into the already full cup, causing the blood-red liquid to slosh over the sides. Gareth cast the prince a reproachful glance, which only made Dagnarus laugh more loudly. The prince was not drunk, or, if he was, he concealed it well. He could drink all night, drink when others were sliding from their chairs and lying under the table, as limp as the barmaid's rag, and still retain his self-possession. It was as if there was some ice-cold part of him that no heat could touch. Not the heat of alcohol, not the heat of love. As a last and desperate measure, Gareth had appealed in secret to the Lady Valoura, letting her know what he feared might happen if Dagnarus persisted in his determination to become a Dominion lord. The Lady Valoura knew full well what trials Dagnarus faced. She had watched her own husband undergo the transfiguration. Terrified for her lover, who, it seemed to her, must be going to his death, Valoura spent a night pleading with him to drop this notion. For her sake, he would turn down the nomination. "If anything happened to you, my love," she said to him, stroking the auburn hair that rested on her breast, "I would kill myself." His answer was to kiss her and make love to her. And when the candle had burned down to the level which meant that it was near dawn, he rose from their bed and said that he was sorry they could meet no more from this night on. He would be in the temple, undergoing his tests, and though he had thought long on the matter, he did not see how he could escape from there to be with her. He was gentle with her, but she could tell he was displeased, even angry, and she fell weeping back among the pillows. She did not attend the banquet that night. Her husband reported that she was not feeling well. She had not risen from her bed all day, had refused food. Dagnarus said what was proper, and, though he sometimes glanced with a somber expression at her empty chair, that expression would then harden, and he would drink off another cup of wine and laugh more boisterously than ever. One other person did not attend the banquet, Prince Helmos. His absence was noted by everyone with astonishment, and by Dagnarus with extreme displeasure. The king did what he could to pass it off, but everyone could see that Tamaros himself was angry, angrier than anyone could remember seeing him in a long time. 2 spots of red dotted his sunken cheeks, his eyes glittered like the eyes of a fierce old raptor. Breaking all custom, he sent his chamberlain to fetch his elder son. The chamberlain returned alone, everyone in the hall watching, knowing what was going on, and bent down to whisper in Tamaros's ear. The red spots in the king's cheeks expanded until the red suffused his entire face. He choked down his rage, however, muttered something to the effect that Helmos was taken ill. Lifting his wine cup, King Tamaros proposed that the assembled company drink to his younger son, Prince Dagnarus. This the assembled company did, not once, but many times. It was well that Prince Helmos did not attend the feast, for when the king left somewhat earlier in the evening than was his wont, the party turned riotous. Gareth could feel Helmos there in spirit, however, feel the prince's disappointment and displeasure. This, combined with the thought of what he must do that night, made Gareth physically ill, so that he was forced to rise from the table. "Where are you going?" Dagnarus demanded, catching hold of Gareth's wrist, squeezing it painfully. "I am going to make the preparations," Gareth said in a low voice. "Meet me in the playroom. You will be ready, Your Highness." Gareth almost hoped the answer would be no. "I'll be ready," Dagnarus said with a grim smile. Raising his wine cup, he made Gareth a mocking toast and quaffed the wine in a gulp. Sick with nervousness and fear, so ill that he could barely walk, Gareth escaped the feast. He traversed the palace corridors without really paying any attention to where he was going, turning over and over in his mind the appalling crime he and the prince were about to commit. Moving along the corridors, head bowed, Gareth bumped into someone who had also been walking abstractedly, lost in somber thought. "I beg your pardon," Gareth gasped, stumbling. A firm grip steadied him, and looking up, he was shocked and dismayed to find that the person was Prince Helmos. "Your Highness, forgive me," Gareth mumbled, and tried to escape. Helmos kept hold of him, stared at him in the dimly lit corridor. "Gareth, isn't it? My brother's friend." "Not friend. Whipping boy." "You are not well," said Helmos. "Here, sit down. Let me call someone." "No, Your Highness, please. I beg of you. It is nothing. A passing indisposition." Gareth hardly knew what he was saying. He attempted to fend off the prince's hands, attempted to escape. His knees betrayed him. He tottered unsteadily and had no choice but to yield to the prince's insistence. A low, carved wooden bench ran along the wall. Thinking it would be better to sit down before he fell down, Gareth sank onto the bench and drew his hood over his head, both to let the blood flow back and to keep his face concealed from the prince's penetrating gaze. Gareth hoped fervently, he would have prayed fervently, if he had not been convinced that the gods no longer listened to his prayers, that Helmos would leave him. "Thank you, Your Highness," Gareth said. "I am feeling much better already. Do not let me keep you from your duties." "You are worried about him," said Helmos, sitting down beside Gareth and resting his warm hand over Gareth's cold and trembling one. "You fear for him. You are a magus, are you not? You know what Dagnarus faces. The tests we require him to pass are difficult, but the true tests come from the gods. If they—" He hesitated, realizing where he was going with that thought, thinking how to phrase his words so that he was not unjust to his brother, nor sounded mean nor vengeful. "The gods find fault with all of us," he amended. "We are mortal. Only the gods themselves are perfect. The gods found my flaws. I was chastened. The pain of the transfiguration is hard, very hard, to bear. Faith leads you to endure. I fear—" He knows, Gareth realized, and the knowledge passed through him like the point of a spear. His body shuddered with the blow. Helmos knows that Dagnarus has looked into the void and embraced it. He knows that I have joined him in that dark emptiness. He will denounce us. Fearful, Gareth raised his head and looked into Helmos's face. Expecting to see him grim and dour and accusing, Gareth saw kindness, pity, compassion. Gareth lowered his head, his eyes filling with tears. Weak, despairing, terrified of himself and the enormity of the crime he was going to commit this night, Gareth longed to confess his guilt, his dreadful sins. No punishment, however severe, not even death, would be as bad as the torment he currently suffered. "Tell me, Gareth," Helmos was saying, and it seemed to Gareth that the Crown Prince spoke from a great distance away, from a place high above Gareth, as if he listened from a well of darkness. "Don't be silent from misguided loyalty. Speak now, and there is yet a chance for salvation, yours and his. You may even save his life. For love of him, Gareth. For love of him." Gareth shut his eyes. A suppressed sob convulsed his body. For love of him. I cannot betray him. I dare not. You are wrong, Helmos. We cannot be saved, either of us. We have drunk too deeply of the darkness. And, indeed, Gareth could no longer hear the prince's voice, though he knew Helmos was speaking to him. The voice was kind and gentle, but it was too far away. Far, far away. Gareth regained control of himself. Lifting his head, he looked at Helmos directly. "You need have no fear for your brother, Prince Helmos." Gareth spoke steadily. His gaze did not waver. "He is strong, and he is resolute. He looks forward to whatever trials the gods may send him. He asks for nothing more than to prove his worth to you, to his father, to his people." Helmos rose to his feet. Gareth expected anger. He saw only disappointment, sadness, and regret. "Thank you, Your Highness," Gareth said, lowering his eyes, unable to see that heart-wrenching sorrow. "Thank you for your concern. I am feeling much better now." Helmos remained a moment longer, but Gareth sat quietly, unmoved. "The gods be with you, Gareth," said Helmos, and left. When Gareth could no longer hear the prince's footfalls, when the corridor was dark and empty, he traversed the silent halls until he came to Dagnarus's bedchamber. There, in the privies, Gareth purged his stomach of the bitter bile he had swallowed, and felt somewhat better. He made his way to the playroom, where he found Dagnarus, cloaked and booted, his face hidden by a deep cowl, waiting for him impatiently. "Where have you been?" Dagnarus demanded. "Talking to your brother," Gareth replied. Dagnarus grabbed him roughly by the forearm, jerked him into the light, stared grimly and intently into his face. "Don't worry," Gareth replied coldly. "I said nothing. He cares for you, that's all. He cares about what might happen to you." "He had much better look to himself," said Dagnarus, releasing Gareth and giving him a shove. "The hour draws near. Let's go." The streets were empty in the upper part of the city where the ambassadors resided. The houses were dark and quiet. Most of the ambassadors had been attending Dagnarus's feast, and would probably be wondering what had become of the guest of honor. Silwith was on hand, to make the necessary excuses. The prince had retired early, mindful of his need to be at his best in the morning. Gareth and the prince left behind the elegant homes of the ambassadors, turned into a mews, traversed the alley until the end. There was a tavern frequented by the hostlers, stable boys, and servants to the ambassadors. The tavern was filled, it being a night when most of the ambassadors were out. Few gave Gareth and Dagnarus so much as a glance when they entered. The regulars were accustomed to keeping one eye shut, as the saying went. Dagnarus cast a glance at the barkeeper, who nodded and jerked his head. Gareth and the prince, hoods pulled low over their faces, climbed the stairs to the second level. Two soldiers lounged outside a closed door, playing at dice. At the sight of the prince, the soldiers bounded to their feet.
"All well?"
Dagnerus asked. "All is well," one replied, as the other, removing an iron key from his belt, opened the door. The room had no windows. The only way in or out was past the guards at the door. Its furnishing consisted of a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Seated in one of the chairs was Shakur. He lay sprawled on the table, a wine jug at his side, his hand still clutching a partially filled mug. A frowsy woman, half unclothed, slept noisily in the bed. Gareth walked across the room and shook Shakur by the shoulder. The man's hand dropped from the wine mug, but that was the only response. "What is this, Your Highness?" Gareth demanded, alarmed. He must be conscious. He must know what he is saying.
"He will,"
Dagnerus replied.
"The sleeping potion will wear off soon enough."
"Sooner than he will wish, undoubtedly. I thought it would be easier walking through the streets without him bleeding and creating a ruckus." "True," said Gareth, regarding their prisoner doubtfully. "If you're sure it will wear off." "I am sure." Dagnerus turned to the guards, drew out a purse. "Here is your pay." The 2 shook their heads. "It is our duty to serve you, Your Highness." "Well then," said Dagnerus, smiling pleased, "I thank you for your duty, and now dismiss you from it." The 2 saluted, but did not immediately leave. "Do you require our assistance, Your Highness?"
"The wretch is daring and cunning. He has tried to escape us twice, once by playing possum as you see him now."
"Tree." Dagnerus walked over, reached down to Shakur's private parts, and gave a squeeze and a twist. Shakur groaned and twitched, but otherwise did not move. "He would have to be more than human to feign sleep through that," said Dagnerus to the now grinning soldiers. "My friend and I can handle him. Thank you again for your service."
"Tell Captain Argot I said you were to have a week's leave as recompense."
The soldiers departed. "What about the woman?" Gareth asked, as they bundled Shakur into the robes of a novice, making certain his hands and feet were securely bound. "She's been paid," Dagnerus returned. "Well paid. She has earned it. You'd think this bastard could have bathed." Once Shakur was disguised and trussed, Dagnerus lifted the drugged man, slung him over a shoulder. Shakur's head and arms, their shackles concealed by the long sleeves of the robes, dangled down behind the prince's back. "I shall have to burn my clothes after this," Dagnerus said, grimacing. "I'll never be able to remove the stench." "Hurry, Your Highness," Gareth said nervously, disapproving of the levity. "There is not a moment to lose. We must be in the temple ready to perform the ceremony at 1 hour past midnight, and it is nearly midnight already." The 2 left the tavern, carrying their burden. They received a few stares from the patrons, but no one said a word. It was none of their concern. Back out into the streets, they looked like revelers carrying home one of their number who had imbibed more than was good for him. They followed a circuitous route to the temple, coming around to the back. There was a tradesman's entrance, with heavy double doors wide enough to accommodate carts loaded with sacks of flour and sides of beef for the kitchen, casks of wine and ale for the cellar. The carts were trundled inside, where they were unloaded, their contents stacked in the large and echoing buttery. The double doors were locked with a large iron padlock. "Keep a lookout," Gareth bid Dagnerus in a whisper. "There's a watchman. He doesn't usually make his rounds until well after midnight, but sometimes he is early, walking off sleepiness. If you see anyone, summon me. I know what to say to him." "What will you say?" Dagnerus inquired. His eyes, by the moonlight, shone brilliantly. The burden he carried was heavy and foul-smelling, but he bore the weight with ease and the smell with only a grimace. He was enjoying himself, enjoying the danger and the intrigue. "What is our story?" "I will say that I am helping home a drunken friend, and that you agreed to carry him for me. The watchman is a kind man. He is used to such tales, and will let us off with only a lecture and a promise to reform."
Well, make haste,
said Dagnarus. He dumped Shakur into a corner, wiped his hands, and brushed off his clothing. Shakur stirred and muttered. He was coming out of his drugged sleep. Dagnarus eyed the padlock. This seems formidable. Have you the key? No, that never leaves the porter's side. But I have my magic. Gareth glanced at Shakur with some trepidation. Keep close watch. If you see anything amiss, alert me. Dagnarus folded his arms, tilted his head back, admiring the stars, and leaned negligently against the wall. Gareth couldn't see the stars for the blackness that seemed to envelop him, covering him head to toe like a pall. He cast Shakur another worried glance. Seeing him quiet for the moment, Gareth went to work on the lock, an ordinary padlock, to keep out common thieves. Wizard locks were generally used to keep out other wizards, and it was unlikely wizards would be intent upon breaking into the buttery. Though time was precious and trickling away rapidly, Gareth paused before he set about his task, nerving himself. As does all magic, the use of void magic demands a toll from the magus who summons it. Other magics, those of earth, fire, air, and water, draw upon the elements to power them. The void demands to be filled, and so void magic demands a portion of the magus's life force, represented by the ulcerations that form on the skin afterward. A void magic spell mishandled can result in the death of the magus. The after effects, Gareth would suffer from casting a spell. This powerful would be painful, debilitating. But then, the drunkard knows the same when he wakes. He breathed upon the lock, breathed 7 breaths. By the void, I summon air, he said. Destroy this metal. The iron padlock was rusty to begin with. The magic merely accelerated the rusting process. He breathed on it again, and the iron turned brownish in the moonlight and began flaking away. He was about to breathe upon the lock yet again, but there came no breath. His heartbeat had altered its steady, reassuring rhythm, become erratic, painfully erratic. He felt a flash of fear as starbursts tingled on the backs of his eyes. He struggled, fought to breathe, and, finally, was granted a gasp. His heartbeat returned to normal. Exhausted, shivering, he was forced to lean against the door for one moment, a moment he could ill spare, before he gained strength enough to carry on. Patches of skin on various parts of his body burned and stung. The pustules were forming. Thankful that Dagnarus had not been present to witness his weakness, a weakness the prince would have never understood. Gareth continued to breathe on the lock until there was a pile of shavings at his feet. He tried the lock, tugging on it several times, and when, weakened by the spell, the lock gave way, he ended the spell by ceasing to breathe upon it. He did not want the lock to rust away completely. That would have looked suspicious. Well done, said Dagnarus. I am impressed. How did you do that? There is no time to lose, your highness, Gareth snapped, still weak and too nervous to feel pleasure at the praise. Bring him and follow me. Dagnarus's expression darkened. He did not take kindly to being ordered about by an underling. Forgive me, your highness, Gareth said. His hands were shaking. He was covered in chill sweat. I am not myself, this ghastly business. Without a word, Dagnarus lifted Shakur once again to his shoulder and walked into the storage room. Gareth, with a shivering sigh, shut the door behind them. When the unlocked door was discovered the next morning, it would seem only as if a rusted lock had finally given way. Once inside the storeroom, Gareth took one of the torches that habitually stood in a barrel near the door. The storeroom was dark, even in the daylight. A word of void magic caused the torch to light. Holding it aloft, Gareth led Dagnarus, carrying Shakur, into a large tunnel that branched off into several tunnels, running from the buttery to the kitchen, the wine cellars, and the drying rooms. The air was scented with smells of herbs hanging in the drying room, the dark, yeasty smell of wine, the faint odor of decay from fowls suspended from hooks. Mice and rats, eating the spilled grain, skittered underfoot. They entered another tunnel before they reached the kitchen, passing by enormous casks of wine, and from there into another tunnel. Dagnarus was soon lost amid the twists and turns they took, but Gareth kept to his way unerringly. They had been inside the temple for perhaps 15 minutes, and Shakur was, with unfortunate timing, beginning to awaken, when Gareth brought them to a halt outside a high, arched entryway carved of marble. Shakur was muttering and grunting and would suddenly lift his head and shout out an incoherent word or two. "Can't you keep him quiet?" Gareth whispered. "Not unless I smother him," Dagnarus said grimly. "Quit lurching about, you bastard. Besides, I could march an army down here, and no one could hear it." "I suppose you're right," said Gareth, whose guilt magnified the least sound into a yell calculated to wake the slumbering dead. "Where are we?" Dagnarus asked, staring up at the ornately carved marble entrance. "The Hall of Eternity," Gareth replied in a subdued voice. "The old tombs." Thick, soft dust covered the floor. Cobwebs trailed from the ceiling. Figures of carven marble lay at rest upon sepulchres. All lay in the same posture, with eyes closed and their hands folded upon their marble breasts. All were clad in robes, some with ornate vestments and various head coverings, depending on rank and the style of the time. Men and women were entombed there, slept their marble sleep. Long, long ago, this is where the revered high magi were once buried, Gareth said softly, passing among the rows of the dead. No one is buried here now. It is not considered fashionable since they built the great mausoleum. No one comes here at all anymore, not even to do them honor. Sad, really. Few people know of this hall's existence, only those of us who live within the void. The altar we seek is connected." "Of course it is," said Dagnarus, and even his ebullient spirits were somewhat subdued, awed by the presence of death. "It would be the ideal location." "Quite," said Gareth dryly. "That was why the altar was built here, back in the days when the practice of void magic was accepted." Dagnarus looked at the silent, peaceful figures, bathed in the torchlight. Dried rose leaves had been scattered over each one, perhaps 25 in all. The floor had been swept, the cobwebs brushed away. "Someone has done them honor," Dagnarus said quietly. "Recently, at that." Gareth's pale face took on a tinge of color. "It was only right, Your Highness," he said. "I use their spirits to work my magic. I should give them something in return. Propitiate them." "Repitiate them." "That too," Gareth muttered. They had walked the length of the hall, arrived at a small door made of iron, which stood at the end. This door was wizard-locked. Gareth had cast a spell upon it, a spell that only he, with the correct words and proper counterspell, could remove. He placed his hand upon the door-handle, muttering and mumbling to himself, while Shakur, lifting his head, gazed around with bleary eyes. "Where am I?" he demanded. "In a tomb," Dagnarus told him. "Here. Stand on your own feet. I'm sick of carrying you." "A tomb," said Shakur, frowning as he took in his surroundings. "Funny sort of job to be done in a tomb." "Actually quite an appropriate location," Dagnarus returned. The iron door opened with a creak of its hinges. Fetid air wafted over them, causing Dagnarus to wrinkle his nose and Shakur to snort in disgust. Gareth stood to one side. "Please, enter," he said. Shakur did not move. He peered in, trying vainly to see. "You've had your 2 days of fun and frolic," Dagnarus said. "Time to pay the piper." He gave Shakur a shove that sent him tumbling headlong to the floor. Reaching down to lift the manacled felon, Dagnarus picked up Shakur by the back of his shirt collar and dragged him inside the room. Gareth shut the iron door behind them. He looked at Shakur and, turning back to the door, inserted his finger inside the lock as he might have inserted a key. "By the void, I seal this door," he said, "to be opened only on my command." "What is the matter?" Dagnarus asked, staring at Gareth, who was hunched over like an old man, his face contorted, his arms wrapped around his body as though he were holding his bones and his organs inside his body. The penalty I pay for the magic, Your Highness, Gareth replied after a moment. Drawing in a pain-filled breath, he straightened. You may free Shakur of his bonds, his feet at least. He cannot escape. Gareth lit thick beeswax candles placed on heavy wrought iron stands around the room. Dagnorus released the manacles from Shakur's ankles, hauled the felon to his feet. Shakur stared around through the thatch of matted hair that overhung his hideously scarred face. Hey, he demanded angrily. What's going on? Why have you brought me here? Relax, Dagnorus said impatiently. I spoke of requiring an oath from you. This is where you will take it. In this room, you will embrace the void, as you agreed. Or, he gave a quick, tight smile, back to the hangman. The room was large. A man Dagnorus's height could stride 30 long paces across it diagonally. Round in shape, with a high, domed ceiling, the room was empty except for a stone altar carved of smooth black marble, devoid of decoration. The walls and ceiling and floor were made of onyx, polished so that the tiny pinpoint lights of the myriad candles were reflected in the surface, reflected many times over, for the polished walls took one candle flame and made of it 1,000, looking like stars in a cloudless night sky. Such was the illusion that it seemed those standing within the room stood in the emptiness of the night, with the stars above and below them, adrift in darkness. Dagnorus gazed about, above and below. Badge, he said, and his voice was soft with awe. This is what I saw long ago when I looked into the center of the sovereign stone. I stood alone in the darkness, and the stars surrounded me. There is a power in this room, a force. What you feel is the absence of power, Gareth said, his voice smothered and quiet as if he were in the royal library. The gods shun this room. They have no authority over it. This room belongs to the void. Do the revered magi know this room exists? Dagnorus asked. They know, said Gareth dryly. Then why do they not destroy it? They cannot. You see the arched ceiling. The weight of the temple itself rests upon this room. Destroy this room, and the entire temple is weakened. Such was the wisdom of those who built the temple so many years ago. Water quenches fire, yet man needs both to survive. He needs air to breathe. He needs the earth beneath his feet. He could not live in a world made solely of one or the other. The gods wield power only because there is a place where they wield no power at all. We are given the ability to draw from both. The gods are wise. They do not seek to destroy their opposite, nor does the void seek to encompass the universe, for then the void itself would be filled and cease to exist. If all is nothing, then nothing ceases to be anything. Dagnorus had no glib rejoinder. He felt himself suspended in time, suspended in the heavens, in a realm where no laws constrained him, no rules bound him. Life was nothing more than a single candle flame. Breathe on it and it would go out, but millions more were left. And he stood in the center, filling the void. At last. All I do is swear some sort of oath? Shakur asked. To the void, Dagnorus replied, turning to look upon him. Shakur nodded slowly. I understand, he said, and he spoke to himself, but the whispered words flitted through the empty air like ghosts. I am ready. What do I say? Do you, Shakur, consent to make the void your master? Gareth asked. To dedicate your life and your soul to the void? I do, said Shakur, shrugging. This is serious, Gareth snapped, glowering. We must be certain of your loyalty. We want to know that you mean what you say. I mean it, Shakur said bluntly. I'll tell you why, if you want. I'll tell you my story. I never asked to be born. My mother didn't want me. I interfered with business. She tried to rid herself of me before I was born, but she failed. My father. Who was he? I never knew. Some customer who paid a pence for the privilege of creating me. I was kicked and slapped when I was small, until my mother discovered I had some worth after all. Some of the men who called on her also took a fancy to boys, you see, and paid her well for my services. In the end, though, the money was mine. She hit me one night in a drunken rage, she and one of her lovers. I grabbed his knife from the belt he'd thrown on the floor, and that was the end of my mother. Of all those I have killed, and there have been many and many after that, I still hear her cries. Shakur sank to his knees. Raising his head, he fixed the darkness with an unwavering gaze. I was born to the void. The void is my master. I do so swear by the blood of my mother that is on my hands. The prince was deathly pale, but an exultant fire burned in the depths of the eyes that had lost all color, were no longer emerald, but seemed to have become the darkness, speckled with stars. Gareth, strangely moved, said quietly, "I believe he is sincere. See if he is an acceptable candidate." "What?" Shakur frowned. "What do you mean, acceptable candidate?" I swore, didn't I? Slowly, touched by a reverence he had never before felt in the presence of the gods, Dagnorus drew forth the dagger of the Vrikil. Its polished surface reflected the light of the candle flames, so that small streams of fire seemed to course along its surface, as if it had been pulled from a river of flame. The eyes of the carven dragon on the hilt gleamed red in the light, and seemed to wink with pleasure. "Here, what is that?" Shakur demanded. "The weapon you will use for the job," said Gareth, licking dry lips. Shakur gave it a disparaging glance. "Too fancy, by half. I have my own pig sticker." He raised his manacled hands. "I've sworn your blamed oath. Free me." "Are there words to speak?" Dagnorus asked softly, gazing at the dagger with awed wonder. "No," Gareth replied. "The magic is within the dagger. Place it on the altar." Reverently, gently, Dagnorus set the dagger on the altar. "I said release me, damn you!" Shakur cried. Lunging to his feet, he reached with his manacled hands for Dagnorus's throat. "I will," said Dagnorus. The dagger flashed in the firelight. Lifting itself from the altar, the dagger struck Shakur in the back, in the ribcage, struck quickly and struck hard. Shakur's head jerked up. He gave a soft grunt. His eyes shifted from Dagnorus, who was watching him with a strange, terrible smile, to Gareth, who watched the life drain out of them. Shakur fell, face forward, onto the onyx floor, dead. The next thing Gareth knew, Dagnorus was bending over his friend, a look of concern on his face. "Patch? What is it? Are you all right? I forgot you're not a soldier, Patch. I should have made you look away. What do we do with him now?" He gazed down at the body with interest and curiosity. "We must place the body on the altar," said Gareth, avoiding looking at the corpse. "You're not well," said Dagnorus. "Sit down before you fall down, Patch. You're no use to me unconscious, which you will be if you hit your head on this stone floor. I will do what is necessary." Meekly, Gareth accepted the prince's command. There was no chair in the room, no place to sit, but he leaned his back against the cold stone wall, closed his eyes, and drew in several deep breaths. This cleared the dizziness and eased the nausea. He told himself he had done nothing wrong. He had ended an odious life, one that had brought sorrow and grief to many, a life that the man himself had seemed glad to relinquish. When Gareth lifted his head, he was able to regard the body of Shakur, laid out upon the altar, with equanimity. "Remove the dagger from the body," Gareth said. Dagnorus hesitated. "May I touch it?" "Yes, it has done its job," accepted the candidate. "Now, place the dagger of the Vrikil over the heart." The dragon's head toward his head, the crosspiece aligned with the arms, the point toward the legs. He watched as Dagnorus was about to relinquish his hold on the dagger. "Wait," Gareth cried commandingly. "What?" Dagnorus looked up, startled. Gareth did not immediately speak. He looked at Shakur, then turned his gaze to the prince. "The life essence of this man is now contained inside the dagger. If you want, Your Highness, you may take that life into yourself." "What?" Become like him." Dagnaros regarded Shakur with disgust. "No, thank you." "No, Your Highness. That's not how the magic works. According to the book, if you absorb his life essence, you receive only that, his life force. He no longer needs it. His corpse is being sustained by the void. His life will extend the years of your life. It will give you 2 lives, as it were." "Truly?" Dagnaros appeared dubious. "The reason I advise this," Gareth continued, "is that it will also, to some extent, protect you. In other words, his life's essence will serve as armor to your own. You know, Your Highness, being a soldier, that armor may be pierced, it may be penetrated, it does not make you invulnerable, but it might help you survive." He saw Dagnaros's brows draw together in displeasure, and said no more. "It might help me survive the tests of a Dominion Lord," Dagnaros finished for him. "You still have no faith in me." Gareth made no reply. He stood by the altar, looking down at the corpse. "Still," said Dagnaros, slowly mastering his anger and regarding the dagger with renewed interest, "this second life may be worthwhile for other reasons. A general who is not easily killed in battle would have a very great advantage. Think what it would do for the morale of my men to see me rise, hale and hearty, from an apparently mortal wound. I will take the life essence patch. What must I do?" "You must dip the fingers of your left hand into the dead man's blood, bring your fingers to your mouth, and taste of it." Dagnaros did as he was told, wiping on his fingers the blood from the dagger, taking great care not to cut himself, and licking the blood from his fingers with a grimace. "Not the sweetest wine I've ever drunk," he said. He looked up. "What now?" "That is all, Your Highness. Now place the dagger upon the corpse." "No." "I don't feel any different," said Dagnaros, disappointed. "How do I know if it worked?" "You will know, Your Highness," said Gareth softly. Shrugging, not particularly pleased, Dagnaros laid the dagger upon Shakur's breast, with the dragon's head beneath Shakur's head, the dragon's wings extended like Shakur's arms. This done, Dagnaros stepped back. Nothing happened. Dagnaros frowned. His gaze went accusingly to Gareth. "It's failed." Gareth raised his hand, pointed. "On the contrary. Look, Your Highness." Dagnaros looked, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The dagger of the Vrekel was rising slowly in the air, of its own accord. The dagger hovered, suspended above Shakur's breast. The scales of the dragon, carved into the dagger, took shape and form, became black and glistening as the onyx walls. The scales, hundreds of them, began to rain down on Shakur. Sharp as shards of obsidian, they pierced the dead flesh wherever they touched. Working their way into the flesh, the scales fixed themselves firmly beneath the surface of the skin, then began to expand and grow larger. Black scale flowed into black scale, each one touching another, until Shakur's body was encased in a hard, black-scaled shell. The shell took the form of armor, black, shining armor that appeared to be made of the body's own tendons, ligaments, bones, and muscle. It was as if his skin had been flayed away, and the flesh and bone underneath revealed, except that they were hard as stone, black as jet. His head was covered by a black helm that resembled the dragon's skull of the dagger, adorned with black spiny protrusions. Shakur moved. His hand lifted the visor to reveal his face. His eyes opened. The eyes held no life. They were dark and cold, fixed with a glassy stare. He sat upright. The dagger vanished, only to reappear in Dagnaros's hand. Shakur's helmed head turned toward the dagger. He looked from it to Dagnaros. Climbing down off the altar, Shakur bowed deeply to the prince. "By the gods," Dagnaros whispered. "By the gods, Patch." It worked. "The gods had nothing to do with it," Gareth said bitterly. "Well, damn them then," Dagnaros cried, laughing jubilantly. He thrust the dagger carefully back into its sheath on his belt. "Who needs them, I say? I certainly don't." He gazed with pride upon Shakur. Gareth sighed. True, Your Highness. Now, what do we do with him? Dagnerus asked, looking Shakur up and down. I am yours to command, Your Highness, said Shakur with another bow. As Gareth first heard it, the Vrikel's voice seemed the same as the voice of a living man. But as it continued to speak, Gareth noted that the Vrikel's words had a hollow, echoing sound to them, as if spoken from the bottom of a dark well. Faith, this Vrikel's certainly more polite, Dagnerus said. He will respond to your commands, Your Highness, and only yours. Does the Vrikel know anything at all? Or is he a mindless puppet? Dagnerus asked. If such, he'll be of little use. The magical armor grants that a Vrikel retains all the memories he had when he was alive. He has all the skills, such as they were. In other words, he will be the same bastard he always was, except that he will obey orders. In addition, he is no longer heir to the body's weaknesses. He has no need of ordinary food. Gareth laid emphasis on that. No need of sleep. He will never tire or succumb to thirst. He cannot be killed by any ordinary weapon. Only a weapon that is blessed of the gods may pierce his unholy flesh. Yes, I know all this, Dagnerus said impatiently. He must make a knife of his own bone. That is something I do not think either of us needs to witness. The blood knife, said Gareth. The Vrikel slays his victims with it and steals their souls. He will not need to feed for some time yet, and so he does not need the knife. But when he does, when the flesh starts to rot from his bones, when he feels his unnatural strength start to fail him, he will kill the first person he comes upon. Only you and those you designate will be safe from him. He will not turn his victims into more Vrikel, will he? Dagnerus demanded, frowning. Vrikel over which I would have no control. No, only the bearer of the dagger of the Vrikel has that power. The blood knife merely feeds him, Your Highness. That armor is remarkable, Dagnerus said, regarding the black, glistening armor with admiration. But it will be obvious to everyone who sees him that he is no ordinary Vinengalian. Must he walk about accoutred like that all the time? The Vrikel possess the skill of disguising themselves, according to the book, but since it is a skill Shakur did not possess before death, it may take him some time to master it, Gareth replied. He has the ability to look like whatever he chooses. He may take on his former appearance. The gods know why he would want to, Dagnerus interrupted. Or he may take on the appearance of a scholarly old gentleman, or perhaps a comely young man. Thus, Gareth said with a half-sigh, thus does he lure his victims to their deaths. You have done well, Patch. Dagnerus rested his hand upon Gareth's shoulder. I am more than pleased. Whatever reward you ask of me, it shall be granted. This is my reward, Your Highness, said Gareth, watching Shakur, who stood still as one of the empty shells of armored knights standing unending vigil in the castle's corridor, to have served you. He paused a moment, then added in a low voice, You will probably be angry with me for saying this, but I ask you once again, Your Highness, no, I beg you. Gareth sank to his knees before the prince, raised supplicating hands. Give up the idea of becoming a Dominion Lord. Listen to me, Dagnerus. Don't turn away. You have what you have always wanted. You have done what your father did. You have created your own Dominion Lord. With that dagger, you can create more until you will have as many lords serving you as serve your father. He is not a Dominion Lord, and yet he is king. You do not need to be a Dominion Lord either. The danger is real, more real than you can imagine. Reaching down his hand, Dagnerus touched Gareth's hair, stroked it. Gareth's eyes closed, tears wrung from pain and exhaustion, and nervous tension trickled down his cheeks. You love me, don't you, Patch? Dagnerus said softly. Gareth could not reply. He bowed his head. His tears burned him, but then, so did his love. You and Velura, the only two who have ever loved me. The others, my father among them, fear me, admire me, Dagnarus was silent, thinking. Then he said, I don't want to be like my father, Patch. I want to be greater than my father. I want him to look at me the way he looks at Helmos. I will be a Dominion Lord, Patch. I will, though it cost me my life. And now, he said with forced gaiety, turning away, what do we do with our Vrikil here? I cannot have him roaming the streets of Vinningaio. This very morning I enter the temple to begin the 7 preparations. We will keep the Vrikil down here at the bottom of the temple, said Gareth. He had made his argument for the last time. He would make it no more. He would do what he could now to keep Dagnarus alive. Excellent idea. When I have time in between these silly tests, I will come down and start his training. Your Highness? Gareth was aghast. You are supposed to be spending your time in meditation and what? Prayer? Dagnarus was amused. Will the gods listen to me, do you suppose? He turned away. Shakur. The Vrikil bowed. You will remain here. You will not stir from this place. No one must find you. If by chance someone comes other than Gareth or myself, you have leave to kill them. Shakur bowed again. Gareth felt himself shrivel up inside. He knew well enough that there was little likelihood of one of the other magi coming down to this place, but at the thought of what would happen to them if one did. What have I done? He asked himself, his soul writhing in misery. What have I become? I should end this. I should go to Prince Helmos and lay all bare before him, confess my terrible crimes and find ease in punishment and death. I should. But I won't, he realized, with chill realization. I have drunk the water of the well of darkness. I cannot confess my crimes without betraying my prince. He trusts me. Gareth marveled. I know all his secrets, every one of them. I could ruin him, and yet he has never threatened me, never doubted me. A cynical voice in Gareth's soul whispered that this was because Dagnarus knew that Gareth was his creature. He had seen to that. From childhood up, Gareth had been bound to his prince with bonds of duty, bonds of love. The bonds were made of silken cord, but they were tied tight. Had Gareth ever tried to throw off those bonds, Dagnarus would have cut him loose. There was no mutual affection, only a pride of ownership. Come, Patch, said Dagnarus, throwing his arm around Gareth's shoulder. You are dropping with exhaustion, and I must go to my darling Ballura and console her for being gone from her bed for the next 7 days. I thought you had quarreled with her, Gareth said listlessly. Dagnarus winked. I forgave her. The two left the altar room. The Vrikil had laid himself back down upon the altar to while away the sleepless hours as best he could. He looked very much like one of the carven figures on the tombs. Gareth was forced to remove the wizard lock spell he had laid upon the door in order for Dagnarus to be able to gain access to the altar room. Reversing the spell cost Gareth as much pain as casting it, pain that he contrived to hide from the prince. Fortunately, Dagnarus was too absorbed in pleasant anticipation of his lover's bed to notice. The 7 preparations. The day dawned bright and fair. The Orcan took their boats out. The omens had promised good weather and a fine catch. Helmos, from his place standing in the enormous window of the tower room, looked down upon the lake. He could see their sails, like white birds, skimming over the water en route to the fishing grounds. Below him, in the courtyard, the procession to escort Dagnarus to the temple wound its way, snake-like, from the palace. Soldiers of the army of Vinningaio lined the route, cheering and clashing their swords against their shields or thumping the hafts of their spears on the ground. They had not done that for Helmos. He has the loyalty of the men, of many of their commanders, Helmos said to himself, brooding. There is no danger at present. The army remains loyal to my father. As long as he is king, the army will back him. But what about me? What happens when I am king? Helmos pressed his forehead to the glass. Dagnarus, resplendent in the simple white robes worn by the candidate, walked down the line of cheering men, accompanied by his father. Tamaros walked slowly. Dagnarus was forced to reduce his long, impatient stride, measure his steps to his father's. But the king walked without aid of any sort, refusing to use a cane or lean upon his son's arm. The soldiers might have cheered Dagnarus, but they bent their knees in reverence and respect for their king. "I understand your plan, your wish, father," Helmos said, speaking to the old man walking far below, so far that he seemed the size of one of the child Dagnarus's toys. "I know that you want me to rule in peace, with wisdom and justice, my loyal brother standing at my back, armed with shield and sword to defend the kingdom. A splendid dream. I pray to the gods for your sake, my father, more than my own, that this dream will come true." "But I do not think the gods are listening to my prayers," Helmos added sadly. "I think it far more likely that my brother, instead of protecting my back, will stab me in it." "So melancholy, my lord," said a sweet voice at his side. Helmos turned to see his wife, who, with her customary soft and gentle step, had slipped so quietly into the room that he had not heard her. He smiled at her. Reaching out his arm, he gathered her to his side. "I was, but your face, like the sun, has broken through the clouds that cluster over me and lifts my gloom." Anna looked down upon the scene below and looked back up at her husband. He shared every thought with her, every dream, every wish, every fear except one, which he had not named, not even to himself. She knew what he had been thinking, as well as if she had heard his words. "You and your loved father are still estranged?" she asked. "He has not spoken to me since the day of the council meeting," Helmos said heavily. "He was furious that I did not attend the banquet, but to do so would have been hypocritical. For the same reason, I chose not to join my brother's escort to the temple this day." "The gods will not permit this travesty," Anna said. "Dagnarus will never pass the 7 preparations. You know that, my husband. The Dominion lords will have no choice but to refuse to accept him after this." "I would like to think so," said Helmos. "But I lack your faith, my love." She lifted her eyes to him, astonished and troubled. "I fear there is another force at work here," Helmos said gravely. "And if that is true, I do not know what the gods can do against it." "I am not certain I understand what you mean," Anna faltered. "I have told this to no one," said Helmos, "but the burden of secrecy weighs heavily upon my heart." "Then you must share that burden, my love," said Anna firmly, holding fast to him. "I am strong. I can bear my portion." "I know," he said, kissing her forehead. "But this is a terrible secret." He sighed. His gaze went to the procession. Dagnarus had reached the temple steps, was being welcomed by the most revered High Magus. "I believe that my half-brother is a follower of the Void." "In the name of the gods, no," his wife whispered, appalled. "Oh, my husband, are you sure?" "No, I am not sure." "I have no proof," Helmos said, sighing, "and I dare not accuse him without it. And even if I had proof, I am not sure I would produce it. Such a blow would kill my father." "I hope and pray that you are wrong," Anna said quietly. "Dagnarus is arrogant and proud, heedless and uncaring, profligate. But surely he is not evil, not corrupt. And, if he is, the gods must thwart him. They have power over the Void, so we have always been taught." "Perhaps they did once," said Helmos, speaking reluctantly. Dagnarus and King Tamaros had entered the temple. The crowd lingered outside, cheering and now singing. He turned away from the window, drew his wife with him. He was concerned to see her pale and wan. Her pallor frightened him. "I have no right to disturb your peace, my dear. We will not speak of such dark matters." "We will, my lord," she said. "How can I truly be at peace if you are in torment?" "Tell me your fears, and I will either do what I can to alleviate them, or I will stand with you and stare them in the face." "You do not know what relief I feel talking to you about this," said Helmos, giving in. Perhaps I am completely wrong. I would like to think so. But you shall hear. In the old days, when my grandfather was yet a boy, using the magic of the void was an accepted practice.
I have heard that this was true, said Anna. I find it difficult to believe.
It is true, nonetheless. My studies confirm it, as did those of Reinhold when I broached the subject with him. There is even, so I understand, rumor that an altar dedicated to the void is located within the temple itself. That is only rumor. The Magi deny it. And that, I believe, is where we have made our mistake.
I do not understand you. How can it be a mistake to renounce this evil worship?
The mistake lies not in renouncing it, but in refusing to admit it exists. Instead of keeping the worship of the void out in the open, where we may watch the weeds as they grow and trim them if necessary, we deny the existence of the weeds, and so they flourish without check. Who knows how tall or thick the weed patch has grown? Who knows how far it has spread, or what goodness it has choked out? This is one of my fears. For the other, I must use a different metaphor. Suppose that the void is like hot, molten lava simmering in a volcano. We have said the volcano is dead, but in reality, it is merely dormant. The bubble of lava is covered over by a dark crust. That bubble keeps growing and growing, and, when it finally bursts, the eruption will destroy all in its path. I begin to doubt that even the gods can prevent such a catastrophic event. But the gods are all powerful, argued his wife.
True, Helmos conceded. He was silent a moment, watching the dispersing throng before adding,
and they are all knowing. Their ways are mysterious.
What if they are displeased that we ignore the void instead of actively fighting against it?
How can they be displeased with us? Anna asked. They gave us the sovereign stone. You recall my father's visionary encounter with the gods. He is a child seated at a table. The gods are parents too busy to attend to him, and so they hand him this treat to quiet him.
So it appeared.
I read the gods' actions differently, said his wife. No child wants his parents doting upon him every second, hovering over him. They protect him from harm, true, but in so doing they smother him, keep him from growing to his true potential. No one would love a child more than we would, she added softly, her eyes lowered so that her husband should not see her pain. But we would not be with that child every minute of every day, watching his every move, snatching him away from every danger. How could he learn? How could he grow? Though it would be painful for us, we would let him walk on his own, fall down, make his own mistakes, burn his hand in the fire.
My dear one, said Helmos, deeply moved. He held her close, kissed her.
My own beloved, you are wise. You should be the mother to a dozen children. The fact that you are not is one more reason I doubt the influence of the gods in this world. Do not speak so, his wife begged. Perhaps they are teaching us a lesson. I do not see what lesson they could be trying to teach us by depriving us of a child, Helmos said testily. Patience, perhaps, said Anna, looking up at him through her tears. Fortitude. A test of our love for each other, a test of our faith in them.
I try to be patient. Helmos's voice was harsh with his own swallowed tears.
I try to be faithful. But it is hard. The gods as my witness, it is hard, especially when I see my brother's whore got progeny roaming the streets.
Hush!
Anna laid her hand over his mouth.
Hush.
Say no more. We will go this day to the temple and make an offering. Another offering, Helmos interjected bitterly.
My dear,
Anna remonstrated. I know. I am sorry. I will make my offering, and I will ask the gods' forgiveness for doubting them. Anna kissed him and left to go about her duties, one of which was to pay a visit to the queen, who was already planning the celebratory party intended to honor her son's ascendance to the rank of Dominion Lord. Helmos turned again to look out the window. The courtyard was clear of people. The temple doors had closed upon Dagnaros.
I will make an offering.
I will ask you for a child, Helmos said, gazing up into the sky, the gods' reputed dwelling place. Yet what will be the true prayer of my heart? Which prayer will you answer, if either? Which should I hope you answer, if it comes to a choice? Would I sacrifice one to gain the other? I almost think I might. Do not let my brother become a dominion lord. He raised his hands in his earnest supplication. Do not. The 3 dominion lords who would be responsible for conducting the 7 preparations for Dagnaros stood behind the altar of the gods in the temple. Accompanying them were the most revered High Magus and the 3 magi who would be conducting the trials. King Tamaros sat in his high-backed throne near the altar, looking on proudly. A novice, friend of the prince and present at Dagnaros's own request, stood humbly, with head bowed and hands clasped, in the shadows to one side of the candlelit altar. The most revered High Magus spoke the ritual words. The gods be witness. One comes before us to undergo the 7 preparations required of all humans who would rise to the noble and puissant rank of Dominion Lord. Be it known by the candidate that these 7 preparations have been designed to help us, the testers, know your true worth. More importantly, the preparations instruct you, the candidate, in coming to know yourself. These are the 7 preparations: strength, compassion, wisdom, endurance, chivalry, understanding, leadership. It is not expected that you will pass all the trials. It may be that those you fail will prove more valuable to you, for we are taught that we learn more by failure than we do by success. The trial itself is more important than the outcome, and it is upon that you will be judged. If you, Dagnaros, son of Tamaros, accede to these conditions, and if you understand what is required of you, and if you are prepared to take these preparations, then come forward to stand before the altar. Stand before the gods and make your pledge to them. The most revered High Magus spoke severely, far more severely than was his wont. He, too, was troubled by this nomination. He had argued against it with Tamaros long and hard, to the point where the king had let it be known that his friend Reinhold was treading upon very dangerous and unstable ground. The post of most revered High Magus was not a royal post. Reinhold was not dependent upon the king for his position, but was chosen by the council of Magi. However, the council listened to the king's pleasure, and should the unsteady ground suddenly shift out from beneath his feet, the most revered High Magus could well find himself returning to his former position as caretaker of portals. The matter was now out of his hands. The Dominion Lords had voted, and the High Magus could not refuse to administer the preparations once their votes were cast. He had been deeply concerned about the candidate's suitability, for Reinhold was well informed, and he had heard some, if not all, of the same dark rumors circulating about Dagnaros that had come to the ears of Helmos. Now, however, as the prince stepped forward, as he knelt before the altar, the most revered High Magus was feeling relieved, hoping rumor had been wrong. Clad in simple white robes, naked beneath them, Dagnaros was a striking figure. He had yearned for this, planned for this, worked for this ever since. As a child, he had witnessed with envy his brother's transfiguration. To kneel before the altar, to embark upon the 7 preparations, was the culmination of Dagnaros's ambition. He was not humbled with the thought, nor was he impressed with the solemnity, the reverence, and holiness of the moment. He was not fearful. The trials held no mystery for him, although they were supposed to be kept secret from the candidate. Gareth had provided the prince with a detailed account of each one. They had determined between them how best to either pass the trial or else circumvent it. Dagnaros was impressed with the fact that at last he had achieved his life's goal, the goal for this portion of his life, at least. The knowledge touched him deeply, filled him with immense satisfaction. He was, therefore, in a state of proper reverence, face flushed and eyes shining with what could be taken by those watching him for holy rapture. Only one person there. Gareth, standing in the shadows, knew that, in fact, the prince's eyes shone with exultation at his own crowning achievement. The most revered High Magus saw none of this. He saw before him a man of considerable personal beauty and undeniable charm, a prince in stature and in mien, kneeling before the gods and committing himself, body and soul, to the preparations he was about to endure. The most revered High Magus saw King Tamaros's pride in his son, saw the tears in the old man's eyes as he gave Dagnarus his blessing, saw Dagnarus accept his father's blessing with every appearance of grateful humility. "Well, perhaps we have misjudged him," said Reinhold to himself and to the gods. "Perhaps this will mark a change in his life. Who among us has not sowed a few wild oats in his youth? We cultivate the bitter harvest and proceed on. We will see how he handles himself during the trials. Those will tell all." He said aloud, "By the law you, Dagnarus, will undergo the 7 preparations alone, without any help or assistance from anyone. The Dominion lords will observe from afar all that transpires, your actions, your inactions, your words, your deeds. By these you shall be judged. Do you agree to this, Dagnarus, son of Tamaros?" "I do, most revered High Magus," Dagnarus said humbly. "The trials will last 7 days. Upon the night of the last day, the Council of Dominion Lords will meet and hear the report made by their 3 witnesses. They will then cast their votes. If the vote is in your favor, the next day you will undergo the transfiguration." Dagnarus drew in a breath at this. His eyes were emeralds ablaze. "I understand, most revered High Magus. If the council votes against you, do not consider this as an indication that you are an unworthy person, or that you have failed your family, your friends, or yourself. By reaching this exalted state, you have already achieved more than most men and women." "I will not fail," said Dagnarus vehemently, emphasizing each word with passionate intensity, the vow accompanied by clenched jaw and clenched fist. The most revered High Magus raised his eyebrows at this. It was proper at this point for the candidate to express his humble thankfulness at being given the opportunity, not his determination to succeed. Dagnarus's pronouncement not to fail spoiled Reinhold's next line, which was a homily on learning from failure. Wisely cutting that line from the text, the most revered High Magus skipped to the conclusion, which was to call down the blessing of the gods upon the candidate. The ceremony was over. The most revered High Magus bid Dagnarus rise. The 3 Dominion lords came forward, took their places, one on either side of the candidate, and one walking behind. A ceremonial escort. With solemn faces, they accompanied Dagnarus to the small cell where he would spend his hours alone, meditating and praying during the intervals between trials. Here they left him with words of encouragement and good wishes, which he received with gratitude. They shut the cell door behind him. Looking about the plain and uncomfortable room, Dagnarus sighed and prepared to make the best of it. He threw himself upon the bed. What with creating the Vricial and consoling Velura, he had not slept at all last night. He was allowed several hours of prayer before his first trial, however. He intended to take advantage of the leisure time to sleep, and he was just drifting off when a scratching and tapping on the wall woke him. At first he thought it was mice, but the tapping came at regular intervals from the wall on the side of the cell farthest from the door. Rising, Dagnarus approached the wall and tapped back. A faint, very faint voice came to him. "The cabinet. Go into the cabinet." Dagnarus looked around, saw a tall walk-in cabinet standing in a corner. Opening the door, he found a clean white robe and a pair of sandals, such as the magi wear in the temple. He entered the cabinet. A wooden panel about a hand's width in size, located in the back, shifted. Gareth's face appeared in the aperture. "Quite clever," said Dagnarus approvingly. "Did you do this?" Gareth shook his head. "No." "And keep your voice down. At different times during the year, various magi are supposed to undergo days of prayer and fasting. Those who can't quite manage the fasting portion of the ritual ask their friends to sneak food to them. Most of the cells have these pantries, as they are known." "That's good to know." Dagnarus grinned. "I was not looking forward to supper. I can only imagine what Holy's food they'll feed me. Gruel, in all likelihood." "You will get no supper, Your Highness," said Gareth. "You are supposed to be thriving upon spirit alone." "Come now, this is hard," Dagnarus protested. "I did not know that starvation was a part." "Listen to me, Your Highness," Gareth interrupted, cross with nervousness. They were both taking an immense risk, and he wished the prince would be more serious. "The first of your trials begins this very afternoon. That is what I have come to tell you." "This afternoon? Good. I'll be able to take my nap. Which one is it?" "The preparation of compassion. You will be taken to the hospitalers, to the part where reside those whose conditions are considered hopeless, those whom we cannot heal. There you will minister to their needs, bathe them, bind their sores, rub ointment into the scabrous lesions, clean up their waste." Dagnarus frowned, clearly displeased. "I told you, Patch, I will not do this. I will not breathe their foul, contagious air. I will not touch their rotting flesh. You were supposed to find some way out of this, some loophole in the rules through which I might escape." "I searched, Your Highness," Gareth returned. "I argued against it as best I could, claiming that this was not an appropriate test for you, a soldier, urging that something more martial might be substituted. You must remember, I am only in the novitiate, and though I am given special status as your friend, my arguments carry very little weight with the High Magus or the Council. They refused even to consider my proposal. The visit will be horrible, Your Highness, but it will last only a day and a night. As to catching anything, many of the brothers and sisters who work there do so without falling ill." "Some, perhaps, but not all," said Dagnarus darkly. "True, Your Highness." Gareth fell silent. "I tell you, Patch," said Dagnarus after a pause, "every man has a horror of something. I have a horror of disease. When I was a little boy, they made me visit my mother, who had taken ill. I still recall it. The healers tiptoeing in and out, filling the already stinking air with noxious smoke, serving up bitter medicines to purge the body's ill humors, pulling leeches out of jars. I could not stomach it, and I screamed and kicked until they were forced to carry me out." He was quiet a moment, thoughtful. Then he said in a low voice, "I cannot bear it, Patch. I cannot." "Then you will simply say you cannot, Your Highness," said Gareth crisply, relieved, "and put an end to this." "No," said Dagnarus stubbornly. "That I will not do." "Then what will you do, Your Highness?" Gareth demanded, exasperated. "I don't know yet," said Dagnarus. "I will think of something. At least," he added glumly, "if I do have to go, I shall not go on an empty stomach. Let me finish my nap, then bring me something to eat." The Order of Hospitallers was one of the least respected, most criticized, and undervalued of all the orders of magi, at least among the human population. Magic, steadfastly reliable in nearly all other circumstances, was unreliable when it came to healing. Theologians had long argued the reason for this. The most cogent argument, the one most people ascribed to, was the one put forth 100 years ago by Healer de Mora, head of the Order of Hospitallers. When it comes to healing magic, we are dealing with what might be considered opposing forces. The magic of the healer attempts to act upon a person possessed of his or her own magic. It is natural for a person's own magic to resist magical influences from outside us. This is the God's way of protecting us from what otherwise might harm us. Thus we are, to a certain extent, naturally resistant to spells cast upon us. Spells that might be evil in nature or intent. Spells that might force us to do things we are not inclined to do. One reason love potions are not successful, unless the person is already so inclined. The healer is therefore faced with the problem of overcoming a body's inherent distrust of outside magics, a distrust that may be enhanced by the body's weakened state. We are successful in treating those illnesses and conditions where we can persuade the body's own natural defenses to work with us in helping to cure the person. The healers combine magic with other methods designed to induce the patient's own internal magic to aid and abet the healing process, not fight it. The healers do this by many means, one of which is to provide a calm and tranquil atmosphere in which the patient can relax and concentrate all his or her energies upon healing. The hall of the Hospitallers was, therefore, an attractive place. The building, which was part of the temple complex, was kept spotlessly clean, for the healers had learned that disease appeared to breed and spread in filthy conditions, and that rigorous cleanliness of both the body and its environs was conducive to the patient's well-being. Huge windows in the outer rooms permitted fresh air and sunlight into those areas where patients were convalescent. Interior rooms were kept warm and snug for those patients suffering from chills, pneumonia, sore throats, and colds. The patients and their internal magics were daily lulled with the soothing music of harp and flute. The fragrances of sweet lavender and pungent sage masked the stench of illness. Carefully prepared medicines and possets, whose properties had been tested and annotated over the years, enhanced the body's own magic powers of healing. The art of healing was considered the most difficult of all the arts, requiring extra years of study. The healer must be extraordinarily patient, of easygoing temperament, yet quick to think and react in life. Threatening situations. The healer must have an extensive knowledge of the practical application of herbs and herb lore, as well as thorough grounding in earth magic, as it applies to both the healing arts and ordinary, everyday life. In ancient times, such magical knowledge had included void magic, since it was quite possible that the healer might come across a patient who had embraced the void. That practice had been discontinued for several reasons. Practicing void magic was illegal now, and no one would dare admit to it. In addition, the healers had found it difficult to treat practitioners of void magic, who sap their own life energy in order to work their dark craft. Thus, the body's own magic fights stubbornly against the healer. The Hall of the Hospitallers was a multi-storied building, divided into large rooms with beds for many patients. The patients were segregated along the lines of male and female, adults and children, and by race. Few elves came to the halls. If elves fell ill, they almost always chose to return to their homeland for treatment. On the rare occasion when one was brought here in an emergency situation, the elves had their own room which was open to the sky, in clement weather, and filled with trees and plants. Their healers accompanied them, stayed with them, and forbade any outside interference. Neither the dwarves nor the Orcan availed themselves of the Hall of Hospitallers, having their own practices for healing magics, most of which human healers viewed with shock or a shudder, but which seemed to work for the races involved. The Orcan patients were immediately immersed in seawater, no matter what their malady. One reason why so few Orcan lived inland, and, if they did, lived in places where travel to the sea was no more than a day's journey. Following the seawater treatment, the patient was taken either to his home or that of the shaman, who attempted to make life intolerable for sickness, which was viewed as a physical entity that had seized hold of the victim. An Orcan patient was therefore subjected to foul odors, rancid food, hideous masks worn by the shaman and the victim's relatives, intended to frighten away sickness, and the bleating of a bagpipe, a sound sickness presumably found abhorrent. How Orcan lived through the cure was a mystery to most humans, but the Orcan not only lived through it, but apparently thrived on it. The dwarves' method of practicing the healing arts was not to practice them, or to do so very wantonly and haphazardly. A sick or incapacitated dwarf was a hindrance and a danger to the entire tribe. Most dwarves who fell sick suffered in stoic silence, pretending that they were fine and avoiding the dwarven healer for as long as possible. For most of the time, the cure was worse than the illness. It was the responsibility of the dwarven healer to have the dwarf back in the saddle, and thus their cures tended to be drastic and unpleasant, though oftentimes effective. Dwarven healers were not chosen for their salubrious temperament, as were humans, but rather for their strength, for dwarven healers were often required to convince a reluctant patient that treatment was necessary. To this end, dwarven healers were almost as skilled in knot-tying as the Orcan. Not being one to brood on situations and events over which he had no control, Dagnarus slept away the morning and woke feeling much refreshed. Hearing approaching footsteps, he hastily knelt before the small altar in the cell and assumed an attitude of prayer. He was so deeply sunk in his meditations, his eyes closed, his head bowed, his hands clasped, that the Dominion lords who came to escort him to the hall were at first loath to break in on his communion. They were under time constraints, however. This first trial must be begun this day, and so, after a whispered consultation, one of them stepped into the cell and touched Dagnaris gently upon the shoulder, apologizing most profoundly for disturbing him. Disappointed that his stratagem had not worked, though he had not really expected it would, Dagnaris let the knight shake him a couple of more times, then opened his eyes and gazed up at the man with an expression indicative of one who draws himself away from something inordinately wonderful and beautiful to look upon the ugly and the mundane. "My lords," he said respectfully. "Your Highness," said Lord Altura in equally respectful tones, pleased by the prince's air of chastened humility. "It is time for your first trial. You will accompany us." "I am ready, my lords," said Dagnaris, rising to his feet. He wore the white robes. The other 3 Dominion lords wore their full ceremonial armor, as befitted the occasion. 2 walked beside him, 1 behind. During the walk to the Hospitallers, Dagnaris appraised closely the 2 knights, 1 to either side. It was the first time he'd been able to study their armor closely. He was impressed with what he saw. The armor was lightweight, yet strong enough to turn any ordinary weapon and many magical ones. The different pieces of the armor, the greaves and shin guards and ornately designed breastplate, the helm and the mailed gloves, were not donned in pieces, but appeared on the body by the will of the Dominion Lord, who touched a pendant and invoked the gods. The armor would also appear of its own accord, if the Lord was threatened. Dagnarus's longing to obtain such wondrous, magical armor increased his determination to become a Dominion Lord and gave him fortitude for the upcoming trial, which he judged would be the worst of the lot. Lord Altura was Lord of Chivalry. Her armor was fashioned to honor the horse. Her helm, a stylized horse's head, was graced with a flowing mane of spun gold. Dagnaris wondered what animal the gods should choose for him. He hoped it might be the wolf, for whom he felt a special affinity. The Hospitallers were waiting to welcome Dagnarus, who had never in his life been to the halls of healing, and who had, before this, no intention of ever entering them. He inhaled fresh air deeply before he walked inside, for he expected to be assailed with all sorts of foul smells. He caught himself about to hesitate upon the broad steps, was startled and displeased to note all the physical sensations of fear, sweaty palms, shortness of breath, clenched stomach, griping bowels. He had ridden in glorious charge upon the enemy, ridden so fast that his men had been left behind, and he had attacked the enemy's front ranks alone. He had been surrounded, assaulted from all sides, before his men had managed to reach him and extricate him. And he had not then felt such terror as he now experienced. He had seen lepers in the street, seen their mutilated hands wrapped in rags, which did little to hide the ravages of the dread disease. He had seen faces no longer recognizable as such, with great holes where noses should have been. He envisioned himself leprous, disfigured, pitied, forced to skulk about the streets ringing that damnable bell which said, "Make way, contagion comes, make way." He stared with horror at the great double doors behind which such creatures lived, and, for a moment, he could not move. Fear paralyzed him. He saw himself disgraced by his very first trial, and that sent a shock to his system. Steely cold resolve shot through his veins. His head cleared. His fear became something he could manage. Jaw clenched, holding his head high and his body rigid, Dagnaris entered the hall of the Hospitallers. Once inside, he was pleasantly surprised and considerably relieved. The first rooms were the convalescent wards. These were light and airy and filled with patients in weakened condition, but who were recovering and were, therefore, on the whole, cheerful and not obnoxious to look upon. "Come now, this isn't so bad," Dagnaris said to himself. He walked among the patients who sat in chairs, basking in the late afternoon sunshine. Occasionally he stopped and spoke kindly to a few, who were much honored by his attention. There was not a leper among the lot. "You people do truly work miracles here," said Dagnerus to one of the healers, a particularly sweet-looking and quite attractive young woman. "I am glad I came. You may not believe this, revered Magus," he said confidentially, "but I had a horror of this place. You have put my fears to rest." "I am glad we have been able to do so, Your Highness," said the revered Magus. "Now, if you will come with me, I will show you the rest of the hospital, and then take you to where you will be ministering." "Am I not to be here?" Dagnerus glanced back at the cheerful room he had just visited. "No, Your Highness," said Lord Altura in close attendance. "These people do not need your ministrations. The sick and the incurably ill lie in a different wing of the building." Dagnerus ground his teeth in frustration, but there was no help for it. The Dominion lords and the healers escorted him to another large room, this one not nearly so pleasant. Here were the sick, those with diseases at various stages, some of them feverish and delirious, some covered with pox, some vomiting into bowls held by the healers. Had he encountered any of these wretches on the street, Dagnerus would have hastily covered his mouth and nose with his handkerchief and walked past as quickly as possible. He had no handkerchief, so this was not a temptation, though it was all he could do to keep from pressing the sleeve of his robe over his mouth. He breathed as little as possible, hoping to avoid sucking in the contagion. "I wonder how you can stand it," he said in low tones to the young woman at his side. "You mean the sight of so much suffering?" she asked, looking at him with warmth in her eyes. Well, no, that is not what he had meant. He had meant, how could she stand the stench of vomit, the smell of sickness, the risk of catching some deadly illness? That was what he had meant. But he did not correct her mistake. "It is difficult, especially in the beginning," she admitted. "But what is my discomfort compared to their pain? Nothing at all. And you cannot imagine the satisfaction one feels in helping people to throw off some dread disease, in watching them improve daily, in seeing a mother restored to her children, a child to her parents. But sometimes you lose the battle," Dagnerus said, trying to distract himself, fearful he might vomit just from the smell. "Lavender and sage could do only so much." "Yes, sometimes our patients die," she answered steadfastly. "And though their passings are sad, particularly for those left behind, their deaths are not as terrible as you might expect. We do all we can to make them comfortable, to make the end peaceful. Where they go, they will find freedom from their pain and their suffering. I have been with many who are able to see the afterlife from the shores of this life. All speak of the beauty, the feeling of being loved by a great and good entity. Sometimes those who draw near the far shore but who, for some reason, escape death and come back among the living, actually weep for sorrow at not being allowed to cross over." Dagnerus said nothing to destroy the young woman's pretty illusions. He had looked at death on the battlefield and seen nothing but an empty abyss, into which the soul tumbled and was swallowed by darkness. He wondered what sort of herb they fed the dying to induce such pleasant illusions. "Well then," he said, nerving himself, hoping to find a patient who wasn't suffering from anything catching, "hand me a rag and a basin of water, and I will myself embark upon the task of easing suffering." "But you are not to work here, Your Highness," said Lord Altura, looking grave. "The incurables lie beyond." "Damn you to the void," muttered Dagnerus, who would, at that moment, have been glad to place Lord Altura among the incurables. The solemn procession continued, passing down long corridors to a part of the building that was kept sealed off from the rest. The young woman remained behind, for, she said, she had not progressed far enough in her studies to have the right to enter this part of the hospital. Dagnerus saw that she was disappointed by this, and wondered at her sanity. He used the time spent traversing the corridors, mostly empty, but with the occasional healer passing by him, to try to figure out how to escape this onerous and dangerous trial without doing irreparable harm to his cause. As they drew near, They could all hear screams, terrible screams, or wild and incoherent shouts. Dagnarus's stomach shriveled. He was having difficulty breathing. He considered for the first time quitting, abandoning his goal. He permitted himself to imagine turning and fleeing. He would, he knew, be forever branded a coward. The soldiers who served under him and who admired him would sneer at him. They would say, and rightly, that his brother had undertaken this trial and had passed through it with grace and with courage. Dagnarus could do no less. He gritted his teeth and walked on. A door, barred and locked, opened to Lord Altura's knock. They were met by one of the healers, a man in his late 30s, a comely man with an engaging smile. "Your Highness," he said, "we have been expecting you. Please enter, and may the grace of the gods enter with you." Dagnarus could barely hear what the man said for the horrible screams coming from the room beyond the door. He had heard screams like those on the battlefield, from those with an arrow through their privates or a spear through the gut. But such screaming never lasted long. The healer held the door open for Dagnarus. He entered, drawing on every bit of courage he possessed, and resorting to some he did not even know existed. The 3 Dominion lords who were observing his actions accompanied him. They had each spent their trials here and knew what to expect. None of them betrayed any emotion or hesitation. Of course not, he thought bitterly. Undoubtedly their magical armor protects them from contagion. He cursed them silently and heartily as he stepped into the hellish chamber. He noticed, as he passed through the door, that the hand of the healer was mottled with hideous patches of white, an early symptom of leprosy. Dagnarus shuddered. Every instinct urged him to run. The smell of death and the screams of the tormented blended in a whirling haze of horror. The next thing he knew, he was being assisted to a wooden stool by the man with the mottled hand. Seeing that diseased hand upon his arm, touching his robes, Dagnarus pulled away. Shamed at having nearly fainted, he was angry with himself, furious at the situation. He stood up so quickly that he overturned the stool, sent it clattering to the stone floor. "Thank you, healer," he said through clenched teeth, casting a quick glance at the Dominion lords who regarded him impassively. "But I do not require your aid." "Do not feel ashamed of a momentary weakness, your Highness," said the healer, with a cheerful smile. "The fact that you are so sensitive to the suffering of others is much to your credit." Dagnarus barely heard the man's platitudes. "What would you have me do, healer?" he demanded, determined to get this onerous task over with as quickly as possible. "Keep in mind that I am a warrior. My hands are calloused from the sword. My touch is not gentle. First, your Highness, I will show you what we do here. Many people have misconceptions about our work. This part of the building was actually an entire wing, with different rooms devoted to different forms of incurable illness. The first area housed the lepers, who, except for the most seriously crippled, were able to move about, sit chatting to each other, perform certain small tasks, and lead almost normal lives. Dagnarus and the Dominion lords walked the chambers. The healer talked. Dagnarus, keeping fast hold of his courage and resolve, did not pay much attention to what the healer was saying. The healer did catch the prince's interest when he stated that, in his opinion, leprosy was not as infectious as most people feared. "Very few of us who work among the afflicted contract the disease," he said. "If it were highly contagious, you would expect that all of us would be infected. We have with us here only those who are in advanced stages of the disease, which affects the bones and so makes it difficult for them to get around. A combination of magic and the application of Sholmugra oil, which we obtain from the Orcan realm. It comes from a tree that flourishes in the tropical regions, does much to ease their suffering, and, in some cases, has actually helped to restore some of their damaged flesh." Dagnarus gave the lepers, their limbs and faces covered in bandages, a wide berth. "Why is that man screaming?" he asked, interrupting the healer in some learned dialogue on the subject of madness, for they had left the lepers and were walking past several rooms where the insane who had been judged either harmful to others or to themselves were confined in private cells. The madmen peered at Dagnarus as he passed, gibbering and hooting, reaching through the bars of their cell doors, trying to grab him. They passed one cell where a young girl sat on the floor, staring at the wall opposite. She rocked an imaginary baby in her arms. A healer sat beside her, talking to her in soft tones. "Can you do nothing to stop that screaming?" Dagnarus asked. He had heard the shrieks of this poor wretch ever since he entered. He had been waiting impatiently for them to end, probably in death. The screams continued on, however, and were wearing on his nerves. "Alas, no, Your Highness," said the healer sadly. "The patient is in one of the rooms at the end of the hallway. He has a growth, a cancer, that is devouring his vital organs. Although we can sometimes cure these cancers if the growth is very small, this growth is quite advanced. There is nothing we can do to stop it. As for the pain, we could ease it with our magic and the juice of the poppy, but he will not permit it. He is furious with us, you see, and flies into a rage whenever we come near." "Why? What did you do to him?" "It is not what we did to him, Your Highness, but what we will not do for him," said the healer. He glanced at Dagnarus speculatively. This man was a soldier. "It is in my mind that perhaps you might be able to help persuade him to let us help him. At least," thought Dagnarus, "this is better than rubbing oil into the sores of lepers." "I should think all it would take would be a quick sock to the jaw," he observed. "He would then give you no further trouble." They were coming closer to the room. The pain-filled screams were horrible to hear. Dagnarus was beginning to reconsider. At least the lepers were quiet. "We do not force our treatments upon patients unless they are either too young to be able to judge their condition for themselves or they have lost the ability to make known their will to us," the healer replied. "The wishes of the family are also taken into consideration. This poor man has no family, no one to care for him." They arrived at the man's room, a small stone cell with no window, for this part of the building was located inside the inner walls of the hospital. The healer opened the door to the room and, with an inclination of his head, encouraged Dagnarus to enter. Conscious of the Dominion lords watching him, Dagnarus walked inside the room. Magical light lit the room with a soft and soothing glow. But nothing would soothe the tormented man, lying on sweat-soaked sheets, writhing in agony. Dagnarus looked at the patient more closely. "I know this man, Seraph," he called loudly, to be heard over the man's screams. "He was one of my lieutenants." "Seraph," he repeated, kneeling down beside the bed. "I am sorry to see you like this." Seraph's eyes flared open. He stared at Dagnarus wildly, at first not knowing him. Then some sense of recognition came to the man. He cut off a scream with a sharp, indrawn breath, holding the pain at bay, distracted by the sight of the prince. "Your Highness," he gasped, and his pallid face was suffused with color. "Thank the gods." He reached out a shaking hand, grabbed hold of Dagnarus with a crushing grasp. "You understand. You know how a soldier wants to die." "Tell them, Your Highness. Tell these bastards to do what I want." "And what is that, Lieutenant?" Dagnarus asked, placing his hand over the hand that, for all it was weakened by illness, had the strength of desperation. "Tell them to end it," the man pleaded. Foam flecked his lips. He could bear the pain no longer and, doubling over, he moaned and screamed again. "I cannot stand this. I want to die. And they won't let me." Dagnarus looked up questioningly at the healer, who was slowly shaking his head. "Our calling is to preserve life, not to end it. We cannot do as he asks. It is against our laws." Dagnarus turned again to the sick man. "They are healers, Lieutenant, not murderers. By law, they cannot do what you ask." "If this were a battlefield, you would not leave me in such misery," Seraph said. Spittle drooled from his lips. His face was covered with perspiration. His breath came in painful gaspings. "This is not a battlefield," Dagnarus said sternly, rising to his feet. "There is nothing I can do, Lieutenant. Let them give you something to ease the pain." "There is nothing," Seraph snarled. "Nothing in this world that can ease my pain. Only in death will I find rest. Bastards." He moaned and screamed again, tossing from side to side. And it was then Dagnarus saw that healers had tied the man to his bed so that he would not hurl himself out of it in his spasms. Dagnarus walked from the room, the screams dinning in his ears. Lieutenant Seraph had been a good soldier, a brave man. He had served well and honorably. He deserved a death better than this one, tied up like criminal, suffering the torments of the damned. Stepping past the healer, who was doing nothing but shaking his head, Dagnarus grasped hold of the hilt of Lord Altura's sword, and, before the astonished Dominion Lord could stop him, the prince yanked the sword free. Dagnarus shoved aside the healer, who was making some feeble attempt to halt him. The prince returned to the room of the sick man. He lifted the sword above the lieutenant, looked down at him questioningly. "This is your will, Seraph." "Tire." "Yes, your highness," the man gasped. Dagnarus did not hesitate. Ignoring the horrified protests of the healer and the shocked cries of the Dominion lords, Dagnarus thrust the sword's blade deep into the soldier's chest. Seraph looked up at Dagnarus. "The gods bless you," he whispered. His eyes fixed, his head lolled to one side. The screaming ceased. Dagnarus yanked the sword free, wiped the blood on the blood-soaked sheets. Leaving the room, he handed the sword back to the astounded and shaken Lord Altura. "Are there any other patients you would like me to treat?" Dagnarus asked mildly. The votes tallied. The debate over Dagnarus's acceptance into the ranks of Dominion lords was the longest ever held up to that time. As the most revered High Magus had stated in his speech at the beginning, the passing or failing of the trials was not as important as the means by which the candidate passed or failed. Means that would, presumably, show something about the nature of the candidate. As it happened, Dagnarus's trials revealed as much about the current Dominion lords as it revealed about Dagnarus. Each person saw a different aspect of the prince. "Almost as if there were 4 of me," said Dagnarus, who was secretly listening, along with Silwith, in a hidden alcove off the council meeting room. The prince was supposed to be in his cell in the temple, communing with the gods, and I, standing in the center, looking at each. "Your Highness performed admirably, at least so I have been informed by my brethren," Silwith said, bowing. "Ask my brother and he will tell you a far different story. Still, he will have difficulty swaying the vote to his side as I make the count." "Is that correct? What do you hear?" "The count stands now very much as it stood when you were first nominated, except perhaps that it is slightly better." "As you commanded, I saw to it that word of your performance during the trials was leaked out to the populace, who were much taken by what they heard. Public opinion is strongly behind you. The Dominion lords and the Magi will face strong opposition should they vote you down. In addition, the Lord Altura, who had originally voted against your nomination, was much impressed by the merciful act you performed in the halls of healing. It seems that her mother had only recently succumbed to the same terrible illness and suffered greatly. Yet my brother terms my actions barbaric, a throwback to the days when men embraced the void." Dagnarus and Silwith exchanged significant looks. No more need be said on that subject. "And, at any rate, killing the patient ended my tour of duty in that God's-forsaken hospital. The healers couldn't get rid of me fast enough. What's happening now?" The debate had raged for 7 hours and appeared likely to go on for another 7. Silwith had been in the alcove, eavesdropping the entire time. The prince had just arrived. He had been celebrating his freedom from the preparations in the hidden bedroom, making love to Ballura, who was able to sneak away because her husband, a Dominion lord, was attending the council meeting to vote on her lover's acceptance. Dagnarus could see into the room, but only by applying his eye to a small hole that had been drilled into the wall and that was concealed by a tapestry on the other side, a tapestry with a corresponding hole punched through the embroidered eye of a unicorn. Peering through the hole for any length of time made his eye water. There was nothing much to see, and so he took his ease upon a tall stool, refreshing himself with a goblet of wine, brought by Silwith. The two could hear excellently well, particularly because voices had been raised to a fever pitch throughout most of the debate. What did they stop for? Dagnarus asked. A sudden silence had fallen. Silwith applied his eye to the hole. Your royal father has entered, Your Highness. They rise to greet him. Now they are waiting for him to be seated. Your brother goes to attend him. Your father rebuffs him with an angry look. If I've done nothing else, I've driven a wedge between those two, Dagnarus said complacently, chewing strips of dried beef to take the edge off his hunger. The rumor is going around that my father might pass over Helmos and name me as his heir. I have heard that rumor, Your Highness, said Silwith, and I regret to say that I do not put much stock in it. No, I fancy you're right. My father would never do anything so completely opposed to the natural order of things. Still, it's given Helmos a few sleepless nights, I'll wager. Hush, my father is speaking. Both Silwith and Dagnarus leaned nearer the wall to hear. What does he say? Dagnarus asked. His voice is so low I cannot hear. Elves can hear a wider range of pitches than humans, one reason it is difficult for humans to appreciate elven music. The king says that he has heard nothing but rumors about what happened during the trials. He asks to hear the true account. The most revered High Magus is now rising to speak. Come, this should be entertaining, said Dagnarus, drinking his wine and settling himself more comfortably. Your Majesty, said the High Magus, by your leave, I will read you the report on the outcome of Prince Dagnarus's 7 trials of preparation. This report came from the Dominion lords who assisted in his trials. The first trial. The preparation of compassion. The candidate entered the hospital and killed the patient who had been assigned to his care. A growl from the king. Yes, Your Majesty, there were extenuating circumstances, the High Magus admitted. The patient, who was in excruciating pain, begged the candidate to slay him. The patient gave his consent as the candidate held the sword over him. 4 witnesses all testify to this. 2 of the 4 maintain that the candidate acted with true compassion, more than has ever been previously exhibited by any other candidate. 2 maintain that the candidate acted barbarously, usurping the role of the gods, whose province it is to take life. Loud voices interjected at this point. There was much shouting and confusion. What do they say? Dagnarus asked. It is the Orcan captain, Your Highness, Silwith replied. He is particularly incensed by the High Magus's words and demands that the last sentence be stricken from the record. The Orcan practice ritual sacrifices, as I recall, said Dagnarus, both of their own kind and any others who happen along. They toss them into a volcano as offerings to some god, or so I have been told. I have heard the same account, Your Highness, though I cannot swear as to its veracity. After some further argument, the most revered High Magus, with exemplary patience, agreed to modify the last sentence so that the part about the province of the gods was deleted and the offensive word barbarous was changed to practical, which the captain found satisfactory. We then proceeded to the next test. The most revered High Magus continued, first mopping his brow with a handkerchief. This was the preparation of strength. In this test, Your Majesty will recall, the candidate must hold 2 buckets of sand in his hands, his arms extended outward for as long as he can. This is difficult enough in itself, but further difficulty is added by allowing water to drip into the buckets, increasing their weight. The test not only shows physical strength, but the ability of the mind of the candidate to push his or her body beyond its limits. Thus, length of time is not considered a primary factor. Lord Altura held the buckets for only 15 minutes prior to dropping them, but this showed great fortitude and strength of will on her part, since she was not able to lift the buckets at all prior to her testing. "And how did Prince Dagnerus perform?" the king asked, his voice loud now and easily heard. "The candidate held the buckets suspended for 3 hours," said the revered High Magus, adding with a sigh, "During this time, the candidate announced that he was bored and asked if we might not combine 2 of the preparations. He would be willing to undergo the preparation of wisdom at the same time. This, of course, we had to refuse." "Has any other candidate shown such strength as the prince exhibited?" the king asked. "No, your majesty," said the most revered High Magus. "None other has even come close." "Proceed," said the king. "Your majesty, we come to the preparation of wisdom. In this trial, the candidate meets with the 10 members of the Council of Magi, who ask the candidate to discourse on various questions, such as, why have the gods put evil into the world? What is the nature of the soul? Of course, there are no right or wrong answers to these questions, but exploring them allows us to gain insight into the deep inner workings of the candidate. I recall with pleasure," Reinhold's voice softened, "the trial of Prince Helmos. We spent 18 hours in discussion, and could have spent longer but that we were constrained by the need to proceed with the testing." The voice of the most revered High Magus deepened with disapproval. "We spent 15 minutes in the preparation of the candidate, Prince Dagnerus, and 10 of those minutes were spent waiting for the prince, who was late." "I had to take a crap," Dagnerus said to Silwith. "I suppose even Dominion lords take a crap now and then." The elf made no response, pretended he had not heard. The mention of bodily functions is not permitted among the elves, even among close family members, who resort to polite euphemisms if for some reason they are forced to refer to them at all. The first question asked was, "Why did the gods put evil in the world?" The candidate replied, "I do not know. I don't suppose anyone does." The revered High Magus paused for effect. "I see," said the king testily. "Is that true?" "Well, yes, your majesty, but the point. Do you know why the gods put evil into the world?" The king persisted. "I could speculate." "I'm not asking for any of your damn philosophical speculations," the king rasped. "Do you know why the gods put evil into the world?" "No, your majesty," said the most revered High Magus stiffly. "I do not." "Your majesty," Helmos intervened, "forgive me, but that is not the point. The point is—" The king ignored him. "And there are, as you said, no right and no wrong answers." "No, your majesty," said the most revered High Magus, sighing again. "So Prince Dagnerus's answer is perhaps the clearest, most honest answer to that question that exists. True, your majesty." Reinhold knew defeat when he saw it. "Proceed." The king was pleased. "The next, preparations, are those of endurance and leadership." The most revered High Magus sounded resigned. "In cases where there is no record of a candidate having been tested in either of these, we have trials that they must undergo. In the case of this candidate, however, his service in your majesty's army is well known. Captain Argot and many of the men who served with Prince Dagnerus were summoned to testify. There is no doubting the candidate's ability to withstand extreme hardship, no doubting the candidate's ability to lead and inspire confidence, and indeed, I might almost go so far as to say, adoration in those who serve under him. We could devise no test that would be as difficult as those that he has already undergone. In view of this, with the consent of the Council of Dominion Lords, these 2 trials were abandoned. In the preparation of chivalry, the candidate demonstrated remarkable skill in riding. "He should." "I taught him," came a gruff voice. "Is that Dunner?" asked Dagnerus, smiling. Silwith, peeking through the hole, nodded. "Yes, your majesty." "And in swordsmanship," the most revered High Magus concluded. "I doubt if there are any to match him. I know that I have never seen his like. Which brings us to the last trial, the preparation of understanding. In this trial, the candidate is taken into an empty room whose walls are painted white. The candidate is left there for 24 hours without food or water, given a chance to commune with himself and the gods. When the time is up, the candidate is asked to describe his spiritual journey. 24 hours? Dagnerus snorted. I swear the bastards left me in that damned room for 24 weeks. I was never so completely and utterly bored in my entire life. And you have no idea how thirsty you get when you know you cannot drink. I suppose I have gone for 24 hours during battles without water and not noticed the lack. In there, I was parched from almost the very first moment they shut that blasted door. If I had not slept through at least 12 of their fool hours, I should have gone mad. Upon emerging, the most revered High Magus was continuing. The candidate was asked what he saw upon his journey. He replied, nothing. What did they expect me to see? Dagnerus demanded. The room was empty, for God's sakes. Silwith concealed his smile from the prince by again applying his eye to the hole. You understand our problem, your majesty? Said the revered High Magus in rather hopeless tones. No, I do not, the king returned bluntly. Prince Dagnerus undertook the trials, and if he did not pass them as others who have preceded him have passed them, he passed them according to his own nature. He was true to himself, and it may be in the eyes of the gods that this is the best any of us can hope to achieve in our lives. But, he added, I leave the council to make its decision. Your father is leaving, Silwith reported. Dagnerus rose to his feet, stretched. And so must I. There is very little doubt now, I suppose, about which way the council will vote. I have business to attend to. Remain here and let me know what hour they choose for the transfiguration. Yes, your highness. Silwith returned to his place at the spy-hole, but turned away a moment to halt the prince as he was leaving. Pardon, your highness, but I forgot to tell you that I received an answer this day from the Shield regarding your proposal.
Yes?
And the Shield will be pleased to offer you his full backing and support. Not only that, but he has an army of 5,000 men standing by, ready to cross the border as soon as you give the word. Excellent. Dagnerus rubbed his hands. The Shield did express concern about the border patrols, your highness. It is a vast border, Silwith, said Dagnerus. There are areas that go for months without anyone keeping watch on them, particularly if the patrols are sent to train in another part of the kingdom. I will provide the Shield with a location on the border where it will be safe for an elven army to slip across. Very good, your highness. You should start practicing to call me your majesty, said Dagnerus with a wink. Touch wood, your highness, Silwith rebuked him. Quickly, it is wrong to tempt fate. Bah, said Dagnerus, laughing softly. You sound like an orc. But after the prince had departed, Silwith, looking grave, rubbed his fingers on the seat of the wooden stool. Disguised in the robes of one of the magi, heavily cloaked, his face concealed by his hood, Dagnerus returned to the temple, but not to his cell. He would have to be there when the Dominion lords came to tell him that his dearest wish had been granted. But that would not be for some time yet. The debate would last at least another several hours. Helmos was like his half-brother in one respect. He would not give up without a fight. Traveling by circuitous routes, Dagnerus made his way to the Forgotten Tombs, and from there to the altar chamber dedicated to the Void. This would be his last visit. It was time to send the Vrykil out into the world upon his master's business. Dagnerus was extremely pleased with the Vrykil. The prince had given Shakur several tests, and the Vrykil had passed them all, had obeyed all the prince's orders without question. The Vrykil's strength was impressive, triple that of an ordinary mortal. He was not a particularly pleasant companion. Dagnerus found it disconcerting to look into the Vrykil's lifeless eyes. But Dagnerus had all the pleasant companionship he could ever want. What he needed now was a loyal and fearsome warrior. Unlocking the door, the prince entered the chamber. He glanced toward the stone slab upon which the Vrykle was accustomed to lie and saw, with shock, that Shakur was gone. "Your Highness," came a voice. Dagnarus caught a glimpse, sidelong, of a man standing behind him. The prince turned, his hand on the hilt of his knife, the blade already sliding out of the sheath. "Your Highness," said the man, "don't you recognize me? It is I, Shakur." Dagnarus stared. He returned the knife to its place at his belt. "I would not have recognized you," said the prince. "You are certainly not the Shakur I found in the death cell." The man was taller than Shakur had been, his body better proportioned. The face was similar, though it lacked the terrible scar and was somewhat better looking. His smile was almost engaging. The eyes were still dead, held no warmth, no laughter, no sorrow. To look into those eyes was to look into the void. But, at first glance, most people would not notice. The man was well dressed, in fine clothes, or what appeared to be fine clothes. "It's all illusion," said the Vrykle. "I can be whatever I want to be. Perhaps you would like me in this form." The Vrykle's image began to shimmer and waver, and then reformed, coalesced into a new being. The prostitute with whom the real Shakur had spent his last remaining hours of life stood grinning wantonly in front of Dagnarus. In an instant, the prostitute disappeared. The Vrykle resumed his black-armored form. "Excellent," said Dagnarus, well pleased. "This suits my needs admirably." "And my own," the Vrykle said with a growl. He drew from his belt the blood knife, a knife he had made from his own bone. "I will need to feed soon. I can take the form of any person I have ever known, so long as I can bring their image to mind. Thus, assuming a pleasing shape, I will be able to fool my victims and take them unaware." The Vrykle cast a significant glance at the door. "As I said, Your Highness, I will need to feed soon. I feel my strength waning." "And feed you shall," said Dagnarus. He tossed the Vrykle the key. "I have a task for you to perform. Leave here when it is dark. Do not slay anyone in the city of Viningal. We have an active and astute sheriff, and I do not want him asking questions. When you are beyond the city's borders, you may do what you like." The Vrykle bowed, to show he understood and would obey. "Where do I go, Your Highness?" "You will travel to the realm of Dungarga." "Can you ride a horse?" Dagnarus asked, suddenly struck by this detail, which he had not previously considered. "Not without casting a spell over one," the Vrykle responded. "Dumb animals are aware of my true nature and will not approach me. My magic will allow me to spellbind an animal, force it to serve me. Then you will ride to the city of Karfakan. A minister of the king's awaits you there." King Olgaf had died, furious at the thought that Tamaros would outlive him. His son, the queen's brother, had ascended to the throne. King Reynard was not the scheming, meddling ruler his father had been. Reynard was coldly calculating. Reynard did not covet Viningal's wealth. He coveted Viningal. "Deliver this missive the moment you arrive, day or night. If the king's messenger sleeps, awaken him." "This horse you ensorcel, I assume it will be fast?" "Fast as night shadows moving over the land, Your Highness. If it dies, I will find another. I could make the journey in a single night." "I give you then one night." "You forget, Your Highness," the Vrykle interrupted. "I must feed first." "Do that then. But do not linger over your meal. I'll give you this night to journey there, an hour conferring with the king's minister, and the next day to journey back. I expect you, therefore, tomorrow at sunset. Do not enter Viningal, but wait for me outside the city gates. That will be the day of my transfiguration. When you see me next, I will be a Dominion Lord." "Congratulations, Your Highness," said the Vrykle, tucking the missive into the belt from which hung the blood knife. "The decision is not final yet, but there is little doubt. Remember, Wait until dark before leaving. Take the form of one of the magi, and you will have no difficulty passing through the temple's environs. Here is a map showing you the way out of this chamber. Remember, do not kill while you are inside the city." "As you command, your highness," said the Reichel. "I look forward to being free of this place. I find the time passes slowly, especially when one has no need of sleep." "Since you have eons of time at your disposal, I suggest you grow used to it," Dagnarus said. "Eons," Dagnarus reflected as he walked the corridors, returning stealthily to his cell. "I have Shakur's life essence now, and I will gain others later, for I must have more of these Vrykl. If I create 40 Vrykl, I shall have 40 more lives, which will provide me how many more years? Close to 400 if I have inherited my father's longevity. And if I keep creating Vrykl, I will keep gaining lives. So, to all intents and purposes, I am ageless, and I still retain the advantage of being able to enjoy a good night's sleep." Such reflections, though gratifying, were also fatiguing, particularly the mathematics, so on returning to his cell, Dagnarus lay down upon the bed and fell into a deep and peaceful slumber. He was aroused by a gentle tapping. Dagnarus had been waiting for this signal. Even in his sleep he was conscious of waiting for it and was awake instantly. Jumping from his bed, he entered the cupboard in haste and excitement. "Yes," he said softly. "The vote has been cast, your highness," said Gareth. "You are to be a Dominion Lord." The will of the gods. As a child, Gareth had marched in the parade to honor the transfiguration of Helmos. The memory of that day stood out among his other memories as a sparkling jewel on a necklace of wooden beads. He had been entranced and excited by the crowds, the colors, the joyous tumult. This day, the crowds here to honor the transfiguration oppressed him. The bright colors flaring in the sunlight jarred him. The tumult made his head ache. Gareth was given a place of honor among Dagnarus's household, walking beside Silwith and just ahead of the king. Unfortunately, this put him directly behind Helmos and his retinue. Helmos had paused on his way to take his place in line to speak a few kind words to Gareth, words that were lost in a sudden roar from the crowd when Dagnarus's standard was carried out of the castle. Gareth knew the words were kind, however, because of the expression on Helmos's face. Worn out from a worried, sleepless night, burdened by the guilt of his culpability in hoodwinking the king and council, Gareth could have thrown himself in the dust of the street at Helmos's feet and wept. As it was, he only bowed and mumbled something incoherent in return as he felt the hot blood rush to his face. Helmos had given him a quick, concerned glance, but the king's chamberlain, who was ordering the line, hovered at the crown prince's elbow, politely urging Helmos to take his place so that the procession could begin. Gareth gave a deep sigh and then jumped as long fingers pressed painfully into his forearm. "This is a joyous occasion, Master Gareth," said Silwith, keeping his voice low, though there was not much danger that they could be heard over the shouts and singing of the populace. "Look the part." "How can you say that?" "Dagnarus goes to his death this day," Gareth returned in agony. "And the fault will be mine." "The fault will be the prince's own. You did your best to warn him away," Silwith said, adding quietly, "We are all in the hands of the gods, are we not?" Gareth looked sharply at the elf to see if he was being funny or sarcastic, but Silwith's face was smooth and opaque as a dish of milk. "You know very well that two of us are not," Gareth retorted softly, irritated at what he considered the elf's smug and uncaring complacency. Those who embrace the void must necessarily deny the existence of the gods. "And yet the stars shine in the eternal darkness of the night," Silwith said. Bowing to Gareth, the prince's chamberlain moved to take his place in line. Gareth should have gone as well, but Silwith's words struck him with penetrating force. He went cold to his fingertips. The words were meant to be comforting, perhaps, meaning that the gods would watch over Dagnarus whether he was worthy of their concern or not. Gareth understood that there must be a flip side to this pretty coin, however, and that the opposite was not so fair to look upon. It filled him with dread. The chamberlain bullied and jostled people into line. The Queen's chair was carried into place. Her Majesty called out irritably, with loud shrillness to her ladies in waiting, who were gathered around her and who could do nothing right. Gareth's mother was among them, looking frayed but pleased and excited. His father, who was suffering from gout, would not be in the parade. The King's chair was brought in next, the very last in the procession. His Majesty had been forced to give up riding horseback, though not until his 90th year, and then only because his much-beloved horse had died of old age. A sign, the King said, that his own riding days were at an end. Seeing that all was in readiness, the chamberlain gave the signal. The procession lurched forward. The day was fine. Too fine. The sun beat down unmercifully upon those standing in line, waiting their turn. Clad in their heavy, ornate clothing, over which they wore ceremonial robes, the members of the court panted and gasped and plied feather fans. Several of the waggish younger lords among Dagnarus's retinue had placed large chunks of ice, taken from the cold storage cellars, under their hats. Though the melting ice trickled down their faces, they were looked upon with envy by the rest of the sweltering crowd. His own part of the household bunched together like herd animals. Gareth thought they would never start to move, that they would be standing in the broiling sun for all eternity. But when he did finally set out upon the journey from the castle to the temple, he thought the pace much too fast, wished desperately that he could slow time, if not halt it altogether. Silwith elbowed him. "You drag along as if you were marching in a funeral procession. Smile. Wave." Gareth did as he was told. Raising his head at that moment, he found himself staring into the face of his tutor, standing along the sidelines. Evaristo looked stern and disapproving. Seeing that Gareth noticed him, the tutor very pointedly shook his head, expressive of his concern. Gareth hastily averted his gaze, attempted to distract himself by paying attention to the rest of the crowd. And it was then he noticed the Orcan. A memory of Helmos's procession came to mind with sudden clarity. Captain Argot asking his soldiers why the Orcan were not in attendance. He heard the conversation of 10 years ago, as well as if the men were standing beside him on this day. "They're not plotting something, do you think?" Argot asked. "No, Captain," answered one of his lieutenants. "Their shamans said that the omens were bad." What was it? A flock of geese flying north from south, instead of south to north. "Something like that, Captain. Did you see the sunrise this morning, sir?" "Too. Remarkably beautiful. The gods shedding their blessing on the occasion." "Well?" "The Orcan thought it remarkably frightening." Gareth remembered the sunrise. He had never seen another to equal it. The sky itself had turned to fire. And he remembered that the omens had been right. Helmos had survived the transfiguration, but he had been named Lord of Sorrows, and certainly his life after that had seemed to fulfill that dire prophecy. Gareth tried to think back on this morning's sunrise, but could not recall it. Nothing out of the ordinary, apparently. His heartbeat quickened. He gazed at the huge crowds of Orcans standing head and shoulders above everyone else, their human neighbors going out of their way to avoid contact with them, holding handkerchiefs over their noses to ward off the stench of fish. Gareth could have run over and hugged them. The logical part of Gareth knew that believing in Orcan omens was tantamount to believing in such silly superstitions as avoiding black cats and expecting money when your palm itched. But the part of him that always tossed, spilled salt over his left shoulder took hope. If the omens had been bad, the Orcan would not have come. Therefore, the omens for Dagnarus's transfiguration must be good. Lethargic from the heat, the procession crawled toward the temple. Gareth entered the shaded portico thankfully, mopping sweat from his face with the sleeve of his robe when no one was looking. He and the other members of the prince's household took seats of honor in the very front row of the vast and echoing auditorium. Silwith left to go pay his homage at the elven altar. Conscious of their importance, the nobility settled into their seats with quiet dignity. The chamberlain had asked them to maintain a proper and respectful silence, in the hope that this would influence the rest of the crowd. The hope was a forlorn one. Excited by the parade and the prospect of the ceremony, the common people, though somewhat subdued by the reverential atmosphere as they entered the temple, took their seats in the gallery with much talking and the occasional smothered laugh. Gareth was thankful that he wasn't obliged to speak to Silwith or anyone. The faces of the gods represented above the altar seemed to stare down at him in reprobation. He told himself this was nonsense, as silly as believing in Orcan omens. He tried not to look at them, but his gaze was drawn in their direction, and every time he glanced up he found them staring sternly back. He squirmed in his chair until his neighbor, the prince's cupbearer, frowned at him and shook his head. Silwith returned and took his seat. The elf, whose face was generally expressionless, looked unusually grim.
"What?"
Gareth whispered, plucking at the sleeve of Silwith's ceremonial robes. "What is wrong?" Silwith barely glanced at him. "Tell me," Gareth insisted, a prey now to wild terror. Silwith's lips compressed, as if he were bracing himself. Then he said, very softly, in Elven, "My offering was rejected." Gareth stared at the elf, appalled. He wanted to speak, to question further, but he lacked the power. "It is not a bad sign for His Highness," Silwith said, his voice tight. "The bad sign is for me. I must think what this means." "What does it mean?" Gareth demanded, but Silwith had withdrawn into himself and would say no more. Gareth huddled in his seat, dismayed, so frightened that he was physically ill. He looked up at the awful figures above the altar and cowered beneath them. Bowing his head, hoping to avoid that terrible gaze, he prayed, the first prayer he had made to the gods from his heart since he was 10. "If the prince dies, punish me as well, for I am as guilty as he." The crowd was eventually settled. The 10 high magi filed in to take places of honor upon the stage in the 10 high-backed wooden chairs provided. It would not be long now. Gareth's hands were icy cold. His fingers had lost all sensation. He chafed them, and, as he did so, he felt the back of his neck along the upper part of his spine start to tingle with the feeling that someone was watching him. He turned around, searching behind him, and saw no one. Then he looked to his right, and his eyes met the wide and frightened eyes of the Lady Valura. She was seated on the other side of the aisle from him, but also in the front row, for her husband was a Dominion lord and would be participating in the ceremony. She was extraordinarily pale, so pale that one of her servants was gently fanning her. Valura's hand was wrapped tightly about the necklace she wore, the turquoise stone given her by Dagnaris. Oblivious to her ladies, to the crowd around her, to her husband, who was taking his place with the other Dominion lords near the altar, Valura gazed intently at Gareth. So eloquent were her beautiful eyes that he understood her as well as if she had shouted. She was asking him for reassurance. He had none to give. He tried to smile, but his smile must have been sickly, for it did not help her. Lady Valura sank back in her seat, her eyes now closed. Her maid plied the fan a little harder. The crowd cheered the entrance of the Queen and her ladies. The cheer grew louder, a roar of affection, when the king entered. Clad in robes of velvet trimmed in ermine, he walked unassisted onto the stage. He had seemed feeble and frail during the procession, but perhaps that had been the effect of the heat. He shed the weight of old age inside the temple. He stood taller than usual and walked with a firm stride. Gareth stared straight ahead at the altar, but he did not see it. He saw nothing, felt nothing, not fear, not despair. The chill from his hands had spread throughout his body. People moved and spoke, but they were puppets performing at the fair, their wooden bodies small and grotesque and bound up with strings. King Tamaros took his place on one side of the altar, opposite the High Magus. The crowd gave a final rustle, a final cough, and then fell silent. The High Magus rose to his feet. He bowed to the king, then pronounced the words that would begin the ceremony. Let the candidate be brought forward. 2 Dominion lords, one of them Valura's husband, left their posts, moved to the back alcove. A door opened. Gareth recalled with vivid clarity the transfiguration ceremony of Helmos, and it seemed to him that he was watching 2 ceremonies at once. The one he had witnessed years before, imprinted over the one happening now. Helmos had paused in the doorway. The light had streamed around him. Dagnerus did not pause. Never noted for his patience, he must have been pressed against the door, for as soon as it started to move, he shouldered his way out, not even waiting for his ceremonial escort, but leaving them to catch up. He was in fine spirits, smiling triumphantly. The most revered High. Magus frowned, and even Tamaros looked grave and shook his head slightly, rebukingly. Dagnerus realized instantly that his haste was unseemly, his exuberance misplaced. He slowed his pace, waited for his escort, and managed to contort his face into something more closely resembling humility and contrition. He came to stand before the altar. A murmur swept through the crowd. Dagnerus had never appeared so regal, so handsome. His face was suffused with victory and joy. He was not in the least afraid. He made a low bow to the people, who loved him for it. There was scattered, spontaneous applause, which drew a shocked and reprimanding look from the High Magus. Turning, Dagnerus walked over to his father, knelt before him. "Father, I ask your blessing," he said, his voice carrying clearly, echoing from the high domed ceiling. King Tamaros, touched and pleased, placed his hand upon his son's bowed head, stroked the auburn hair with its crisp curls. Only those in the front row could hear his reply, but all could feel it in their hearts. "I grant my blessing, my son. You have made me very proud this day." Dagnerus rose to his feet and turned to face his brother. Helmos, clad in the armor of a Dominion lord, stood beside his father. The Dominion lords did not wear their helms, but Helmos might as well have had his on, for his face was hard and colder than steel. The most revered High Magus looked uneasy. The crowd tensed in nervous anticipation, expecting, fearing, hoping for an unpleasant scene. Dagnerus knelt again. Lifting his head, he looked up at his half-brother. "Helmos, I ask your blessing. I will not go forward with this ceremony unless you grant it." Dagnerus was noble, beautiful, humble, earnest, solemn. Helmos was moved. He could not help himself. He hesitated, as if he might truly refuse his blessing, gazed searchingly at Dagnerus, as if he would plumb the very depths of his brother's soul. Dagnerus met his brother's gaze, unflinching, unwavering. Gareth, who knew it was all an act, who knew that Dagnerus was secretly laughing at Helmos, writhed in his seat and covered his eyes, unable to watch, unable to bear seeing Helmos made sport of, made the fool. "Deny it," Gareth prayed. But he knew Helmos would not, that he was charmed by Dagnerus as the mouse is charmed by the snake. "I give you my blessing, brother," said Helmos at last, his voice breaking with emotion. "Thank you, brother," Dagnerus said, and everyone in the crowd pulled out their handkerchiefs and dabbed their eyes. Gareth sighed and lifted his head. Last, Dagnerus went to his mother, who leapt from her seat and flung herself upon him, hugging him and weeping over him until he appeared somewhat put out, and, disentangling her arms from around his neck, handed her back to her ladies. He turned his gaze then, looked out into the crowd one last time. He looked straight at Valura, looked at her so long that Gareth knew that their love must be revealed to everyone in the building, and Silwith murmured in Elven, "Do not do this to her, your highness." Gareth could not see the Lady Valura, who had shrunk into her seat, surrounded by her women. Dagnerus at last broke off his gaze, stepped back to take his place by the altar. "I am ready, revered Magus," he said, and his voice was a paean of victory. The ceremony proceeded as it had with Helmos. The High Magus sat down in his chair. The vellum scroll was placed before him, along with the brush and the jar of lamb's blood. He was prepared to receive the will of the gods. Write down the title Dagnerus would henceforth bear as Dominion Lord. "Let the miracle of the transfiguration begin," pronounced the High Magus. Dagnerus knelt before the altar. King Tamaros came forward, rested both hands upon his son's bowed head, and called for the gods to grant to this candidate the wisdom and power accorded to a Dominion Lord. "Are you willing, Dagnerus, son of Tamaros, to dedicate your life to the service of others?" Will you be prepared to sacrifice that life, if need be, to save another?" "The gods, please. I am," Dagnerus replied. Tamaros stepped away from the altar. Dagnerus turned and faced the audience. He crossed his hands over his breast, his expression confident, serene, certain. Gareth ceased breathing, waited for the expression of pain to cross Dagnerus's face, the expression that would signal the beginning of the transformation. Dagnerus stood quite still, his head bowed. Nothing happened. He stood longer. Still nothing. The 10 magi in the back darted quick, uncertain glances at each other. The Dominion lords stared straight ahead, faces stiff, though here and there a jaw muscle twitched. King Tamaros frowned. His hands tightened over the arms of his chair. He shot an angry glance at the most revered High Magus. Reinhold repeated nervously, not with any certainty. "The miracle of the armor commences." Only it did not. Nothing was commencing, nothing at all. Dagnerus stood before the altar, before the people of Vinengale, and nothing was happening to him. The lead actor in the play who has forgotten his lines. The lead actor who has been upstaged by the gods. The transfiguration was going to be denied him. A low muttering came from the audience. King Tamaros was livid with anger. Helmos gave his brother a pitying glance. Queen Amelia could be heard crying shrilly, "What's going on? I don't understand." Dagnerus lifted his head. He was enraged. His rage flowed from him, twisting like a cyclone. Gareth felt the blast of that terrible rage strike him, press him back into his seat. He was not alone. People throughout the temple gasped. Children began to cry. The lights on the altar candles wavered and flickered. The most revered High Magus rose to his feet. His face was somber and stern. Nothing like this had ever before occurred. Reinhold looked at the king apologetically. Tamaros glared at the most revered High Magus, but there was nothing to be done, and the king knew it. The gods had spoken. "I am deeply sorry, Prince Dagnerus," the most revered High Magus said, "but it seems that the gods have rejected your candidacy." Dagnerus's hands fell to his side. His fingers clenched into fists. He literally shook with anger and thwarted desire. His face flushed almost black with fury. He bit his lip through, in his rage. Blood trickled down his chin. Not only had he been denied his heart's dream, he had been humiliated before the entire kingdom, before his father and mother, before Valura, before his brother. "No!" Dagnerus shouted, and his shout swelled to a shriek. "No!" Turning, he smote his clenched fist upon the altar. "The void take the gods. I will have this." Shocked to the core of his being by the sacrilege, the High Magus extended his hand to the prince, endeavored to remonstrate with him. Crying out in pain, Reinhold snatched back his hand as if it had been burned. Dagnerus's body erupted in flame. The most revered High Magus stumbled backward, horror-stricken. The Dominion lords stared, appalled and shocked. Wild-eyed, King Tamaros started up out of his chair and ran toward his son, with some idea of trying to beat out the flames using his own frail hands. "Stand back," the High Magus cried in a terrible voice. "This is the will of the gods. We may not interfere." Helmos caught hold of his father, restrained him. Tamaros collapsed in his son's arms like a broken toy, unable to move. Queen Amelia was screaming over and over on one note, like a rabbit being torn to pieces by the fox. At Helmos's command, the Dominion lords gathered to help the stricken king. They took him from Helmos's arms and, supporting the limp body, eased him back onto the throne. Casting a grim, defiant glance at the High Magus, Helmos himself ran to Dagnerus, prepared to risk his life to try to save his brother. He could not come near enough to rescue him. The heat of the infernal fire consuming Dagnerus's body drove his brother back. The flames whirled around Dagnerus. His flesh, blackened and charred, could be seen withering in the heat. Since that last defiant "no," he had not spoken. He had not screamed or cried out. His limbs curled in upon themselves in his excruciating agony, yet he made no sound. A few people in the audience panicked, fled the building screaming. Others sat stunned, watching the terrible spectacle in awful fascination. One heartrending cry had come from Ballura, but she had then fallen silent. From the sound of the scream, which seemed to have torn out her heart, she might well have died. Gareth was stricken with horror, unable to move, to speak. He could not catch his breath, and, recalling his vow, he thought that perhaps he would now die with his prince. He did not fight his fate. He did not want to live. The torment of his guilt and the knowledge that his complicity in this terrible tragedy must be revealed made death seem welcome by comparison. The flames died suddenly, as if blown out by a blast of chill wind. A charred mass of blackened flesh, unrecognizable as a human being, lay before the altar. The Magi and the Dominion lords stared at it in horror. Reinhold snatched off the altar cloth, thinking to cover the body. He started forward, only to fall back in shock. The charred mass had begun to move. Arms extended outward, the head lifted from the floor. The body that was twisted and burned began to straighten. The Magi gasped and cried upon the gods for mercy. Blackness took shape and form, breastplate, leg guards, and bracers for the arms, hands gloved in black. The armor glistened in the light, a black carapace, with tendons and ligaments clearly visible against bone and muscle of black steel. The 10 high Magi huddled together like chicks in a storm. The Dominion lords, recalling their duty, moved swiftly to guard the king and Helmos from this apparition. The audience might have been turned to stone, so silent were they as they watched this dread miracle. The black-armored figure had now gained his full height. He gazed as if amazed at his hands and his arms, his face covered with a black helm whose features were those of a ravening wolf turned from left to right. His fingers flexed. He took a pace or two, testing his ability to move. He drew the shining black sword from its sheath and swung it experimentally several times, testing his strength, his flexibility. And all the while, his mind must have been wondering, doubting, and at length, understanding, accepting, reveling. He turned toward the audience and lifted the visor of his helm. The face of Dagnarus, pale but handsome still, his eyes dark with the remembered pain, glittered with vindication. Gareth's eyes filled with tears. He did not know whether they were tears of joy or of bitter sorrow. He did not know whether to offer thanks to the gods or curse them. He dashed the tears away impatiently and jumped as a cold hand closed over his forearm. "Be alert," Silwith whispered. "Be ready. That is, if you are still loyal to him." Gareth understood. He would have a choice to make. There was no question. He had made the choice long ago, when he had chosen to remain in the playroom, the prince's whipping boy. Dagnar smiled, a mocking smile, and, hand on his sword hilt, he turned to bow to his father. Tamaros sat huddled in his chair. He did not move. He did not speak. His skin was ashen, his eyes wide and staring. The eyes were the only thing alive about him. The rest of him might have been a corpse. The right side of his mouth sagged. His right hand had slipped from the arm of the chair, dangled at his side. "Father." Dagnarus made a flourish with his black-gloved hand. "It seems you have a son to rule the day, and now one to rule the night." Tamaros did not move. He tried to speak, but the only sound that came from his shattered body was a guttural cry, like that of an animal pierced by an arrow. Dagnarus cast him a disdainful glance, then turned to his mother. "Well, mother, this is what you always wanted. Are you proud of your son?" Amelia stared at him, blinking. The shock had capsized a mind already adrift. She had no notion of what had transpired. All she knew was that she had seen her son die. And now, he was alive. She gave a little twittering, gulping laugh and reached out a hand to touch the black armor. "You are a Dominion lord, my son, and someday you will be king. I always knew it." "Oh, how elegant you look." Her ladies, gasping in horror, sought to hush her. Dagnarus regarded his mother with contempt. He turned on his heel, turned his back upon his father and brother. "And what do the gods have to say for themselves?" Dagnarus asked. The most revered High Magus, with a slight, sneering smile. He pointed to the vellum. "I am Lord." "Lord of what?" Reinhold stared at Dagnarus as if he were speaking a foreign tongue. Then, recollecting himself, the Magus looked down at the vellum on the altar. He reached out a shaking hand to lift it, exhibit it to the witnesses. The vellum was drenched with blood. When Dagnarus had struck the altar, he had caused the jar of lamb's blood to overturn, soaking the vellum. But those nearest could see that the vellum bore writing, letters of black, as if they had been scribed by flame. "Lord of the Void," read the revered High Magus. He dropped the vellum to the altar as if it had burned his fingers. Dagnarus's bravado failed him a moment. His face went nearly as white as his stricken father's, his hand clenched over the hilt of his sword. He stood in silence for the time it takes to draw a shivering breath. For a fleeting instant, he was the child Gareth remembered, unloved, bereft, lonesome, abandoned. Gareth would not have been surprised. He even half expected to see Dagnarus suddenly collapse, fling himself at his father's feet, and beg forgiveness. Ambition, black as the armor, and pride, hard and cold as its shining surface, encased Dagnarus. He lifted his head. His eyes glittered. "Be damned to you," he said to the Magus. Gesturing with his hand, Dagnarus included all those in the temple. "Be damned to you all. And know this, one day I will be your master." Helmos had been tending his father, leaning over him, chafing the icy gray hands, asking if he was in pain. Helmos had paid little attention to Dagnarus until this statement. He understood his brother's intent. He foresaw the danger with clarity given him by the gods. "Seize him," he cried. "Hold him fast. Slay him, if need be." The Dominion lords, led by Lord Mabertal, drew their swords and started to close in. Dagnarus placed his back against the altar. Strong and skilled though he was weakened from his terrible trial, and could not hope to withstand all 10, plus the battle magi who were also coming to add their skill in the apprehension of the avowed Lord of the Void. The voice was the king's, barely recognizable, but strong enough to be heard over the clash of metal and the stamping of feet. Tamaros had managed, the gods alone knew how, to lift his crippled body from his chair. Balanced precariously, he reached out his left hand. "Do not harm him," he commanded, his voice a harsh croak. "The fault is mine. Let him go." Tamaros collapsed, crumpled to the floor. His crown rolled from his head, rolled across the stage and came to rest at Dagnarus's feet in a pool of lamb's blood. Helmos did not see it. He was stooping over his father. The Dominion lords saw it. So did the revered Magi. No Orcan were needed to read that terrible omen. The Dominion lords stood with swords at ready, but they did not strike. Tamaros was king still. He had issued a command, and it must be obeyed. Dagnarus picked up the crown. He held it sparkling in his hand. Walking past the Dominion lords, not sparing them a glance, Dagnarus tossed the crown to Helmos. "Keep it warm for me, brother," Dagnarus said. Jumping down from the stage, he landed with lupine grace upon the main floor of the amphitheater. Gareth and Silwith joined him, Silwith guarding the prince's back. The Dominion lords remained standing, twitching like dogs who smell their prey and are kept at bay by their masters. Dagnarus walked up to Valoura. She had made no outcry beyond that one heart-rending scream when she thought she was watching her lover perish. She gazed up at him, pale and beautiful as a lily cut from its stem. Dagnarus stretched out his black-gloved hand. "If I am to be Lord of the Void, will you be my lady?" he asked. Valoura hesitated only an instant. She glanced past Dagnarus to her husband. Then, ignoring the screams and cries of her women, Valoura placed her hand in Dagnarus's hand. Turning her back upon her husband, she accompanied Dagnarus up the aisle. The two walked with strange and terrible majesty toward the huge double doors. Gareth and Silwith came behind, the elf keeping constant watch at Dagnaris's back. "Dagnaris," Helmos cried, his voice carried throughout the temple. "Dagnaris, my brother, I give you a chance to yet redeem yourself. Renounce this evil that has seized hold of you. Our father commands that we show you mercy, and we will obey him. He loves you, Dagnaris. For our father's sake, turn back." Dagnarus turned, then, but only in defiance. "The void take you, brother," he called out loudly. "And our father. The king is dead. Long live the king." Dagnaris's horse, in ceremonial trappings, with roses braided into its mane and tail, stood in front of the temple. Held by one of the royal guards, a man whose heroism in battle had won him this honor, the horse was to carry the newly confirmed Dominion Lord in triumph to the palace. The royal guard formed a ring around the horse, protecting it from the curious onlookers who, unable to squeeze inside the temple, were waiting to cheer the new Dominion Lord. The crowd was merry and boisterous. They might have been waiting for the fairgrounds to open. Many had brought flasks of wine to quench their thirst. One group sported its own minstrel, who had composed a song in Dagnaris's honor, and who was now singing it for the 16th time, to much applause and a continual shower of coins. Some children began an impromptu round dance, while groups of Orcan were teaching some of the more gullible humans to play a dirt-simple gambling game involving 3 shells and a pea. Whispers that something had gone terribly wrong flew from the temple like great bat-winged birds, their shadows falling over the crowd, silencing the songster and ending the dance. The temple doors stood open, that as many might see and hear as possible. Now those clustered near the doors reported to those behind what was transpiring. Those behind passed the word to their neighbors. "The void, the void, the void," was the whisper that brought shocked looks and gasps and protestations of disbelief. The crowd surged forward, the same idea occurring to each person simultaneously, that he or she must push inside to see what was going on. The soldiers guarding the temple door were quick to respond. They forced the mob back, but the soldiers, too, had heard the same rumors and were looking troubled and glancing often at their commanders. "Find out what is happening," Captain Argot ordered, but at that moment he had his answer. Dagnaris stood at the top of the temple stairs. The sunlight struck the black armor, and it glistened with 1,000 dark and eerie rainbow hues. His visor was raised. He looked swiftly about, pausing at the head of the steps to take in the situation. He ignored the buzzing crowd, ignored the appalled soldiers. They might have been so many insects. He could crush them if they annoyed him. Turning, Dagnaris said something to Silwith, made a gesture. The elf nodded. Satisfied that his order would be obeyed, Dagnaris proceeded to walk majestically down the stairs with Valura at his side, holding fast to his hand. No one made a move to stop them. The crowd and the soldiers fell back before him. Parents snatched up crying children, covered their eyes against the terror. The Orcan made the sign to ward off evil as Dagnaris passed by. The guard holding Dagnaris's horse stood his ground until the black-armored apparition drew near him. Then he could stand it no longer. The guard ran, willing to accept punishment for failure to obey rather than to risk losing his soul to the demon prince. The prince's horse was well trained and did not move. The color of its master's armor made no difference to the animal. The fear, excitement, and tension reminded it of the battlefield. The horse swiveled an eye at Dagnaris and shook its mane, as if to say impatiently, "Let us get on with it, then." Dagnaris paused to rub the horse's neck. "You, too, are loyal," he said softly, touched. "I will not forget." Lifting Valura in his arms, he swung her up to ride postilion. Moving easily and gracefully, as if the armor were a slick black coating on his skin and not heavy metal and mail, Dagnaris mounted his horse. Silwith had commandeered one of the horses of the guard for himself and Gareth, who sat behind the elf, his arms clasped around Silwith's slender body. A wail came from the temple, and the cry, shouted from many throats, "The king is dead!" Captain Argot heard the cry. He looked first to the temple, then back at Dagnarus, who was settling himself in the saddle. Argot spurred his horse forward. Reaching out, the captain caught hold of the bridle of the prince's horse. Dagnarus gazed long at the man who had been his friend and mentor since childhood, loyal soldier and comrade. The captain gazed at the man he had admired above all others. "Get down, my lord," said Argot. "You are under arrest." Dagnarus did not move. He placed a hand on the horse's neck, calming the beast, who was dancing impatiently, eager to be gone. "Where do your loyalties lie, Captain?" Dagnarus asked. "With my king," said Argot, his face stern and pale. "That would be Helmos now," Dagnarus said dryly. "Yes, my lord," said Argot. Dagnarus rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. "You taught me to use this, Captain. Do not force me to use it to slay you." "You will do what you must, my lord," said Argot steadily. "As will I." "Curse you for a disloyal bastard," Dagnarus said angrily, drawing his sword and raising it. Seeing their commander's bravery, his lieutenants and footmen were shamed into action and pressed forward to defend their captain. A ring of steel surrounded Dagnarus and his followers. Dagnarus, outnumbered 100 to 1, hesitated. "Have no fear for me, my love," Ballura cried fiercely, withdrawing her arms from around Dagnarus's waist. "Strike them down!" "Let him go, Captain. That is an order." Argot looked up, astonished. Helmos stood at the top of the temple steps. "Let them all go. Such was my father's dying command, and I will honor it. No one is to lay hands on my brother or those who choose to follow him so long as they leave the city of Vinengale. But if they return to this city, as avowed worshippers of the void, they will be considered outlaw, and by law are subject to death." Argot did not take his eyes from Dagnarus, nor did he remove his hand from the bridle. "Reconsider, your majesty," Argot shouted. "We should seize him now before his evil power grows." "You have your orders, Captain," Helmos said, and his voice was stern and heavy with grief and regret. "I am your king, and I will be obeyed." Slowly, Argot released his grip on the horse's bridle. "Make way, men," he ordered grimly. Dagnarus sheathed his sword. With baleful looks, the soldiers fell back. Dagnarus spoke a word to his horse, touched the beast in the flank with his spurs. The horse leapt forward. People scrambled in terror to escape the animal's mad rush. Silwith and Gareth rode behind, the elf graceful and at ease in the saddle, the magus bouncing and clinging to Silwith in fear and desperation. The sound of the horse's hooves drummed upon the cobblestones, drummed in hearts and heads. No one moved until the sound of that drumming had died away upon the hot, still air. And then the people, dazed and stupefied, looked at each other in disbelief and doubt. For as long as any could remember, Tamaros had been king. He had been king for as long as their fathers and their grandfathers could remember. Some had come to think he would be king forever. Now he was gone, and it was as if a bully had kicked away the crutch upon which they, poor cripples, leaned. This morning, life had been safe, certain. Now nothing was certain anymore. They looked toward the temple stairs, toward their new king, but Helmos was not there. He had gone back inside to tend to the body of his father. Unhappy, anxious, bereft, the people began to disperse, hastening back to their homes, to lock up their valuables and take stock of their provisions, as in time of war. "That was a mistake," said Argot grimly. "I pray the gods his majesty will not come to regret it." "It was his father's dying command," said one of the lieutenants, who had been on duty inside the temple. "I heard the king clearly. He ordered that no one harm Prince Dagnarus." A command that the new king should have respectfully chosen to disobey. "Tamaros is dead," Argot said harshly, his expression dark. "He is beyond the troubles of this world. But we live. And mark my words, we are the ones who will suffer." Helmos returned to the altar. A few people still sat huddled in their chairs inside the temple, some too stunned by the calamities they had witnessed to move. A few others waited, watching, hoping for some miracle or, at least, reassurance. But most had departed, eager to tell friends and acquaintances all they had seen, to talk out their shock and their horror. The healer had done what she could to compose the king's body, shutting the staring eyes and making a futile attempt to smooth out the unsightly grimace that twisted the mouth. The Dominion lords formed a guard of honor around the body, looked to Helmos for orders. His first were to dispose of the queen, who was still present, insisting that someone tell Dagnaras she wanted to speak to him this instant. Upon being informed, gently, that the king was dead, the queen said sharply, "He is just having one of his fits. He will soon be brought round. Where is my son? Why doesn't he come to me? She is overwhelmed with grief." "Take her back to the castle," Helmos said, regarding Emilia with pity. "Give her some juice of poppy to help her sleep." "My lord," said Anna, coming to stand by her husband's side. Her face was wet with tears. "I am so sorry, so very sorry." He held her fast, finding comfort in her love. But he could not indulge in his grief long. He was king now. People were already hovering around him, waiting to pounce upon him with questions and demands. First, however, he would pay his final farewell to the dead. Helmos and Anna knelt beside the body, taking his father's hands, already chill with death, into his own. Helmos prayed aloud, asking the gods to bless his father, to take him to their beautiful dwelling place, where he would be once again reunited with the woman he had never ceased to love. Helmos laid the still hands upon his father's breast. Helmos then tried to ask a prayer of mercy and forgiveness for his brother, for he knew Tamaros would have wanted him to do so. The words would not pass the new king's lips. He could not even speak them in his heart, and he understood then that it was the gods who were stopping his prayer. Not only would they refuse to grant it, they did not want to hear it. His duty done to the dead, it was time for Helmos to start thinking about the living. Rising to his feet, he looked at the Dominion lords, who stood in silent prayer around him. "Where is Lord Margaret?" Helmos asked. "He is gone, your majesty." "Gone? Gone where?" Helmos demanded, though he could guess. "Gone to avenge his honor, your majesty," said the elf grimly. Helmos looked grave. "I commanded that my brother not be harmed." "Lord Mabreton is not bound to obey the law of a human king, my lord," the elf replied. "The only reason he did not challenge him in this hall is because it is a holy place in which blood may not be shed." Helmos felt a secret relief. He had been faced with an unpleasant dilemma. As a now avowed follower of the Void, his brother could not be allowed to live, yet their father's last wish was that the prince should not be harmed. The problem, it seemed, would be taken out of his hands. "What will become of Lady Valura?" he asked. The elf's face hardened. "She will be captured alive, if possible. If she has any sense of honor left, she will request death from the husband whom she has wronged. Her request will be granted, you may have no doubt. If she does not, Lord Mabreton will drag her back to her home, where she will be handed over to her parents, upon whose house she has brought disgrace and ruin. Her husband may lay claim to all her family's holdings and lands in reparation for the dishonor done to him. If she has borne him any children, he will have them put to death." "The gods have mercy," Anna cried. "The crime is their mother's. They are innocent." "That is true, your majesty," said the elf lord, bowing. Yet the wronged husband could never be certain they were truly his children. He dare not trust the future of his line to a bastard. "Now, if your majesty will excuse me, Lord Mabreton asked me to convey word to the shield of the divine of this sad occurrence. I must leave at once. The gods willing, I will return in time to attend your honored father's funeral." "And Silwith, what of him?" Helmos asked, recalling that the elf had chosen to throw in his lot with Dagnaras. "I am not certain, your majesty." The elven lord was a loyal follower of the shield. He knew that Silwith and his family were favored of the shield, and he suspected that Silwith had been placed in the royal household as a spy by the shield. He could not very well admit this to the new king, however. The elven Dominion Lord was, in fact, sorely troubled. For the first time in over 100 years, the human kingdoms of Vinengael and its subject states were weak, vulnerable. The elven lord liked Helmos, but did not respect him as the elves had respected Tamaros. Helmos was a scholar, not a ruler. Spies kept the elves informed on human politics. He guessed that now that Tamaros was dead, the kingdom of Dunkarga, ruled by Dagnarus's uncle, had no reason to remain loyal and would split away. Perhaps even go to war. The elven lord would have bet all his considerable fortune that Dagnarus was probably headed in that direction right this moment. The captain of the human armies had shown himself loyal to Helmos, but reports had it that the troops were much more likely to side with Dagnarus in a battle than with his brother. That might change now that Dagnarus had been shown to be a follower of the Void, but it might not. That would remain to be seen. Much would also depend on whether or not Dagnarus escaped Lord Mabreton's wrath. If he did, and if he lived, there was no doubt in the elf's mind that the newly made Lord of the Void would carry out his promise and attempt to become ruler of Vinengael. If this happened, Vinengael would be entering a period of civil war, and the shield would be a fool if he did not act swiftly to take advantage, the turmoil to snap up disputed border towns, perhaps acquire some new territory. As a Dominion Lord, the elf was pledged to peace. As a loyal follower of the shield, the elf might be pledged to war. He wondered where he now stood. Helmos could read the elf's thoughts as clearly as if they had been written in ink across his forehead. Helmos saw his danger and that of his people. Once again, he hoped the matter would be taken out of his hands. As for Silwith, the elf said, finally answering the question that had been asked of him, his crime will be judged by the shield. What crime? Dunner demanded bluntly. The dwarf stumped over to stand before Helmos. Silwith has committed no crime that I can see, except to remain loyal to a master he has served for over 10 years. And what is Prince Dagnarus's crime? Nothing but to fall in love with a woman of such peerless beauty that not to fall in love with her would be a greater crime. Dagnarus has shown himself to be a follower of the Void, said Helmos. The Void, Dunner snorted. What has that to do with anything? The dwarf was upset, shaken, troubled. He admired and loved Dagnarus, and could not come to grips with what had happened to the prince, a fate the dwarf only vaguely understood. Dunner wondered what all the furor was about. Dwarves do not view void magic as evil, as do humans. They take a pragmatic view of void magic, conceding that it has its uses and its place, as does the night, as does death. He should not be banished. His darkness makes the Dominion Lords shine that much brighter, the dwarf insisted. By his darkness we are diminished, said Helmos coldly, rebuking him. And by taking his part, you are not worthy of the trust my father placed in you. Dunner was offended, deeply offended. Bowing once, stiffly, he turned and stalked away without another word. Helmos did not realize the wound he had inflicted on the dwarf, and his unkind words were soon buried by other worries, by grief, by fear, by shame. The necromancers, those magi who tend to the dead, came to bear away his father's body, to ready it with various magics, prepare the body for the lying in state and the funeral. Helmos watched them at their duties, his heart heavy and sore. He was ashamed at his emotions, ashamed that he could not feel pain over his beloved father's loss, but only anger. Anger at his father for having left his son to cope at such a time. Anger at his father for having, in essence, created this new and dreadful Lord of the Void. The necromancers concluded their work. Composing the body, they covered it with a cloth of golden silk. The body would, by custom, lie in state in the central hall of the palace, for all to come and pay their final respects. Lifting the body of the king to their shoulders, the necromancers bore him away with solemn, slow, and measured step. The human dominion lords formed an honor guard, and the procession wended its mournful way to the halls of necromancy. The candle flames swelled suddenly in Helmos's vision. The stone altar seemed to dissolve. He closed his eyes and reached out a hand to steady himself. He could feel Anna's arms bracing him, hear her call out for help, but her voice was far away and seemed to be growing fainter and fainter. He was assisted to a chair, the chair of the most revered High Magus next to the altar. Sinking into the seat, Helmos pressed his wife's hand, urging her not to worry about him. His vision seemed clouded with red, but then he saw that he was staring at the blood-soaked vellum. Its words of fire burned black into the scroll. Repulsed, Helmos averted his gaze. The High Magus hurriedly retrieved the document, handed it to a subordinate, who took it gingerly and with loathing. The document was borne away, to be placed in the archives of the temple's library. "Healer," Reinhold beckoned. "Come attend to His Majesty." The king shook his head. "No, it was a momentary weakness. I am already feeling better." "And," he sighed, "there is much work to do." "My dear," he said to his wife, "you should go to the Queen, see if there is anything we can do to ease her suffering." Anna regarded him, troubled. "I do not want to leave you, my lord." "I will be fine. I want to speak a moment to the High Magus. Go to Emilia. Take the healer with you. Give the Queen our deepest sympathy." Anna left, not without several backward, anxious looks. When she was gone, and the king and the Magus were alone, Helmos asked quietly, "Is it wrong, revered Magus, for me to wish my brother dead?" Reinhold was silent, thinking how to answer that question. He did not want to lie, yet he wanted to bring comfort. At last he said, "The gods know what you must do, your Majesty, and why it must be done." Helmos managed a weary smile. "In other words, the gods may see fit to curse me, but I must bear it. For the sake of my people, my brother must die, and I must command his death." "Perhaps the elven lord," the revered High Magus began, but without much hope. Helmos shook his head. "My brother draws strength from the void. With that help, he survived the immolation, the fire from heaven. It is my belief that a single lone Dominion Lord will not be able to slay him. Perhaps all of us together could not even do so. Yet, that must be our task, should he return." Reinhold made no reply. He had seen the elven Dominion Lords exchanging significant glances before they hurried off to return to their lands to report to the Shield. The High Magus had watched Dunner walk away, hurt and insulted. The ranks of the Dominion Lords were broken, split apart, even as Tamaros had split apart the Sovereign Stone. The most revered High Magus himself had seen the void in the stone's center. He had looked away, but another had not. Dagnarus had seen it and been drawn to it. His father's firm but loving hand might have saved his son, had he been there to advise him of the danger and pull him back. But that had not happened. Still, perhaps some comfort could be offered, after all. "Your father acted for the best, your Majesty," said Reinhold. "He did what he believed was right. Do not think mistakenly that this tragedy is your father's fault. His only thought was to act nobly, generously, by his younger son. Dagnarus took this noble, generous act and perverted it, defiled it. I have no doubt that young Gareth the gods pity him, broke the vow of secrecy. The Magi take and revealed to Dagnarus the nature of the 7 preparations. Thus he knew in advance how to answer, how to behave, in order to impress us. He has forfeited his life, your Majesty. The gods themselves have condemned him to death, and, indeed, tried to destroy him with the fire. By the aid of the void, he survived. If you kill him, you are as innocent of the deed as the executioner who carries out the king's law." A Magus could be seen hovering in the shadows, not wanting to intrude upon the king's conversation. On seeing the man, Reinhold beckoned him to come forward. "Your Majesty, here is one I sent to gather some information for me. You may be interested in hearing what he has to report." "Let him approach," said the king. The brother bowed to the king. Looking exceedingly grave, he said, "As you suspected, High Magus, the ancient chamber dedicated to the void, which has been locked and abandoned for many years, has been recently reopened." Reinhold shook his head. "High Magus, your majesty, I dread to tell you this, but we found blood upon the altar." Helmos lifted his head, stared. "Blood? Some animal? Blood." The High Magus sighed deeply. "I think not, your majesty. If what I fear is true, this could explain how your brother survived the immolation. I do not want to say more now, before I have proof." "At least tell me what you suspect," Helmos said. Reinhold hesitated. "I would not cause you more pain, your majesty, and what I fear may not have come to pass." "I must know now, High Magus," Helmos said, "if I am to deal with Dagnerus." He smiled sadly. "As for pain, I do not think it possible for you to inflict more upon me, even if you were to pierce me through with barbed arrows." "Very well. It is possible, your majesty, that Prince Dagnerus has come into possession of what is known as the Dagger of the Vrykul, a terrible and evil artifact of the void. This magical dagger, when used by a person whom the void has embraced, has the power to steal the life essence of the victim and grant that essence to the one who wields the dagger." "May the gods have mercy," Helmos cried, his face pale and ghastly.
"In addition, your majesty,"
the High Magus continued relentlessly,
"the dagger that slays the victim also has the power to animate the corpse."
"There was once one among us, an old man named Zober. We suspected that he found such a dagger, and took it away with him before we had a chance to stop him." "An artifact of the void," Helmos repeated. "How would Dagnerus come by it? How would he even know of its existence?" "We had assumed that Zober was dead, or at least had traveled to some far-distant land," said the most revered High Magus. "We should have done more to find him, to ascertain his whereabouts, but at the time he was suspected only to be a worshipper of the void. We had no proof. But now my guess is that Gareth must have run across Zober and obtained the dagger from him. As are all artifacts of the void, the dagger would have been eager to be found." "How did this Zober get hold of such a dangerous weapon?" Helmos demanded. His eyes narrowed. "How did he know about it?" "He would have found references in the library, your majesty." "Knowledge like that should have been locked away, kept secret." "Knowledge is a two-edged sword, your majesty," the most revered High Magus replied in gentle rebuke. "Much that is used for good can be used also for ill. The juice of the poppy eases pain, but if taken in large quantities, it can send the person into a deep slumber from which he never rouses. Would you have us lock away all our books and manuscripts?" "Not all," Helmos said sharply. "But it seems to me logical to destroy those dealing with such evil things. But only in such books, your majesty, will we find how to counter the evil and fight against it." "Evil exists in the world, your majesty, as does good. Destroying the books does not destroy the evil." "Well, well, that is neither here nor there now," Helmos said with a touch of asperity. He rose to his feet, weary and dispirited. "You should get some rest, your majesty," said the most revered High Magus, laying a gentle hand upon Helmos's shoulder. "I foresee very little rest for any of us, Reinhold," said Helmos. "I must make arrangements for both my father's funeral and for my brother's return at the head of an army. Let me know what more you discover about this accursed dagger." The most revered High Magus bowed low. "The gods go with your majesty."
"My poor father," said Helmos softly.
"If he had known what evil my brother had done, he would never have ordered us to let Dagnerus escape unharmed." "Perhaps not, your majesty," said the most revered High Magus. "Your father was in the arms of death when he found the strength to rise up and give his command. The gods alone are the only ones with the power to have restored him to life in order to issue that one last command." Helmos made no reply. There was nothing to say. One could only ask why the gods would have done such a thing, and to that there was no answer that any mortal knew or could ever hope to know. He was about to step down off the stage when he was halted, confronted by the captain of the Orcan and his companions. "Yes, what is it, my lords?" Helmos forced himself to be patient. "I offered to kill your brother when he was a pup," said the captain. "The omens were very bad then. Your father should have listened to me." Helmos had nothing to say to this either. He was too tired to try to explain, too tired for niceties that would be lost upon the Orcan anyway. Helmos was king now, with myriad burdens and responsibilities. He would have continued on past, but the Orcan took a step and blocked Helmos's path. "My lord," Helmos was starting to become angry. "The omens this day were good for the Orcan," said the captain. Helmos paused, regarded the orc closely. "Does this mean that you will not assist me in fighting Prince Dagnerus?" The captain looked at the shaman, who shrugged her massive shoulders. "We will see what future omens have to say," the orc replied. "But for now, the answer is no. We will be returning to our homeland." "As you choose, my lords," said Helmos. He left the stage, left the altar, and walked alone back to the palace. The Lord of the Void. The new-made Lord of the Void met up with his vrikkel outside the city gates. The guards permitted Dagnerus to pass through the gates, having no orders to do otherwise. Shakur did not ask for explanation, seemed to know exactly what had transpired. Dagnerus had noticed before that he and the vrikkel had some sort of strange mental link, that the vrikkel would often answer a question before the prince had asked it, or say something to indicate he had been following Dagnerus's thoughts. Dagnerus could also understand what Shakur was thinking, and the prince had the impression that he could, with some effort, guide the thoughts of the being he had helped to create. "What says the king's minister?" Dagnerus demanded, pausing a moment in their wild galloping, which had carried them out the gates in a rush. "The king of Dunkarga supports you in your endeavor, your majesty. An army of 10,000 men will march upon your command." "Excellent. But, perhaps," Dagnerus added, brooding, "my uncle will not support me when he hears the lies that will be told about me. Already they are calling me demon, and you can be assured that my dear brother, Helmos, will do what he can to encourage that belief." "From what I gathered in conversation with the minister, who is a trusted confidant, your uncle would not believe Helmos if he should make the claim that the sun shone in the sky. Not only that, but Reynard is ambitious, and ambition sees only what it wants to see." "Then I will return to Viningale," Dagnerus said, looking up at the men-at-arms, who were staring down at him with astonishment. He raised his voice. "Tell the king I will be back, and when I come it will be at the head of my army." "Oh, ride on, my lord," Ballura urged him desperately. "We have spent too much time here already." Dagnerus scoffed. "Helmos will not pursue us. He lacks the guts." "But my husband will, my lord," Ballura said, her voice low. "I have brought him to shame and disgrace. He will not rest until he has caught us and avenged his honor." "That is true, your highness," Silwith called. He pointed. Look there." The gates were being closed behind them. A cloud of dust rose from the streets. Dagnerus could hear and even feel the thundering gallop of hooves, possibly as many as 100 elven horsemen, all of them highly skilled with bow and arrow. It galled Dagnerus to have to run from his foes. Had he been alone, he might have stayed to fight. He felt strong enough to take on the gods themselves. But he had Vallura to consider. She would be the primary target of her husband's rage, and Dagnerus could not fight and protect her at the same time. Putting his spurs to his horse's flanks, he wheeled his steed and raced off down the road. Shakur and Silwith followed, driving their horses hard. Gareth, pale and shaking, rode with his eyes squinched tight shut, more terrified of the horse than the possibility of battle. He hung on to Silwith with a death-like grip. Lord Mabberton was shouting for the guards to keep the gate open, but Dagnerus knew that human soldiers would not be in a hurry to obey an order given them by an elf. There would be a delay at the gate, and this would gain him some time. He plotted his strategy as he rode. His first goal must be to throw off pursuit. His second was to find a position he could defend, and that would afford Valura protection. Risking a glance over his shoulder, he saw that the gates were starting to once again swing open, but very slowly. The elves were bottled up behind the gates. The highway Dagnarus Road curved, rounding a hill, and the city gate was lost to sight. Dagnarus followed the highway for another few miles. Then, finding the path he had sought, he wheeled, turned his horse off the road, and crashed into the forest. The others followed, their steeds slowing as they tried to break through what seemed an impassable tangle of scrub trees and thick undergrowth. The smell of sage, crushed beneath their horses' hooves, scented the air. "Shakur, cover our tracks," Dagnarus ordered, slowing his mount but not stopping. The Vrikil, his face invisible beneath his black helm, nodded to show he understood. He slid from the saddle while the horse was still in motion and ran back to the road. Using his immense strength, the Vrikil ripped out the underbrush and began arranging the limbs and small trees to conceal their passage. Dagnarus pressed on, urging the horse as fast as possible along the path, which was overgrown and, in places, disappeared altogether. The trail was an ancient one that led to an old, tumble-down outpost which the soldiers of ancient Bingael had once used to keep watch against her enemies. Dagnarus was taking a calculated risk in turning off the main road. His horse was swift and might have been able to outdistance those ridden by the elves. But the horse was carrying 2 people, as was Silwith's mount, and would not be able to keep up a racing pace long. If his plan worked, and the elves were thrown off the trail, Dagnarus calculated that he and Valura had only to lie low for several days until the elves gave up the chase, and then he would make good their escape. The outpost was built on a cliff overlooking Lake Ildurl. There the watch had once lit huge bonfires, which could be seen from the village and which warned of enemy forces traveling up from the sea by boat. Made of stone dug out of the side of the mountain, the outpost had been abandoned for more than 100 years, ever since Binengale had grown into a major city whose strong walls would protect it from assault. The outpost's small guardhouse was in disrepair, its walls crumbling, its roof long ago caved in. No shutters covered its windows, its single door, half rotted away, hung precariously from rusted hinges. But the outpost would make an excellent hiding place. Few humans remembered the outpost's existence, and the elves would almost certainly not know of it. Dagnarus knew of it only because Captain Argot had brought the prince there as a youth, to illustrate a lesson on the importance of the outpost to the defense of what had then been a large fishing village. In later years, Dagnarus had returned to the outpost, using it as an informal hunting lodge. He liked to sit on the cliff and look out over the vast lake, the surrounding lands, and down into the city of Binengale. An eagle could not have a better view. From the outpost, Dagnarus had been able to spot weaknesses in the city's defenses, weaknesses he planned on either shoring up, should he become king, or exploiting. As his horse picked its way carefully up the steep trail, Dagnarus turned to make certain Valura was all right. He need not have worried. She reveled in the excitement. Her face was flushed, her lips parted in an ecstatic smile, her eyes glittered with pleasure. Once he heard her laugh, sparkling laughter that echoed over the rocks like splashing water. Silwith had been a soldier. He rode well and kept up with Dagnarus. Gareth had finally opened his eyes, only to see that they were climbing what appeared to him to be a vertical cliff face. He shut them again. Shakur had not yet returned. The Vrikil waited behind to report on the elves. The sun was setting on this strange and awful day when Dagnarus and his followers reached the outpost. "I fear you will not find this place very comfortable, my love," Dagnarus said as he helped Valura from the horse. "But I trust we need hide out here for only a few days, until your husband tires of seeking us." Valura looked grave. "My husband will never tire of searching for us, my dear, not if he were to live 1,000 years. Dagnarus removed the black wolf-faced helm, shook out his sweat-damp hair. Silwith was trying to persuade Gareth that they had arrived, they were safe, and he could dismount. Gareth opened his eyes, stared in shock at the river, which was only a ribbon of silver far, far beneath him. Shuddering, he looked hurriedly away. He tried to climb down off the horse, but he was so stiff and sore, his muscles so clenched with fear, that he slid off and fell heavily to the ground. "The shield of the divine is my ally," Dagnarus said, smiling in reassurance. "He has agreed to provide me men and arms to overthrow my brother's rule. In return, he will have the border cities he wants. He will not allow the personal vendetta of one lord to imperil our alliance." Valora smiled sadly. "How little you know of us, my own." She kissed him tenderly. "Silwith will explain the situation. I am too tired to do so myself. No, my dearest, I can manage. All I need is a blanket to spread on the floor." "You do not even have a cloak," Dagnarus chided gently. "The night will be cold here in the mountains." "Ah, my love," he added, taking hold of her hands and drawing her close. "What have I brought you to? Ruin, disgrace, danger. No food. Nothing but a smelly horse blanket under which to sleep. You made a poor choice when you chose to come with me. You should have remained with your husband and denounced me along with all the others. At least you would be safe at home this night, warm in your bed with its silk sheets, eating peacock tongues and drinking mulled wine." "I long for those as the escaped prisoner longs for his iron manacles and his dark cell," Valora replied. Her voice hardened. "I have been a prisoner all my life, first in my father's house, then in the houses of my husbands. No chains bind me now except those of love, and those chains are made of forget-me-not and gossamer. Yet these chains are so strong, not even death can sunder them. If I die tomorrow, my love, my own, I shall die with a smile on my lips, for I have been happy this day. Happy to be free of our secret. Happy to show the world how much I love you." He kissed the hands he held, kissed her fingers, and then kissed her lips. Against her protests, he accompanied her into the guardhouse, where he did what he could to make her comfortable. Silwith went off to tend to the horses. A tumble-down stable located behind the guardhouse offered some shelter for the weary beasts. Gareth was too shaken from his fall and drained from the day's cataclysmic events to be of much use to anyone. He sat forlornly on a portion of the crumbling stone wall that surrounded the guardhouse, staring out at the sky. Long streaks of red made it look as if the sinking sun was grasping at the clouds with bloody fingers, trying to save itself from sliding into night. He glanced up dispiritedly as Dagnarus approached. "Well, was it worth it?" Gareth asked bitterly. "The pain." Dagnarus's eyes darkened, his face blanched, his hand curled in upon itself in remembered agony. "I did not believe I would survive," he said after a moment, his voice harsh. "The pain of the fire was excruciating. I could see." He paused, awed. "I could see the faces of the gods. They were not angry, only sad." He smiled grimly. "Odd. But I was reminded of Evaristo when he was beating you. The gods looked the same way as they punished me." He hesitated, as if he was loath to talk of it, but seemed to need to speak. "It would have been easy to die. I wanted to die, to escape the terrible pain. But then I saw another face watching alongside the gods, my brother, and he was watching me suffer with a smile on his lips." "No, he wasn't," Gareth protested, shocked. "I saw Helmos quite clearly. He was horrified. He risked his life, trying to save you from the flames. The other lords had to pull him back, and even then he struggled to free himself." "Did he?" Dagnarus shrugged. "Well, perhaps I was mistaken. At any rate, he did save my life, for it was the sight of that smug grin of his that gave me the will and the strength to battle the gods. In the midst of the fire, I sought the darkness. I entered the darkness, and in its vacuum, the flames died. And the darkness rewarded me, made me stronger than a Dominion lord, better than even my father's creations." "Lord of the Void," Gareth murmured. I feel its magical power inside me, much as a woman feels new life within her, or so I must imagine, Dognerus continued, ecstatic. The power is young yet, but it grows with every passing moment. You will need it to escape Lord Mabberton, Gareth observed darkly. Ha! Dagnerus laughed. He's gone off on the wrong track. He and his men are probably halfway to Tinafa by now. He yawned, stretched. Gods, I am exhausted. I will go lie down with Valura for an hour or so. Dagnerus glanced down at his armored arms, the black breastplate. Speaking of sleep, what do I do with this strange armor? It is comfortable. I can hardly feel that I am wearing it. The armor seems to be a part of me, like my skin or fingernails. Yet I trust I am not expected to keep it on day and night. Your brother Helmos and the other Dominion lords wear a magical pendant given them by the gods, Your Highness, Gareth said. He, too, was suddenly weary, but he was afraid to sleep. Every time he shut his eyes, he saw the prince withering in that holy fire. A touch on the pendant and a prayer to the gods causes their armor to appear. I doubt if prayer to the gods will avail me much now, Dagnerus said wryly. I don't suppose I pray to the void, he asked, doubtful. Gareth sighed and shook his head. No, Your Highness. The void does not give unconditionally, as do the gods. The void takes first, then grants the request. You gave your soul. The void accepted your sacrifice and rewarded you with renewed life, the armor, and the magical power it confers. Gareth studied the armor closely. The armor conformed to the body, recreated the body. He could see outlines of ribcage and muscle and sinew and bone. In the center of the breastplate, over the heart, an emblem was engraved. The emblem was simple: 4 mandalas representing the 4 elements. In their center, a single black dot, darker than the armor itself, darker than night. Gareth pointed his finger, careful not touch the armor. That symbol, Your Highness. Look at it. Dagnerus peered down. I recognize it, he said softly, awed. When I was dying, I suppose, I saw it. Black amidst the flame, the wheel spun before my eyes. What does it mean? It is a symbol for the void, a very ancient one. The mandalas represent the other 4 elements. In the center is the void. Place your palm over that symbol, Your Highness, and wish the armor away, Gareth instructed. Dagnerus did so. The armor disappeared, seeming, to their astonished gaze, to dissolve into the prince's skin, a drop of shining darkness draining into each pore, becoming part of his life's blood. Dagnerus stood in the clearing, clad in the white robes he had been wearing during the ceremony. Around his neck hung a round pendant. Cut from a single large stone, the pendant glittered and sparkled in the sunlight with the radiance of a diamond, except that it was jet black. At his side was the dagger of the Vrykle, held in place by his will, attached to him by the magic. Dagnerus regarded the pendant and the dagger with satisfaction, the robes with disgust. A fine sight I shall look, riding over the countryside dressed like a virgin on her wedding day. Ah, here is the Vrykle. What news of the elves? They missed the trail completely, my master, said Shakur, bowing from horseback. I waited, hiding in the void, and watched them gallop past. Not one thought to look off to the side, so intent were they upon catching you on the road ahead. Fools. Dagnerus dismissed them with a gesture of contempt. He looked with interest at Shakur's saddlebags. I don't suppose you have a change of clothes in there? As it happens, I do, my master, Shakur replied. Opening the saddlebags, he drew out a leather tunic, a fine silk shirt, and woolen hose. He held them out to Dagnerus, who glanced at them disparagingly. A burgher's clothes. Still, I suppose that will have to do until I can buy something better. What is that brown stuff spattered all over them? Blood, my master, said Shakur imperturbably. You ordered me to conceal the murder, and so I thought it best to leave no trace. I buried the body, but I brought the man's possessions with me, intending to sell them later." "Silwith," Dagnaras ordered, "take these and wash them. See if you can make them fit for me to wear." Shakur lifted the visor, revealing the face with its dead eyes. The Reichel held out the soiled clothing to the elf. Silwith, his expression impassive, took a step backward. "Drop them on the ground," Silwith commanded, making no move to touch them. "Come take them from me, elf," said the Reichel, sneering. Silwith did not move, his nose wrinkled in disgust. "I will not. I smell the stench of death and decay on you." "His name is Shakur, Silwith," Dagnaras said, watching the confrontation with some slight amusement. "He is of Reichel, a creature of the void who serves me." "As do you," he added, voice grating. Silwith bowed low. "I serve your highness. I am loyal to your highness, as I believe I have proven. But I will not serve this corrupt mockery of sacred life." Dagnaras's face flushed in anger. Gareth plucked at the prince's sleeve, whispered hurriedly, "Don't force the issue, your highness, not if you value Silwith. The elves honor death, revere those who have died. The elves believe that their spirits leave this life to go on to another, better life. The idea of a spirit imprisoned in dead flesh is abhorrent to them." Dagnaras's anger simmered, but he said nothing to Silwith. A new and troubling thought had occurred to him. "Will Valura feel this way, do you think?" "I should imagine so, your highness," Gareth said. "Then I will send the Vrykil away. He can precede us, rendezvous with my uncle's army. Shakur." Dagnaras beckoned. "I have new orders for you." "Too late, your highness," Gareth said in a low voice. Valura stood in the doorway of the building. Her face was livid, and she stared at Shakur with an expression of revulsion and horror. "Death," she whispered. "Death is come from me." Her knees gave way. She sagged against the open door and would have fallen, but Dagnaras ran to her and caught her in his arms. "No, my dear, my beloved," the prince said. "Not death, but life. I have found a way to defeat death. This body will not die." Valura's gaze shifted to the blood-stained clothing. "He lives by feeding off the lives of others." She shuddered, closed her eyes. "I heard him say so." "In my cause," Dagnaras emphasized. "They die in my cause. By the gods, they should give thanks that their petty little lives are now exalted, made worthwhile in my service." "You do not doubt me, beloved," he added, frowning, annoyed and displeased. "You do not question my actions." "No, no," Valura said, but she kept her face turned away from the Vrykil and even lifted her hands to hide him from her sight. She pressed her head against Dagnarus's chest. "I did what I felt compelled to do," he said, his voice cool. His arm dropped from around her. "Without this creature that so repulses you, we could not have escaped. Even now, we would most likely be at the mercy of your husband, except for him. The Vrykil's strength is 10 times that of mortal men. He does not have the weaknesses of mortal men. He does not require sleep or food. He does not need rest. In his death, he gave me his life essence. Thus I survived the fire that would have killed me. We are bound together, he and I," Dagnaras added, his voice softening in awe. "His thoughts are mine. My thoughts are his. Should he travel to the far reaches of this world, I could still command him, and he would still obey me." Dagnaras gripped the dagger of the Vrykil, held it for Valura to see. He clasped her chin, when she would have turned her head away, forced her to look on the dagger, on him. "Listen to me, my love," Dagnaras continued, holding the dagger before her frightened gaze. "With this weapon, I plan to create more of these Vrykil, as many as my father made Dominion lords. Each one will give me his life essence, and so I will cheat death. I will have the lifespan of an elf, or longer. Think of it. You and I will not be separated. I will not grow old and die while you remain young and beautiful. We will be together always, and it is the Vrikil who makes this possible. Do not curse Shakur. You should instead be offering him your blessing." Valura turned to look upon the Vrikil, but she did so very reluctantly, very unwillingly. Her eyes met the dead eyes of the animated corpse. She blenched and shuddered, but she did not avert her gaze. "Forgive me for my silly weakness, my dear one," she said, through lips so pale and stiff they could barely move. Dagnaris kissed her tenderly. "Come, love. This has been a trying day. You are exhausted." He assisted Valura back inside the outpost, only to return a few moments later. "How is she?" Gareth asked anxiously. She did not look well. The sight was shocking. My fault. I should have prepared her for it, Dagnaris replied. She will soon come to accept the necessity, but for now she needs time to adjust, and that will not happen while the Vrikil is present. Shakur, ride to Dungarga. Tell them what has happened. Tell them I have need of the army now. Find out how soon they can be ready to move." "I am constrained to obey your command, my master," said Shakur. "But I urge you to reconsider. Your Highness is not yet out of danger, and there are few of us to guard you as it is." "I have no need of any guards," Dagnaris retorted. "The elves are off on a wild goose chase. You will do as I command, Shakur. The Dunkargans must be immediately apprised of the situation. Helmos knows that I will turn to Dunkarga for support. My brother may have already ordered his own army to march upon Dunkarga in an effort to forestall me. I gave you an order, Shakur. You will obey me." The Vrikil bowed. Tossing the bloody clothes at Silwith's feet, the Vrikil lowered his visor, wheeled his horse, and galloped back through the woods. "Well, what is the matter now?" Dagnaris demanded, rounding irritably upon Gareth. "Nothing, your Highness," said Gareth. "You think I acted wrongly to send a Vrikil away?" "I think he would have been useful, your Highness," Gareth said somberly. "We must keep watch this night, and we are all dropping from weariness." "There is nothing out there to watch for," Dagnaris said angrily. "But if it will make you happy, I will take the first watch while you and Silwith sleep. And now make yourself useful. Draw water from the well and see if you can find something for us to eat. Silwith, do what you can to wash the bloodstains from those clothes." Entering the outpost, Dagnaris slammed shut the door with such violent force that he nearly splintered it. Twilight's afterglow still filled the sky, but night was already starting to creep through the woods. Gareth had no idea how he was supposed to find food. He could use his magic to start a fire, but such magical light bright and white as the stars against the darkness would be a beacon to anyone searching for them. Gareth bent to help Silwith pick up the clothes. "Do you believe that Lord Mabreton has truly lost our trail?" he asked softly. Silwith gazed out into the gloaming, as if he could part the shadows and see what hid beneath them. Perhaps he did see more than Gareth. Elves have excellent eyesight, far better than humans. When Silwith spoke, Gareth realized that the elf was not describing what he could see, but what he felt. Lord Mabretol has only one objective in life now: vengeance. He feels only one emotion: hatred. He is drawn to the object of his hatred and his vengeance like iron to lodestone. We must all of us keep careful watch this night. They kept careful watch that night. Dagnaris said testily that the growling of their stomachs would keep them all awake if nothing else. He had agreed, though with ill humor, that with Lord Mabreton searching for them, it would be folly to light a fire, magical or otherwise, on this high hilltop. Clouds covered the sky. The night was so very dark, darker than Gareth, who had never before spent a night outside of the comfortable walls of home or castle, had ever imagined possible. He dreaded leaving the ramshackle building, for fear he should tumble down the well in the darkness or lose himself in the woods, never to find his way back again. But the need to relieve himself drove him out of the building, searching for the privies in the blinding blackness. Fortunately, they had been built of the same whitish stone as the outpost. He found his way without falling into the well, which was a gaping black hole in the back courtyard. Silwith washed the clothes, and laid them out to dry upon some large flat rocks that had been heated by the sun. Dagnerus stripped off the white robes, rolled them into a ball, and tossed them into a corner. The night was warm. He would make do with small clothes until morning. The prince went out to keep the first watch. Valura accompanied him, loath to part from him, if only for a few hours. She had slept some, and was, she said, feeling much stronger. Gareth lay down to try to sleep, but though he was nearly dropping with fatigue, the day's terrible events so disturbed him that he could not find the rest he desperately sought. He could hear Dagnerus and Valura talking and laughing softly together outdoors. The laughter gave way to harsh breathing and sighs of pleasure. Dagnerus was not keeping very good watch. Gareth listened to their lovemaking with mingled repulsion, irritation, envy, and resentment. To make matters worse, Silwith had fallen off to sleep the moment his head had touched the bundled cloak he was using for a pillow. Gareth tossed and turned and tried not to hear, tried not to imagine what was happening only a few feet away from him. But he was still awake when Dagnerus and Valura crept inside, their giggles smothered. He was still awake, though he pretended not to be, when Dagnerus touched his shoulder and told him it was time for him to take the second watch. Gareth left without a word and took his place, perched uncomfortably on a hollowed-out portion of the outpost's small retaining wall. And then, of course, because he must not fall asleep, sleep came at last. He woke with a guilty start to find Silwith standing over him. Among my people, any warrior who sleeps on guard duty is not permitted to wake, ever. His throat is slit on the spot. "I am sorry," Gareth said contritely, scrambling to his feet. He glanced about. I don't think I was asleep long." "You weren't." Silwith was grim. "I was wakeful, and when I heard you begin to mumble, I guessed that you had drifted off. Go inside. Return to your bed. I will take your watch. I rarely sleep more than a few hours at night anyway." Gareth made a feeble argument, which Silwith cut short. "Be quiet. Do not wake His Highness or the Lady Valura. Let them have one night of peace together at least." Silwith settled himself on the wall, gazed out into the darkness. Gareth lingered at the elf's side. "You seem very sure that they will find us." "I am." "Well, shouldn't we be doing something?" Gareth asked helplessly. "What war spells do you know, Magus?" Silwith countered, his voice lilting, mocking. "None," Gareth admitted. "I wasn't studying to be a war magus." "Then there is little for you to do except sleep." Silwith settled himself more comfortably upon the stone wall, turned his back to Gareth. Chagrined, Gareth meekly accepted his dismissal and returned to the small fortification. He lay staring into the darkness until sleep rescued him from his fear at last. The sacrifice. Dagnerus woke in the pre-dawn light. Valura nestled in his arms, her head upon his breast. Her long black hair spilled over his bare arm. Her eyes were closed. She breathed deeply and evenly, secure in his strength, comforted by his warmth. He did not like to disturb her, and so he lay long moments at her side without moving, guarding her sleep. Outside, the birds' song was loud and cheerful, marking boundaries to their territories. Mating couples squabbled over nest building. He smoothed the hair from Valura's face with a gentle touch. She had defied her husband for love of him. He was overwhelmed with love for her. Usually his energetic nature, an easy prey to boredom, had him up and out of bed the moment his eyes opened. This day, so peaceful and serene, he thought he might well lie alongside his lady all morning long. "Your Highness," Silwith called softly through the window. Dagnerus did not answer for fear of waking Valura. He was tempted to ignore the elf, feign sleep, but Silwith's voice held a note of urgency. Carefully, gently, Dagnerus slid his arm from beneath Valura's head. She murmured in her sleep, her eyelids fluttered, but she did not awaken. Tenderly, he cradled her head upon the white robes which they had used for a pillow, and kissed her gently. Levering himself up quietly, he padded soft-footed to the open window. "Well, what is it?" he demanded, in no very good humor. "Keep down, Your Highness," Silwith cautioned. He was crouched on his haunches beneath the window, gazing intently out into the forest. "Stay in the shadows." "What is it?" Dagnarus asked again. The prince followed his line of the sight. "What have you seen?" "Nothing, Your Highness," Silwith replied. "Then why all the creeping and crouching?" Dagnarus demanded, exasperated. "Listen, birds are singing, busy and content. They are not spooked." He pointed to 2 squirrels, playing a game of tag, jumping from branch to branch. "Animals roam about freely." "And so they would, Your Highness, if an army of 10,000 elves was out there in those woods," Silwith said earnestly, his voice soft and low. "You fought elves before. You should know, Your Highness. We have an affinity for birds, who are creatures of the air and are pleased to do our bidding. Elven soldiers can move with the silence of ghosts. They could be all around us." Dagnarus left the outpost, walked outdoors. He still did not believe that anything was amiss, but as Silwith said, he had fought elves before and respected them as a cunning and clever enemy. He kept to the shadows as Silwith had advised. "Have you seen anything? Heard anything?" Quote, "No, Your Highness, but there is a taste on the air, a scent I do not like. It would be best if we all stayed within." "My lord?" Balura's voice, thick with sleep, came from the doorway. She could not see Dagnarus, crouched beneath the window, and she stepped out into the sunshine to search for him. The arrow flew so swift, so silent, that none of them saw it until it struck and soft flesh halted its flight. Valura gasped and sagged back against the door, staring in bewilderment at the feathered shaft buried deep in her thigh. Blood welled around the wound, soaked her silken gown. Dagnarus gave a hoarse cry of outrage and sprang to his feet. "No, Your Highness," Silwith shouted, attempting to seize hold of the prince and keep him out of danger. Another arrow sped through the air, aimed at Dagnarus. The arrow would have pierced his heart had he been an ordinary mortal. The void, sensing its lord's danger, acted to shield him. The black armor flowed over his body like dark water, protecting him from attack. The arrow struck the black breastplate. The shaft vanished in a flash of fire. The arrowhead fell harmlessly to the ground. Dagnarus lifted the fainting Balura in his arms and carried her to safety inside the outpost. Silwith leapt through the open window, diving headfirst amid an angry buzzing of arrows. Gareth, awakened by Dagnarus's cry, slammed shut the door. Arrows thunked into it or whistled eerily through the shutterless window, hitting the far wall. "Down! Keep down!" Silwith commanded, grabbing hold of Gareth and dragging him to the floor. Dagnarus laid Valura upon the white robes. Blood soaked her clothing. She was ashen, her eyes wide and shocked, and she was quivering with the pain. Her breath came in quick, tight gasps. Her hand, sticky with blood, felt for the arrow. Dagnarus gazed at her in grim despair, then reached for his sword. "They will rush the building. How many would you estimate?" "No, Your Highness," Silwith cried. "That is not their plan. They will not attack us, so long as we are inside here." "Why?" "What can they hope to gain by skulking out there in the woods?" Dagnarus demanded, his voice shaking with fury. "They will not attack because they fear they might kill the Lady Valura." "They want her alive," Silwith said grimly. He looked at the wound. Blood pulsed from it, flowing fast. Silwith lifted his gaze to the prince. "But I fear that this was a poorly aimed shaft, my lord," he said softly. "The arrow has pierced a major artery. She cannot survive." "What do you know?" Dagnarus demanded angrily and shoved Silwith away. "Are you a healer, my beloved?" He bent over her, took her cold hand in his. "Beloved." "Prince Dagnarus!" cried a voice from outside the window. "Lord Mabreton," Silwith muttered. "Lord of the Void," the elf shouted. "There is no escape for you now. I challenge you to settle this in fair combat. If you are a man of honor, you will accept." First, however, you must give up the unfaithful, honorless, soulless woman who was once known as Lady Mabreton, but whose name is now Whore. I have a healer with me. The whore will be well treated, better than she deserves. If she is wise, she will request death from me. That would not restore her honor, but it will save her family from disgrace. If not, I will take her back to her home, where her father will determine what is to be her fate. You can either send her out, Lord Mabreton continued, his voice cold and hard, or you can watch her bleed to death. I will give you 30 minutes to make your decision. Ballura thrust out her blood-stained hand, caught hold of Dagnaris's forearm. Her eyes were dark, shadowed with pain. "No," she begged him. "Do not hand me over to him." She sucked in a shivering breath, her eyes closed in agony. "I would die first." Dagnaris knelt beside her, bent to kiss her. "I will never give you up," he promised. "Never. Do something," he hissed. Gareth was trying ineffectually to staunch the blood, which oozed out of the wound with the pulsing of the woman's heartbeat. He looked at the prince and shook his head. "I am not a healer," he said, "and there are no healing spells in void magic. Perhaps, if you could remove the arrow." "It's barbed," Dagnaris said with a bitter curse. "I have seen men hit with these cursed arrows. If I try to pull it out, I will rip the muscles of her leg out with it. The pain alone could kill her." Dagnaris gathered Ballura in his arms, held her close. "My love, my own love, you must not die. You must not leave me." Ballura opened her eyes. Reaching up her hand, she touched Dagnaris's face through the open visor of the black helm. Her touch left streaks of blood upon his cheek. "I see the shadows reaching for me," she said weakly. "But there is a way." "When I am gone, make me one of them." She reached out her hand and touched the dagger of the Vrykul. "We will always be together." "Ah!" "No!" Dagnaris cried, horrified. He laid her back down on the blood-soaked robes. "No," he said again, shuddering. "Lady Ballura," Gareth admonished, shocked to the core of his being. "You do not know what you are saying. These accursed dead have only a mockery of life. They are not truly alive. They feed off the living." Her fingers, slippery with her own blood, closed spasmodically over the dagger's hilt. Dagnaris. Her eyes sought his eyes, met them, held them. "I will not leave you, ever. I give my soul to the void." "Oh, gods! No!" Dagnaris moaned and fell to his knees at her side. Ballura said no word, made no sound. He could do nothing but watch her life ebb away. Her gaze remained on him for as long as she could see him, until death blotted him from her sight. Her hand, touching the dagger, went limp. Her eyes continued to stare at Dagnaris, but the stare was fixed, unseeing. Dagnaris did not move. He said nothing, made no further outcry. He knelt beside her for so long that it seemed he might have turned to stone, been granted at last the transfiguration that had been denied him. Gareth sat back, dazed and stunned by the tragedy, unable to react. Silwith, with a deep sigh, leaned forward to shut the staring eyes. "Don't touch her," Dagnaris ordered savagely. His lips compressed. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the dagger. "I will honor her last wish," he said through clenched teeth. "Is she an acceptable candidate?" "I forbid it, Your Highness," Silwith cried, and tried to snatch the dagger. Dagnaris backhanded the elf, striking him a blow that knocked him across the room. Silwith slammed up against the wall and collapsed in a crumpled heap. Dagnaris did not look to see if the elf was dead or alive. He laid the dagger on Ballura's still breast. "Your Highness," said Gareth harshly, "are you certain this is what you want? Think what she will become. A monster." The word died on his lips. He shrank from the prince's terrible fury. "Tell me," Dagnaris commanded. Foam flecked his lips. His eyes were dark and sunken in his head. "Remind me of what I must do." "Her blood," Gareth began hesitantly. "Her life," Dagnaros cried, and he bent and placed his lips upon the wound, sucking her blood as a child suckles at the breast of its mother. Put the dagger on her breast," Gareth said faintly, stricken with pity and horror. The dragon's head toward her head, the crosspiece aligned. He could not continue. Sick and dizzy, he feared he might faint. Dagnaros' lips were stained with her blood. He arranged the dagger on Valura's breast, drew back his hand, and waited. Slowly, the dagger began to rise into the air. The scales of the dragon, black and glistening, fell from the dagger, pierced Valura's flesh. Wherever the scales touched, they burrowed their way beneath the skin, flowed together until her body was encased in a hard, black shell of shining armor. Dagnaros watched, his face like stone, implacable, immovable. A black helm, adorned with the wings of a bird, wings as black as those of a crow, covered Valura's face. Black mailed gloves encased her hands. No part of her flesh remained visible. She was swallowed up by the darkness. Valura's hand stirred, reached up, lifted the visor of the helm. Her eyes opened. They held no life, were dark and cold and fixed with a glassy stare. The eyes sought Dagnaros. Her gaze, with no life in it, rested on him. "I am with you," she said to him. "Always." She reached out her gloved hand. He caught hold of her hand, pressed her fingers to his lips. "Always," he said. His words came from lips stained with her blood and were colder, more dead than hers, which spoke from the realm of death. "Your time is up," shouted Lord Mabertaw. "Send out the whore, or we will come in and drag her out." "Dox." "Yes," said Dagnaros softly. "I will send you your wife." He glanced carelessly behind him. "Silwith, are you loyal to me, or do you now wish to be counted among my enemies?" The elf had regained consciousness. He shook his head to clear it, felt his jaw. Blood oozed from a split and swollen lip. He cast one look at the new-made Reichel, a look of revulsion, and quickly averted his gaze. "I am your servant, your highness, as always," he said, wiping away blood. "Forgive my recent failure." "You are forgiven," said Dagnaros coolly. "The Lady Valura is going to give herself up to her husband. You will accompany her." The Reichel had altered shape and form. Gone was the black armor and the bird-wing helm. Valura, as beautiful as she had been in life, wounded and seemingly helpless, languished on the blood-soaked robes. Her cold, dead gaze met Silwith's. A shudder shook his frame. His face paled, but he did not falter. "I will not fail you, your highness," he said, and, bending down, he lifted the Reichel that had once been the Lady Valura in his arms. Silwith could feel the terrible cold of the void and the smooth, brittle hardness of the black armor that the illusion hides, but never replaces. Silwith's back was to Dagnaros. Only Gareth saw the struggle within the elf, a struggle so fierce he could not conceal it, as he was forced to touch the cursed, corrupt creature of the void. "What are your orders, your highness?" Silwith asked, a slight, very slight, catch in his voice. "Carry the Lady Valura," he did not call her Reichel, as he always did Shakur, to the clearing and set her down. "Lord Mabreton will send his men to fetch her. You, my love, will deal with them." Valura nodded and smiled, a terrible smile. "I will answer Lord Mabreton's challenge," Dagnaros said, his hand clenched over the hilt of his sword. "I look forward to it. Gareth, the elven archers are hiding in these woods. At my signal you will set the forest ablaze. Silwith, when you have finished your task with the Lady Valura, you will run to the stables, lead the horses to a place of safety, away from the flames. We will join you shortly, when our work outside is finished." "They are bringing her out now, my lord," reported one of the elven retainers. Lord Mabreton watched in grief and bitter sorrow as the prince's servant, Silwith, carried the wounded elf-woman from the crumbling outpost. Lord Mabreton had truly loved his beautiful wife. Indeed, the Lord had committed the very grave sin of loving her when she had been the wife of his brother. The Lord had gallantly kept his illicit love hidden and would have carried it to his grave had not the untimely death of his brother made it possible for that love to be properly expressed. He was aware that Valura did not return his love, but he had hoped to be able, through patience and kindness, to win her heart as he had won her hand in marriage. Their last months together had given him reason to hope that he was succeeding. For the first time in their marriage, Valura had been warm and responsive in their bed. She had seemed more cheerful, had ceased to complain about living among the humans. She had appeared to take an interest in her husband and what he did and said. Now the Lord knew the real reason for her sudden enjoyment of their lovemaking. She was acting a role, loving him in order to mask the stench of another man's love. Her sudden happiness could be attributed to the same cause. Lord Mabreton recalled her every move, every word, and wondered how he could have been so blind. The nights he had awakened to find her gone from their bed. She had been unable to sleep, she had told him, and had gone to walk in the cool air. The nights she spent in the castle, rather than in their home, claiming that the Queen had requested her to stay. Lord Mabreton now hated the woman for the shame she had brought to him and to his house. He had ordered the archers to shoot her in the leg, crippling her. The healers would keep her alive, but she would be subjected to agonizing torment that would end only in ignominious death at his hands, if she had any scrap of honor left in her. Yet he could not look upon her, as the elf servant laid her gently on the ground, could not look upon her beauty that was still wondrous without feeling his love for her stir in his heart. His eyes filled with tears. He turned from his men that they might not see his weakness. The prince's elven servant bowed in the direction of the unseen lord. "My master, Prince Dagnaris, accepts the challenge of Lord Mabreton, and will meet him in single combat upon this ground that is stained with the blood of the Lady Valura." "Excellent," said Lord Mabreton. He wore the armor of the Dominion Lord, magical armor that shone silver in the sunlight. "I will rid the world of this demon prince." "What of the prince's servant, Silwith, my lord?" asked one of the archers, raising his bow, arrow-nocked. "He is a disgrace to our people. I have a clear shot at him." "Leave him be," Lord Mabreton ordered tersely. "The ancestors will deal with him." In truth, the Lord knew that Silwith was in the service of the Shield, and that the Shield thought quite highly of the young elf. Lord Mabreton had no intention of being the one to kill the Shield's favorite spy. "Two of you men, go fetch the female, carry her to the healers. They are to treat her well and give her what ease they choose. She will have to ride at least part of the way back to the road, where she will then be placed in a litter for the journey home." The elves did as they were ordered. Two laid down their weapons and advanced into the compound, where Valura lay on a blanket, weak from loss of blood and fainting with pain. Yet, when the elven men came near her, she found the strength to lift her head and raise herself up on one arm. "Do not touch me," she ordered with a scathing glance. "I will make my own way." Refusing their assistance, she pushed herself painfully off the ground, struggled to her feet. The arrow's shaft was still embedded in her thigh. She grimaced and gasped aloud when she was forced to put her weight upon her injured leg, almost fell. With great effort, she managed to remain standing, however. She limped forward, her lips compressed against the pain, her face ashen. Every step must have been agony for her, but she persevered, refusing all offers of aid. Such courage and fortitude, even in one disgraced, is much admired. The elven soldiers murmured their approval. Lord Mabreton had to look away again, suppressing the urge to run forward and clasp her in his arms, to pardon her and take her back. Duty to his family would never permit such an act. He waited until he could assure himself, by sneaking covert glances at her, that she was making her way to the healers. She moved slowly and painfully, leaning against tree trunks to aid her hobbling steps, but she continued to walk on her own. The guards came behind her, not offering to touch her, For every time one of them made a move toward her, she repelled him with a scornful, furious look. "Lord Mabberton," came a cold voice. "I grow impatient." The Dominion Lord tore his gaze away from the woman who had once been his wife and focused on her demon lover. Drawing his sword, Lord Mabberton went forward to meet the challenge. "Remember, Your Highness," Gareth warned Dagnarus as the prince was about to set forth, "the sword of a Dominion Lord is a blessed weapon, one that can be fatal to you." "But even then, Patch," Dagnarus answered glibly, "he will have to kill me twice." The two combatants, one clad all in silver and shining like the dawn, the other clad in black and dark as empty night, met on the field of honor. Visors lowered, the combatants could not see each other's faces, only the eyes through the eye slits. Each watched the eyes of his opponent, hoping to be able to judge where the next blow would fall. They circled. Once Dagnarus lashed out with his sword, a slash easily parried by Lord Mabberton. The elf made a furious chop with his blade, which was turned aside by Dagnarus. The two were measuring each other, each testing his opponent's strength and agility and skill. The opponents were evenly matched. That much was soon apparent. Gareth turned from the window. He had to prepare for his magic, had to nerve himself to face the considerable pain casting such a powerful spell would cost him. He came to stand side by side with Silwith in the open doorway to watch. "For whom do you cheer?" the elf asked softly, his eyes on the combatants. "For His Highness, of course," Gareth answered. The elf's gaze, dark and cynical, flicked to Gareth. Gareth tried to meet that gaze and found he couldn't. He looked back at the contest. Dagnarus was a skilled warrior. He fought well in the tumult of battle, where the soldier has little time to think but must react swiftly and instinctively to constantly changing conditions. Dagnarus lacked the patience of the skilled duelist, however. The elf lord's feints, dodges, and maneuvering soon angered the prince, who wanted to bring the contest to a swift end. Dagnarus began to make mistakes. Silwith clucked his tongue, exactly as he had done when the boys were young, and the prince was being particularly obstinate and headstrong. The sound took Gareth back to the playroom. He could not mourn lost innocence. He had left that behind the moment he had set foot in the castle. But he could mourn lost dreams. Shining silver and glistening black blurred in his vision. He lowered his head for a moment. Beside him, Silwith caught his breath. Fear rending his heart, Gareth looked up swiftly to see Lord Mabberton thrust his sword into Dagnarus's chest. The blade of the Dominion Lord, blessed by the gods, pierced the black armor of the Lord of the Void with ease. Lord Mabberton jerked his sword free. Blood followed it, washing over Dagnarus's black armor. Dagnarus did not cry out. Letting his sword fall from his flaccid hand, he stared down at the gaping wound, at his blood flowing freely, and he seemed astonished. He sank to his knees. He pressed his hand over his chest. As chivalry and honor commanded, Lord Mabberton would make no further attack on the dying man. The Dominion Lord handed his weapon to his squire to wipe off the blood. Arms folded across his chest, Lord Mabberton prepared to watch his enemy die. Dagnarus made as if to fall forward. At the last moment he seized his sword. Leaping to his feet, he lunged forward, amazed and horrified, not believing what his senses told him was impossible. Lord Mabberton stood weaponless, helpless to halt the attack. Dagnarus plunged his blade into Lord Mabberton's throat. The stroke was brutal, vicious. The black sword cut through the silver armor, severed the man's head from his body. Lord Mabberton was dead before his corpse keeled over. The squire made a desperate swipe at the attacker with his fallen lord's sword. Dagnarus bashed the squire in the face with his mailed fist, snapping the man's neck. Standing over the decapitated body of the elven Dominion Lord, Dagnarus raised his blood-slimed sword. "Who is next?" he shouted, his voice echoing hideously from beneath his helm. "Who will next challenge the Lord of the Void?" From down the hill where the healers had carried Velura, came fearful screams and cries. The fainting lady had transformed into a black, avised bird of death, ripping apart the flesh of those who had murdered her. "You must go now, Gareth," said Silwith. His voice was calm, revealed no emotion. "You have your orders." Gareth did indeed have his orders. Cloaking himself in the darkness of the void, he slipped out the door, unseen by the distracted elven archers, and ran around the back of the building. The thought came to his mind to keep running, run until he reached the edge of the cliff and keep running then, straight into blessed oblivion. He did not leap off the cliff, however. Not because he lacked the courage to kill himself. Death would have been very easy for him now. He did not, because inside he was already dead. Inside, he was as much a Vrykul as Valura or Shakur. Only when Dagnaris died would the Vrykul be freed from their cursed existence. Only when Dagnaris died would Gareth be freed of his. As for Dagnaris, he had died already. His curse was to keep dying, over and over, over and over, over and over. Jux! Doc Sue. That night, the people of Vinningale left their houses and gathered in the streets to watch a great fire burning on the top of Beacon Hill. All knew the outpost had long been abandoned. 100 years had passed since a beacon fire had burned on that hilltop. This fire was obviously magical, for the white flames were green and purple at their heart. Their tongues leapt so high in the air that it seemed they might lick the stars. The king and the most revered High Magus kept watch all night, observing the fire from the tower room. "What do you think it is?" Helmos asked, after they had been watching, in silence, for an hour. "I dread to speculate, Your Majesty," Reinhold replied. "Is it the magic of the void?" Helmos stood before the window, staring at the silhouettes of distant trees, stark black skeletons against a backdrop of flame. "Yes, Your Majesty," answered the High Magus. "It is the magic of the void." The fire raged all night, eventually dying out in the morning. Thick smoke and ash roiled down the mountain, casting a pall over the city. Coughing and choking, people remained inside their houses, shut their windows, and blocked the doors with blankets to keep the smoke out of their homes. The black smoke had a noxious odor, and the rumor spread that it was poisonous to breathe. The Orcan left, every one of them, the shaman having reportedly told the captain that the omens were among the worst she had ever witnessed in her life. Crowding aboard their ships, the Orcans set sail, taking advantage of the same wind that was carrying the cursed smoke down from the mountains. The elves remained to find out what had become of Lord Mableton. That day, they had their answer. Captain Argot entered the palace, requested to see the king. The king, the captain was told, was with his father. Argot entered the hall where tomorrow's lay in state. The body of the king, clad in red robes trimmed in gold and covered with a blanket of purple cloth, lay upon a catafalque, with candles burning at his head and his feet. Around him, in the hallway, stood the empty suits of armor, keeping their dull and unending vigil over death. Helmos sat on a chair at the king's side. The former king looked serene, calm, at peace. The new king's head was bowed with worry and doubt, their rising tide overwhelming his grief. Captain Argot knelt in respect to the deceased king, then rose and advanced to make his report to the living one. "What did you find?" Helmos asked. In answer, Captain Argot held out a pendant. The pendant had once been shining silver, was now tarnished and blackened. Helmos took the pendant, stared at it. His eyes closed in anguish, his hand clenched over it. "It is the pendant of a Dominion lord, Lord Mableton's, Your Majesty," Captain Argot said. "I recognize it." "No Dominion lord ever removes his pendant," Helmos replied, his voice heavy. "Not unless he is dead." "We found the bodies of his men, Your Majesty. Most of the elves died in the blaze, which has completely blackened the hillside. Some did not, however. We found several." Argot hesitated. "Go on, Captain," Helmos said. "We found several elves who had not perished in the flames. Each of these, and they appeared to have been healers, Your Majesty, not soldiers, had been dismembered. We did not find Lord Mableton's body at all. only the pendant. No trace of my bro? Helmos halted, drew in a sharp breath. No trace of Dagnerus? No, your majesty. Although we heard reports from the peasants who live between here and Donkarga, rumors of demons riding steeds of darkness along the road toward Donkarga. The peasants are ignorant, superstitious folk, your majesty.
Thank you, Captain.
Helmos turned away, turned to rest his hand upon his father's cold and lifeless hand. What are your orders, your majesty? The captain asked. Forgive me for disturbing you, but the city is in an uproar. Helmos did not look around. He clasped his father's hand, sighed deeply. Prepare for war, Captain. Those are my orders. Prepare for war. Split apart. The shield of the divine reverentially approached the shrine dedicated to his honored ancestor. He wore his finest robes, for his mother had always maintained that she could judge a man's character by the quality of the silk he selected to clothe his body. The shield carried in his own hands a honeyed oatcake, a favorite treat of the honored ancestor. Servants walked behind him, bowing every few feet as they approached the most sacred part of the house. They carried an ornate dragon pot filled with orange peel and black pepper tea, and 2 small cups of porcelain so fine that one could almost see through them. The shield placed the oatcake in front of the shrine and directed the arrangement of the teacups. He dismissed the servants, poured the tea himself. The honored ancestor would appreciate the distinction. Then, sipping his tea, he waited until she should arrive. The ghost of the old lady was not long in coming. Her watery image, accompanied by a faint fragrance of honeysuckle, appeared across the table from the shield. Although the honored ancestor no longer had need of nourishment, nor could the honored ancestor drink the tea, she was pleased by the sentiment expressed with the offer. After the formalities had been completed, after the honored ancestor had inquired anxiously about the state of health of every single member of the shield's immediate family, including his 14 children, and after the shield had politely inquired after his other ancestors, great-grandfather and great-grandmother, great-aunts and great-uncles, and even a favorite cousin who had died untimely in battle, the two settled down to discuss business. The messenger from King Helmos arrived this morning. Honored mother, said the shield, reaching into his robes and removing a scroll. He laid it down upon the table, rested his hand upon it. A Dominion lord brought it, a Lord Altura. You see here the human king's request, which the Lord delivered with her own hands. The request is not what we expected. Soldiers, gold, weapons, said the lady, her eyes, the most solid part of her, bright as the eyes of a cardinal. She went through the motions of drinking tea in order to keep her son from feeling embarrassment over drinking his tea when she could have none. He does not ask for any of those. He does, of course, but only for form's sake, the shield replied. He has his spies who tell him, no doubt, that elves comprise a goodly portion of Prince Dagnerus's forces. He knows that these troops entered human lands by my command, or, if not that, at least with my knowledge. He might think they came from the divine, the ghost observed, eyeing the honeyed oatcake wistfully. King Helmos understands that the divine is my puppet, and that he twitches only when I tug on his strings. I have maintained publicly that the elven forces fighting with Prince Dagnerus are renegades, but Helmos is no fool. Send him an army, too, the honored ancestor suggested. So long as we kill humans and gain our objectives, what does it matter whose side we're on? I considered doing just that, but it is not an army he wants. The shield shifted his gaze to an elaborate case made of gold and crystal, which stood in the most honored place on the household altar. Within the case, mounted upon a pedestal covered in purple velvet, was a singular jewel, formed in the shape of a triangle with smooth, planed sides. The diamond reflected the light of the altar candles, shimmered with myriad tiny rainbows. The sovereign stone, said the ghost suddenly, sharply. Yes, honored mother. The shield bowed. That is why I thought it best to remove the stone from the garden where it was kept and bring it here to our house. King Helmos requests the stone's return, one might almost say, demands.
Ah,
The honored ancestor frowned and forgot her imaginary tea. The bird-like eyes glinted, narrowed.
That presents a difficulty. Is he then in such dire need? Does he truly think the demon prince can seize the crown?
She shook her ghostly head. Even if the Lord of the Void were to lay siege to the city, Vinengale is a mighty fortress. Their stockpiles of food could last for months. They have an unending supply of water. What has King Helmos to fear? It is not, the ghost sniffed, not like we elves were pitting our might against him. Then the human king might indeed have cause to worry. Yet we do not send our might against Vinengale for those very reasons, the shield said, and poured himself another cup of tea. That, and the fact that we make far more money by trading with the humans than we ever could subjugating them. No. It seems to me that it would be best if we left the humans to slit each other's throats, and when they have drained each other of blood, we seize the borderlands we want, and then grow rich by selling them the wood and other raw materials they will need in order to rebuild their lives. That is my plan, and I think it is a good one. However, the shield set down his cup, looked concerned. I did not anticipate that the king would ask for the return of the sovereign stone. And why is this a problem? Asked the honored ancestor. Simply tell him that it is ours, and we intend to keep it. The matter is not that simple, honored mother. When I accepted the stone, I swore an oath to the gods. We all swore it. If one of the four, who each holds a portion of the stone, should ever be in dire need, the other three would return their portions of the stone, so that it may be joined together. And what happens when the stone is joined together? The ghostly lady asked, a shrewd gleam in her eyes. The shield reflected. I do not know, he said at last. Its magical power will be increased fourfold, I should imagine, and all that power in the hands of the human king. The ghost pursed her lips. True, honored mother, said the shield, nodding. I had thought of that. You see his plan, of course, my son, the honored ancestor said. Helmos does not really need the power of the stone to fight a civil war with his brother. No, King Helmos is using this war as an excuse to regain the stone, which his father heedlessly gave away. I have heard it said that there were those among his own advisers who counseled King Tamaros that the stone should not be split at all. When King Helmos has the stone intact, he will use its power to defeat his brother. But he will not stop there. He will then turn his greedy gaze upon us. We would defeat him, of course, the honored ancestor said with sublime unconcern. But the battle would cost many elven lives. You are wise, honored mother, said the shield, bowing from the waist. It is small wonder that I come to you for counsel. The ghost smiled, well pleased. But, continued the shield, I swore an oath to the gods. I would not be forsworn. To do so would be to lose face and plunge our family into disgrace. The divine would be certain to find out, and he would claim, and rightly so, that having broken one oath, I could not be trusted to keep any oath. When will Prince Dagnorus launch his attack? The honored ancestor asked. According to Silwith, my spy in the prince's household, the prince moves slowly. He has gathered his forces. He could be ready to advance with the rising of the new moon, although that is not certain. He enjoys seeing his brother sweat. The ghostly lady smiled sweetly. This is what you do, my son. You will tell this Dominion Lord that you must know the will of the father and mother in regard to the sovereign stone. This will require prayer, fasting, solemn ceremony, the gathering of all the priests in the realm, the intercession of the divine. In this, I can guarantee that for once the divine and I will be in agreement, honored mother, the shield interjected. He is as loath to part with the sovereign stone as I. Excellent. It will take at least 6 months to bring together the priests, some of whom must travel from their holy shrines in the high mountaintops. After that, The ceremonial games to honor the gods and the offering of the proper sacrifices will take another 2 months, and then there is the interpretation of the god's answer. That can sometimes take a full year or more. The shield rose respectfully to his feet and bowed deeply 3 times. "May this house always rely upon you for wisdom, honored mother," he said earnestly, "and may you always be here to guide us." Seating himself again, he moved on to discuss family matters, which took up some time. Then they played a game of mahjong. There was, after all, no need for haste. The captain of captains was happily ensconced in his favorite tavern in the coastal city of Quash Gat, enjoying his 2 favorite pastimes, drinking his favorite liquor, and endeavoring to solve a tangram. The liquor's Orcan name is Cha Gao, which roughly translates as breast milk or mother's milk. Few humans can stand to smell Cha Gao, much less stomach the stuff, which is reputed to be made from fish oil mixed with fermented pineapple. The tangram is a puzzle consisting of a square piece of wood divided into 7 parts, 5 triangles, a square, and a rhomboid. These parts can be combined to form 2 equal squares. Child's play. The pieces can also be used to create hundreds of figures from boats to bottles, beasts to men. The captain had been challenged to make the tangram into an albatross, a puzzle that might have been fairly simple for him had he not been under a time constraint of 67-foot thumps. The time was being counted out loud with the enthusiastic and rhythmic stomping of many booted Orcan feet, for the tavern was filled to capacity that day. A storm had kept the fishing boats in port and prevented the ships from setting out to sea. The floor of the tavern shook with the stamping, as did the table on which the captain was endeavoring to sort out the tangram, causing the puzzle to jiggle violently and throwing off his concentration. 56, 57, chanted the Orcan, now slamming the flats of their hands upon the tables or banging the tables with their mugs. The captain had just about got it, was moving the rhomboid into position, when a commotion broke out in the vicinity of the tavern's entrance. "In the king's name," called a human voice. "Let me pass." "King of what?" the Orcan roared back. "What is his name?" "No kings around here, thanks. Come back another day," and other witticisms greeted the speaker. The captain shifted his head to see what was going on, and inadvertently moved his hand from the pieces of the puzzle. "You lose," shouted the shaman, seated at the table across from him. 61, 62. Some voices were still counting, though most, on hearing the game had ended, had petered out. The captain, swiveling, glared at the shaman with a baleful expression. "I still have time." "You took your hand away," the shaman pointed out. "That means you are finished, and that—" She gazed with disdain at the puzzle pieces. "Is no albatross that I ever saw." "I haven't put on the beak yet," the captain roared. "In the king's name." The human voice sounded angry. "I have a message for the captain." "You owe for this round," said the shaman, gulping down her chagal with satisfaction. Glowering, the captain paid up, then turned, in no very good humor, to confront the human who had been the cause of his losing. The human, who was wearing shining silver armor, had not been able to make his way around the doorway, where the Orcan were entertaining themselves by sticking out their feet when he tried to move past them, tripping him or accidentally bumping him back out the door. "Let him come to me," the captain ordered, recognizing one of the Dominion lords. The captain's commands were always carried out with the utmost alacrity, for the captain was known to demand a high order of discipline on his ship. The human was seized upon by several Orcan and hustled through the crowd so fast that the man's feet never touched the floor until the Orcan plopped him down, with his dignity much affronted, in front of the captain. "The human, as ordered, sir," one of the Orcan reported, touching his forehead in salute. The captain raised his hand for quiet. The tavern was immediately plunged into a silence so deep they might have all been on the ocean floor. "I have been sent by King Helmos of Vinningale," said the lord, catching his breath. "I bear an urgent message to you, the captain, from His Majesty the King. The Dominion Lord paused, seeming to expect some sort of reply. "You wouldn't be much of a messenger if you didn't bear a message," observed the captain obligingly. His lordship tried again. "The message is from King Helmos. It is very urgent." "Then spit it out, man," the captain ordered irritably. "I know who it's from. No need to keep repeating it." Lowering his voice, the lord leaned forward. "The message is private, Captain. For you alone." A murmur of displeasure rumbled through the bar, once again shaking the floor. The captain snorted and waved his hand. "This concerns the Orcan people, does it not?" "Well, my lord—" The messenger hesitated. "Speak it out for all to hear," the captain insisted. "I have no secrets from my people." The Dominion Lord couldn't make himself heard for a few minutes because of the table thumping and thigh-slapping which marked the Orcans' approval of their captain's words. When silence was once more restored, the Lord said, "Reliable information leads King Helmos to believe that the city of Vinningal will shortly come under attack from Dagnaris, the Lord of the Void. In order that the people of Vinningal may fend off this unwarranted and most unjust attack, King Helmos requests that the Orcan return their portion of the Sovereign Stone to Vinningal, thus fulfilling the oath the captain made to King Tamaros and his heirs in perpetuity." The captain kept his gaze on the human throughout this recital. At the end, the captain blinked once and asked him to repeat it. The messenger did so, and proffered the request in writing, which the orc took out of politeness. He looked at the flowing script with some admiration and not a little distrust, and dropped it onto the table, where it began to soak up spilled chagao. The captain gave the matter due consideration, and then said, with a dismissive gesture, "Tell King Helmos no." Apparently this was not the answer the Dominion Lord expected. "But, Captain, you swore an oath before the gods to return the stone when it was needed. Surely you will not break your sacred vow." The captain looked to his shaman. "What was the day on which I swore that oath?" "Third day," said the shaman. The Orcan named their days by the order of their appearance within an 11-day span of time. "Third day," the captain repeated. "All know that third day is the most unlucky day of the week, and that all vows sworn or all promises made on a third day are only good until the next third day." The Orcan around him nodded sagely. "I doubt that King Tamaros knew that," said the Dominion Lord, an angry flush starting to rise in his face. "That is his fault, then," said the captain dourly, "not mine. But to break your oath to the gods—" "The gods know that third day is unlucky," the captain said. "They will not be offended." The Dominion Lord lowered his voice. "Sir, King Helmos's need is dire. The Lord of the Void has many foul magics at his hand that he will hurl against us. He has created more demons of the void known as Vrykul to lead his army. If you do not return the Sovereign Stone, there is a possibility that Vinningal will fall. And if we send our part of the rock to Vinningal, and if Vinningal falls, and if Dagnaris wins, he will acquire our portion of the Sovereign Stone as well as the human's portion, and the elven and the dwarven portion." "And then what?" the captain demanded. I don't." The Dominion Lord was taken aback. "I'll tell you. Dagnaris will then be powerful enough to rule the Orcan, and the elves, and the dwarves, and the humans, and possibly the gods themselves into the bargain," the captain stated succinctly. "The Orcan part of the Sovereign Stone remains with us to protect us should Vinningal fall, which you say now seems likely. But if you send the stone as you promised, Vinningal will not fall." The Dominion Lord pleaded his cause. "The elves and the dwarves are going to send theirs." "Are you sure of that?" The captain eyed the human with amusement. "Does your king have their stones now in his possession?" "Not when I left," the Dominion Lord admitted. "3 of us set out at the same time, each bound for a different realm. It took me longer to find you than I had expected, and thus—" "None will send them," said the captain, and turned back to his tangrum. "I hope and pray and trust that you are wrong, sir," said the Lord. "I will make you a wager," offered the captain, not looking up from the puzzle pieces. "If the other 2 parts of the sovereign stone are returned, I will send mine. But not until then. Tell your king that." "I doubt your stone would arrive in time," said the Dominion Lord bitterly. "Dagnerus is forming his army even as we speak. But I thank you for that much at least." Bowing, he left the tavern. The Orcan, at a glance and a raised eyebrow from their captain, stood aside to let the king's messenger pass by unmolested. "Give him an escort to the portal," said the captain, looking after the human with a sad shake of his head. "Someone that feeble-minded shouldn't be allowed to wander around loose." The messenger to the dwarves had a difficult task, finding Dunner, the sole dwarven Dominion Lord. The messenger located Dunner's dwelling, a modest structure made of clay, built low to the ground. The Dominion Lord peered inside the house, even entered and wandered through it, searching for the dwarf. He found no sign of him, no sign that the dwelling was currently occupied. However, most dwellings of the unhorsed do not look occupied to the casual observer. The dwarves do not adorn their dwellings with knickknacks. They own no cherished treasures. There are no comfortable chairs in which to take one's ease, no carved bedsteads hung with velvet curtains, no chests filled with clothing, or cabinets filled with crockery. The dwellings of the unhorsed are furnished as sparsely as those of their nomadic kinsmen. Any one of the households in the city of the unhorsed could be packed up and ready to transport on horseback in the space of a few moments. Since many of their occupants are housebound, unable to walk, much less ride, such impermanence gives the permanent dwellings a rather wistful air. The occupants will never depart until they leave behind their crippled bodies and enter the wolf's body to roam forever over grassy plains, a time most eagerly await. Dunner's furnishing contained a bundle of blankets spread over a straw mattress, a plate, a dish, a spoon, and a mug, and a finely woven rug meant for sitting. The only difference between Dunner's dwelling and those of the other unhorsed was a great stack of books in a corner and sheaves of vellum, together with pen and ink, placed under the books to keep the vellum flat and clean. The walls of the dwelling were bare. The only chair was a chair on wheels, and this seemed to be more of a relic than useful, for it was covered with dust. The Dominion Lord asked a neighbor if Dunner had left the city, but the dwarven woman only shrugged her shoulders. She had no idea where Dunner was, did not want to know. Her own sorrows occupied all her time. She had no need of those that burdened her neighbors. "Where will I find the sovereign stone, then?" asked the Dominion Lord. "I ask out of the greatest urgency, madam." The dwarven woman eyed him sullenly. "I never heard of any sovereign stone. There is some sort of a rock that came from the human kingdom, and that Dunner seems to fancy." "If that is what you mean, you will find it in that tent, not far from here." She snorted derisively and hobbled away before the Dominion Lord could recover from his shock at hearing the most precious and sacred sovereign stone referred to as some sort of a rock. The Dominion Lord set off in search of the sovereign stone. He was in a bit of a quandary. By rights, Dunner was the stone's official guardian, and his permission was required in order to transport the dwarven portion of the stone back to Vinengail. But there was every possibility that Dunner had wandered off somewhere, as dwarves were known to do. He might be 100, even 1,000 miles from here. The Dominion Lord could search for years and not find the dwarf. Yet, here was the sovereign stone, seemingly. Undoubtedly, Dunner had left someone to guard the stone in his absence. The Dominion Lord decided that if he could gain the Guardian's permission, he would be free to honorably remove the sovereign stone without Dunner's consent. The Dominion Lord was relieved to think that the stone might be in other hands, hands that had not shaken in friendship, the hand of the Lord of the Void. The Dominion Lord touched his pendant, prayed to the gods to bless his errand. His magical armor flowed over him as cooling as water on a hot day. He did not plan to intimidate these dwarven guardians, but he did hope to impress them, as he hoped to impress upon them the urgency and importance of his cause. Stooping low to enter the doorway, which was built to dwarven height, the Dominion Lord halted in the shadows and stared. The sovereign stone was there, the diamond sparkling from atop a wooden box covered with a horse blanket. The blanket was finely woven and extremely beautiful, but there was no doubting it was a horse blanket. And there were no guards around it. The only people in the building were 6 or 7 dwarven children, who were, or so it seemed, using the sacred sovereign stone for a plaything. As the Dominion Lord watched, too shocked to be able to speak, one of the children, a girl with a withered arm, took hold of the sovereign stone and removed it from its place upon the horse blanket. The stone was attached to a thong made of braided horsehair. The girl placed the sacred sovereign stone around her neck. The other children bowed to the girl and reached out to touch her, as if for luck. They seemed to be serious about their play. The Dominion Lord had to credit them with that much. They weren't giggling. They weren't making a mockery of the stone. But the sovereign stone was not a toy. The Dominion Lord now felt no qualms at all about removing the stone from dwarven hands. It would not be returned until the dwarves could assure the council that the stone would be honored and treated with respect. He stepped out of the shadows and into a pool of sunlight streaming through an opening in the tent roof. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, speaking dwarven, his voice quite stern. The children were startled, both at the unexpected voice and the amazing appearance of the silver-clad lord, who had to stand with bowed head and shoulders, else his helm would have punched through the canvas. But the children weren't awed or frightened. Standing their ground, they regarded him suspiciously. 4 of them placed themselves between him and the girl wearing the stone. He considered that part of the game, and as such it irritated him. "Hand that to me," he ordered the children. "The sovereign stone is not a toy. It is a holy artifact given to us by the gods." "Who are you, human?" asked the girl wearing the stone around her neck. Dwarves, with their deep, gruff voices, would have considered her child's voice shrill, but she sounded like a human adult to the Dominion Lord. "And what right do you have to enter our holy temple?" "Temple," he murmured. It had not occurred to him before now that this tent could be a temple, the wooden box and the horse blanket, a dwarven notion of an altar. If that was true, he had committed a grave error. The children were right, and he was in the wrong. He had entered their temple without permission, and he had not introduced himself as would any true chivalrous lord. "I am Gregor," he said, "a Dominion Lord of Vinningale. My allegiance is to King Helmos. I apologize for my rudeness. I was deeply offended to see the sovereign stone being used as a toy, however." "We, too, would be offended by such a sight," the dwarven child said gravely. "But you need not worry. We are the guardians of the sovereign stone, and we would not permit anyone to make sport of it." The guardians. Lord Gregor stared, aghast. These children, the stone's guardians. Dunner had much to answer for, and the dwarf would do so. Lord Gregor would bring him up before the council. "I do not mean to offend you, but you are children. Children should not be guarding the sovereign stone. Great warriors should be guarding it. And you should not be wearing it as a frivolous adornment," Lord Gregor added, gesturing. "Indeed I do not." The girl was indignant. "The stone sat here for many cycles of the moon," said a boy. He had assumed what Lord Gregor now saw to be a defensive posture to protect the stone. It was alone. No one came to see it. No one came to do it. Honor. It was neglected, abandoned. Like these children, Lord Gregor thought. Orphans, all of them. Abandoned by their parents, neglected by those forced to care for them. "We came here to see the stone one day," said the girl. It shone brightly in the sun and sent rainbows dancing all around. It was the most beautiful thing we'd ever seen. "We dusted it and swept the floor and made its dwelling clean and neat," said another boy. "And every day one of us takes it up and wears it against our heart." The girl placed her hand upon her small chest to do it honor and to make the stone know that it belongs here, that it is one of us. The Dominion Lord knelt on one knee. He did so in part because he was growing stiff from the continued stooping, but mostly because he felt that these children had earned his respect. "I most humbly beg your pardon," he said. "I did not understand and was quick to judge. Accept my apology, guardians of the Sovereign Stone." "We accept it, Lord Gregor," said the girl with a quaint gravity that might have suited King Helmos himself. "And now tell us why you have come to the city of the Unhorsed." "I came seeking Lord Dunner," Lord Gregor replied. "He accepted the Sovereign Stone from my king to hold in trust for your people. When he did so, Lord Dunner swore an oath that if my king required the stone to aid us in battle, the dwarves would return the stone. My king's need is great," the Lord continued simply, "and he sent me to ask for its return in fulfillment of the oath. I had hoped to speak to Lord Dunner." The children looked at each other. They seemed to reach some sort of consensus in that look. "We know Lord Dunner," said the girl. "He is the only one besides us who comes to pay honor to the stone. But we do not know where he is." "If he had word of your coming," added the boy, "he would be here to meet you." "Sometime." "I sent no word," Lord Gregor said, feeling more and more that he had completely bungled this matter. "I traveled in haste. Our kingdom is in dire peril." "Who started this war?" the girl asked. Lord Gregor explained as best he could, telling them how Prince Dagnaras had turned to evil, how he sought to be king when, by rights, he had no claim to the throne. "A war between human brothers," the girl said, clarifying the situation in her mind. "Yes, that is true," Lord Gregor confirmed. "My father is the leader of his clan," said the girl. "If he and my uncle were to fight, would the humans send us their part of the Sovereign Stone to help one win over the other?" "Aye. Well—" The Dominion Lord could not lie. The very idea was ludicrous, of course. He fumbled for a way to make these children understand that a family feud among the dwarves was far different from a war between the king of Viningale and his demon brother. "And how would the humans know which brother was in the right?" asked a boy. "Perhaps the clan chief is a bad leader. Perhaps his brother would be a better leader. Perhaps the brother deserves to be the leader. You humans would not know this. You might send the stone to the wrong one." "You humans would not send the stone at all," another boy said, regarding Lord Gregor with a penetrating gaze. "Would you?" "There is a vast difference," Lord Gregor tried to explain. "Viningale is an immense kingdom, the most powerful kingdom on the continent. What happens in Viningale will affect everyone, dwarves included, whereas what happens in a single dwarven clan is not as important," he finished lamely. "It is to us," said the girl. "For those in the clan, that clan is their continent. It is the most powerful force in their world. This realm of Viningale of which you speak is far away from us." "Just as one clan will not meddle in the affairs of another," said the boy, "so we dwarves should not meddle in the affairs of you humans." "We will keep our part of the Sovereign Stone with us," the girl concluded, "where we know it is safe and that someone will come every day to do it honor." Removing the stone from around her neck, the girl placed the stone with much reverence back upon its place on the horse blanket. The dwarven children gathered around the stone and bowed before it. Then, forming a line around the stone with their small bodies, they turned and looked steadily at Lord Gregor. He could seize the stone. He could snatch it from its place, take it by force. These children could not stop him, though probably they would attempt to do so, and he would have no choice but to hurt them. Lord Gregor guessed that if he did that, the stone would cease to make rainbows in the sunshine. Its luster would dim. As a Dominion Lord, he had sworn an oath to protect the innocent and the weak, to protect children like these. He could argue that the dwarves were breaking their sworn oath, and that thus they had forfeited the right to the stone. But he had the feeling the gods would not accept that argument. If Lord Dunner had been here, that would have been different. Dunner had sworn the oath, and Dunner would have to take responsibility for breaking it. But Dunner was not here, and the Dominion Lord would not steal the stone from children. Lord Gregor pondered what to do. He eventually decided that the only option was to return immediately to Vinengale, explain the situation, and ask for counsel. If King Helmos demanded that he come back and seize the sovereign stone by force, Lord Gregor would do so, but only if his king and fellow Dominion lords demanded it. And Lord Gregor did not think King Helmos would. Bowing to the children and to the sovereign stone, Lord Gregor left the temple. The children bid farewell to the stone, promising to return tomorrow, and then they left the temple to take up their dreary lives that for a moment or two every day were filled with rainbows. Not until that night, long after Lord Gregor had entered the portal and was safely on his way back to Vinengale, did Dunner enter the tent. The temple was dark, except for the sovereign stone, which seemed to shine with a faint radiance. The radiance might have been conjured up by wishful thinking, or perhaps the stone really did have its own inner light. Dunner could never make up his mind. He knelt before the stone, but he did not touch it tonight, as he did sometimes, delighting in the warmth that entered his body and eased his spirit. He was there to bid farewell to it, for he would never see it again. He had broken his oath, for he had been a secretive, silent witness to the proceedings in the tent. He would be punished for oath-breaking. He knew that. He would take his curse as far from the stone as possible. Far from the stone and its guardians. Dunner left the city on foot, walking into the desolate plains. He did not ride, for he was one of the unhorsed, the keepers of time. North of Vinengale, cloud height in the Dragon Mountain, stands the great monastery of the Keepers of Time. The distance from Vinengale to the monastery does not seem far if one looks at a map, but in actuality, a journey to the monastery takes many, many days. There is a trail, but it is little more than a donkey path, and it is twisted and tortuous as it winds its way back and forth like a lazy old snake basking in the sun on the side of the mountain. The monastery is an immense structure, made of huge blocks of granite, its walls seeming to rise up out of the bones of the mountain. It is old, its origins mysterious. Not even the keepers know how their monastery came to be built or who built it, for, according to legend, the monastery was already there when they were brought to the mountain at the beginning of time. The keepers themselves believed that the monastery was built by the ancients, a race said to have existed on Lorem long before elves or man or dwarves or orcan, a race that presumably died out, but not before they had left intriguing traces of their existence. The monastery was perhaps the greatest and most extensive of their works, though there are some who say that the ancients were responsible for diverting the flow of the river, carving out cliffs, and creating the 7 waterfalls that were later to surround the palace of Vinengale. Paintings of extraordinary beauty, which are often found in odd places, on the side of a sheer rock face or the ceiling of a grotto, are said to be the work of the ancients. Why a society that had the capability of producing such monumental architectural wonders as the great monastery, creating such scientific wonders as waterfalls, and such artistic wonders as these exquisite paintings should have disappeared, was inexplicable. Many legends are told of the ancients, who are universally agreed to be a tall people, taller than the Orcan, of slender build, more slender than the elves, of wondrous beauty, more beautiful than the most beautiful human, and skilled at riding, more skilled than any dwarf. Indeed, the dwarves have a legend telling how the ancients captured and tamed the first wild horses. There was once a shipload of Orcan, blown off course by a terrible storm, who made landfall on an unknown continent and who claimed to have there met the ancients, whom they described as small, wizened, timid folk who lived in mud huts. This story was generally discounted, since Orcan are known to be notorious liars. Those who have heard it maintain that the Orcan had run across dwarves, who might seem small and wizened to those who had been subsisting for weeks on a diet of the intoxicating sha-gao. The monastery is simple in design, with large square columns, smooth walls, and spacious rooms that are open to the sun and wind, rain and snow. There are many windows, but no panes of glass, no iron bars to repel invaders, no arrow slits in the walls. The monastery is a house of peace, tranquility, and serenity. It is not a fortress. Admittedly, by the time any invading army made its way up the mountainside, those who had not tumbled over the edge of the cliffs would have been too exhausted from the climb to do more than lie down and gasp for breath in the thin air. The monastery is entirely self-subsistent. The monks live on what they raise in their gardens and the food offerings made by those who make the tortuous journey up the mountain to seek counsel. The monks drink nothing but the water from the mountain springs, the taste of which is said to rival the finest wine, and the rare and special tea that only grows there. The tea not only extends their lives, but preserves their bodies after death. The preservation of the bodies is most important, since the history of time is recorded on the monk's skin. The monks' corpses are saved and catalogued, much like the books in the royal library, to take a walk in the tombs of the monastery. And they are not referred to as tombs, but as the catalogue is to take a walk back into the past. Though people often make the long trek up the mountain seeking counsel, the monks never give advice. They never say a man should do yea or nay. They do not have the art of divination. They cannot see into the future. But they see all of the past, and thus they have come to know much about the workings of the hearts and minds of mankind, which also includes elvenkind, dwarvenkind, and orcankind. The monks will tell a supplicant how his problem relates to the very same problem faced by a man 70 years earlier, and how he had solved it using X, or how he had discovered that he could not solve it at all, but that another man 30 years after had run across something similar and succeeded by trying Y. Since most people are convinced that their problems are unique to themselves, such information is often not welcome nor considered particularly helpful. For this reason, and because of the rigors of the trip up the mountain, the number of people who seek advice of the monks is small. As for the monks, they are constantly coming and going up and down the side of the mountain, riding their stalwart, sure-footed donkeys, who are not very fast, but who can guarantee that their riders will arrive safely at their destination. Accompanying the monks on their journeys into the world to record history as it occurs are their bodyguards. These guards come from a tribe of people known as the Omara, who have long lived in the mountains and worship and revere the monks. No greater honor may be accorded to a member of the Omara than to be chosen by the monks as one of the select few who travel the world with them, and whose responsibility it is to guard the monk's person both in life and in death. For should a monk die upon the road, it is the sacred duty of the Omara bodyguard to return the body to the monastery, where it may take its proper place in the catalogue. The Omara are human in origin, but as tall and as strong as Orcan. Indeed, if it were not impossible to crossbreed among the races, one might think that the Omara are a cross of Orcan and humans. The bodyguards are the tallest and strongest of their kind, men and women. Each serves 10 years, starting from age 20 to age 30 when they retire. Upon retirement, the bodyguards are rewarded by a gift of a plot of land, a small flock of sheep or goats, and a house. The guards are ever after honored by members of their tribe and often sit upon tribal councils or became tribal leaders. It is odd indeed to see a procession as it wends its way out of the mountains. The monk, small and shrunken, his skin turned a rich brown color from the tea and covered all over with intricate tattoo marks, trotting along on his sedate donkey, surrounded by gigantic men and women over 7 feet tall, clad in leather armor and armed with massive spears that seem the size of oak trees. The persons of the monks are sacred. Any who assault one of the monks or one of the bodyguard are said to be cursed, not only by the gods, but by the void as well. The monastery itself is ruled by 5 dragons, who are rarely seen. The 5 dragons will exact awful vengeance upon any city or village, group or individual responsible for the untimely death of one of the monks. Such is their knowledge of and insight into the past, that the monks can predict events with an uncanny regularity that often makes it seem as if they can see into the future. Whenever any event of historical importance is about to happen, one of the monks will almost certainly arrive to record it. The same is true of events that at the time seem to be of no importance, but that will later turn out to play a pivotal role in history. Almost a year had passed since Dagnarus became Lord of the Void, and its events had been recorded in the monastery. Almost 6 months of that year had passed since Helmos had sent out the Dominion Lords to retrieve the 3 missing parts of the Sovereign Stone. 2 of the requests had been flatly denied. The elves were still in prayer, still making offerings, still holding games to honor the gods over the matter, but Helmos knew a denial when he smelled one. At that time, 4 monks who were the leaders of the Order of the Keepers of Time summoned one of their number into their presence. There were, in reality, 5 monks who headed the order, for the 5th was seen only on rare occasions and only when there was dire trouble in the world. In fact, the 4 monks had expected the arrival of the 5th to this meeting. When the 5th did not show, they delayed the start of their proceedings for as long as they possibly could, looked continually at the 5th chair in the chamber, expecting that at any moment it might be filled. The 5th monk did not make an appearance, however, and his absence was duly noted with a tattoo mark on the arm of the monk summoned into the exalted presence. This monk's name was Tabitha, a spry old lady of about 180. She was a human, as are all the monks at the monastery, although the monks place no stricture on race, and they accept any who are serious about dedicating their lives to the pursuit of history. Few members of the other races choose such a life. All races, even those who are most prejudiced against humans, honor the monks and treat them with great respect. The elves find, however, that the tea that extends the lives of a human shortens the lifespan of an elf to a considerable degree, cutting off some 200 years. The dwarves, though they like the notion of traveling the world, dislike the idea that they have to take time to write it all down. The Orcan, with their reliance on omens and signs and portents, are far too unpredictable to make good historians. Thus, most of the monks are human. Tabitha had nearly reached the end of her lifespan. She was the eldest of the monks currently living, and the most honored. Her body was covered with tattoos, recounting all the important events she had witnessed. Among them was the birth of King Tamaros, which had been recorded on the shin of her left leg. Tattoos covered all her body, including her face, which was so seamed with wrinkles as to make most of the tattoos almost unreadable. In death, the skin would be drawn taut and smooth over the bones, an effect of the tea which prevented the body's decay. The crown of Tabitha's shaved head was still bare as that of a baby's. On that portion of the body the monk records what he or she considers the most momentous event of a lifetime, and Tabitha had yet to record hers. Many of the younger monks whispered that only when this event was finally set down would she consider her life's work complete, and so be able to die in peace. Perhaps these whispers had reached the head of the order, or perhaps they guessed what was coming and had saved her to record it. "Tabitha," said Fire, for each head was known only by the name of the god he or she served. Fire was clad in a cloth of orangerd. "It is time for you to travel to Vinningael." Tabitha bowed her bare head to each of the 4 and to the vacant chair, for the 5th, though absent, was never forgotten. She had been expecting this summons. "I will leave immediately, honored one, and I thank you," she added. Tabitha had not been a tall woman, and the tea and her vast age had shrunken her still more. Standing before the 4, she seemed as fragile, as brittle and dry as a corn-husk doll. She wore only the simplest of clothing, a long piece of fabric bound around her body, rather like a winding cloth. The monks never wear cloaks or heavier robes, no matter how bitter cold or inclement the weather. The tea provides the body all the warmth it requires. "The army of Dagnarus is on the move," said Air, whose winding cloth was sky blue in color. "It is a vast army comprising elves and humans, among them the fierce barbarian warriors, the Trevinici. Because the army is so large, their progress is slow. You should have ample time to reach Vinningael ahead of them." "The gates of Vinningael are closed and guarded," said Water, who wore green. "The portals are sealed. No one may enter from any of the lands of the other races. Since they refuse to give up their parts of the Sovereign Stone, King Helmos no longer trusts those who were once his allies and has not asked for further assistance from them. No one in Vinningael is allowed to leave by the portals now." For King Helmos fears that they might be captured by elves or dwarves or Orcan and turned over to Dagnarus. Those people living on farms around the city have already abandoned their homes and fled inside the city walls for protection," said Earth, dressed in brown. "King Helmos is expecting your arrival, however, and the gates will be opened for you and your retinue." The 4 monks and Tabita glanced at the vacant chair, as if assuming now it must be filled, but it remained empty. Tabita bowed to each in turn, to indicate she understood and accepted their information. "It is likely that you will be embroiled in a bitter battle, the likes of which have never before been seen on Loerum," said Fire gravely. "The danger to yourself cannot be overstated."
"I understand,"
said Tabita calmly.
"and I am prepared."
"The gods willing, I will have time to record whatever may transpire before I die. We have chosen the best and strongest of the Omara to accompany you. Both armies have promised to provide you safe passage through their ranks, but there is no telling what may happen in the chaos of war."
"I am aware of that," Tabita said. "To be quite honest, I grow very weary of this life and would gladly take my place in the catalogue."
"The gods' blessing be with you," said the 4 simultaneously, and bowed to Tabita, who bowed to the 4 in turn. A clanking of metal and heavy, heavy footfalls indicated that the Omara bodyguard was forming in the monastery's courtyard. Tabita had no need to pack for her journey, for the monks have no possessions of their own. When the monks travel, they live off the land. The bodyguards do the hunting and cooking, or they are fed by those they meet along the way. Leaving the 4, Tabita headed for the stables to choose a donkey. There was a small, gentle gray, a favorite of the old woman's, and Tabita hoped that the gray had not already been appropriated by some other traveling monk. She entered an alleyway that separates the main building from the stables. The alley is cloaked in perpetual shadow, cast either by the top of the mountain that looms over the monastery or by the main building itself. Sunlight never reaches the alley. Snow that falls in the winter remains all the year long there, though flowers bloom in the sunshine of the monastery's gardens. Tabita had reached the end of the alley. The stables were in sight, when a shadow blocked her way. The old woman lifted her head, fixed the shadow with a shrewd gaze. A monk stood before her. The figure was tall and gaunt, and, unlike the others, was shrouded in black, which covered every single portion of the body. Even the hands were wrapped in strips of black. The face was not visible, only 2 eyes, which peered out of the darkness, and yet seemed such a part of the darkness that Tabita almost didn't recognize them as eyes at all, simply darker bits of darkness. She had never, in all her 170 years in the monastery, she had entered as a child of 10, seen the 5th monk. She knew well that was whom she faced, however, and her bow was very deep and very reverent. The 5th monk spoke no word, which would have been muffled by the black cloth covering the lower portion of the face. Reaching out a black-wrapped hand, the 5th monk laid that hand upon Tabita's bare head. The touch of that hand was cold even to tea-warmed blood. Tabita was chilled and shivered. She kept her head bowed, too humbled to look up. The touch was withdrawn. She remained standing, head bowed, for several long moments, and only when the shadow, too, was withdrawn, and she could again see sunlight at the end of the alley, did she realize she was alone. She had received the blessing of the 5th monk. She had been embraced by the void. Awed and profoundly moved, Tabita continued on her way to the stable, where she found, to her great joy, that those who tended the stable had received advance word of her need, and the gray donkey was saddled and patiently waiting. The army of Dagnarus, Lord of the Void, was on the march. The army was 30,000 strong, formed of warriors from Dunkarga, led by their king, Dagnarus's uncle, elven warriors under the leadership of one of their own generals, sent by the Shield, Trevinici warriors, always happy to fight no matter what the cause, but now hoping to firmly establish their claim to certain disputed lands, and a host of mercenary soldiers who had been lured to Dagnarus's banner by money and the promise of rich looting. The mercenaries were led by Shakur, A commander so fell that even the most callous and cruel warrior, who fought only for love of gold and generally cared not a hang about orders, the type who would just as soon stab a commander in the back as salute him, cringed and knuckled their foreheads respectfully whenever the Vrykle approached. The army had spent the year camped on the vast open grassy plains outside the city of Delon-Ren on the eastern border of Dunkarga. Dagnarus made no move to conceal his might. Rather, he flaunted it, well knowing the value of demoralizing the enemy. He knew Helmos's spies were watching him, and he welcomed them. Let them return and describe the vast host assembled to attack Viningale. Let the people worry and fret and gnaw at their hearts. Let the merchants quit coming, the trade fall to nothing, the economy falter. Let the city weaken from within, so that it would fall more readily when attacked from without. Thus did Dagnarus deliberately delay his attack. When all in Viningale expected him to come roaring down upon them soon after he had escaped Lord Mobberton, Dagnarus let them sweat upon the battlements, while he trained his warriors at his leisure. Occasionally he would assemble his army, gather in supplies, load up the wagons, and appear to be on the verge of marching. He would receive reports from his own spies that the inhabitants of Viningale, hearing Dagnarus was on the move, were laying in supplies, preparing for a siege. He heard reports of farmers fleeing their fields, reports of the soldiers manning the walls. At the last moment, he would announce to his troops that this had all been an exercise. The next morning, they were back to drilling in the grassy fields as usual. Twice more, he made this feint. His soldiers had found it amusing at first, though now they were starting to chafe and champ at the bit. Dagnarus could not hold them much longer, but he didn't need to hold them much longer. He knew, everyone in the world knew, that Viningale's so-called allies had refused to give up their portions of the sovereign stone. Viningale was on its own, left to watch the horizon to the west, in fear that slowly gave way to weariness, and weariness that slowly began to give way to despair. A city under siege, and not an enemy within 100 miles. With the end of summer, when the harvest had been gathered in, so that all his troops had to do was take what they wanted from full granaries and storehouses, he gave the order for his army to prepare to march. This time, everyone knew he meant it. "We launch a two-pronged assault," he told his generals, gathered together in the black-bannered command tent. "Here and here." He pointed to a map, spread out on a large table. He wore his black, shining, bestial armor, though not the helm, so that his commanders could see his face and be aware of his determination, his fierce resolution. Ballura stood at his side, armored and helmed. Few ever saw her face, and those who did regretted it, for they would see that beautiful and terrible visage in their dreams ever after. She was always at Dagnarus's side, his bodyguard. Silwith was now his lord's aide-de-camp and liaison between Dagnarus and his elven troops, helping to smooth out many little difficulties and misunderstandings natural between two cultures. Silwith was present this day as translator. Gareth was also in attendance. He had gathered about him sorcerers, those who had embraced the void. Shunned and persecuted by people who either knew or suspected what they were, the sorcerers found not only refuge in Dagnarus's army, but monetary reward and respect for their talents. Though Gareth was among the youngest in years, he was one of the eldest in void magic, for he had been studying it since he was a child, while most of the others had come to it in their adult years. For the first time in his life, people regarded Gareth with respect, including Dagnarus. "Part of our forces will attack the city from the north. That is the direction from which they expect us to come, and we do not want to disappoint them. Their main defenses will be concentrated there." "That is because that is the only direction from which we can attack, Your Highness," stated the elven general, not bothering to conceal his scorn. "The remainder of the city is guarded by sheer cliffs and waterfalls. The portals have been sealed off by the Magi. Their magic no longer works. And, therefore, I am completely opposed to splitting our forces. We will need every man we have, and probably wish we had twice the number to breach their defenses at the north wall." "A two-pronged attack," Dagnarus repeated, his voice grating. His cold, dark eyes never wavered, never blinked. We hit here at the north wall. We let them think that is the main thrust of our assault. But the real attack will come from here." He laid his finger upon the line that marked the winding path of the broad and swift-flowing river Hammerclaw. "You're mad," the elf scoffed, nothing daunted by Dagnarus's baleful gaze. "Do you plan to have us plunge down the waterfalls? Are we to capture the city by dashing ourselves to pieces on the rocks below? Or perhaps you plan to drink up the river," he added, mocking. The elven officers accompanying him laughed dutifully at their commander's wit. "That is exactly what I plan to do," Dagnarus replied gravely, with a glance at Gareth, who bowed. The elves ceased their laughter, looked grim. "I will have nothing to do with void magic," their commander stated. "I would not ask you to," Dagnarus returned. "Your forces, along with Shakur's, will attack the north wall, draw their attention, and keep it." The elven general continued to cavil, and finally left without committing himself or his forces. Nominally, the elves were fighting for the shield, not for Dagnarus, as the elves were constantly reminding him, leading him to wonder more than once if their alliance was worth the trouble, and causing Silwith to spend much time in negotiations. In this instance, Silwith came back to Dagnarus's tent several hours after the initial meeting. "General Urul has agreed to the plan, Your Highness," Silwith reported. "He was mainly quibbling in order to save face before his men. I made a few meaningless concessions to him, concessions that may easily be withdrawn if you so choose. He no longer opposes you." "The void take him and all elves," Dagnarus muttered, drinking off a glass of wine. "Present company excluded, of course." Silwith bowed and silently poured His Highness another cup. Dagnarus was drinking a great deal of wine these days. He began when he woke, and continued to his final cupful, to lure the sleep that would not come to him sober. The wine had no effect on him that anyone could tell, no matter how much he drank, and he drank enough to have sent an ordinary human to an early grave. The wine never cheered him, never brought a spark of light to his shadowed eyes, never brought a smile to his lips. He did not even seem to relish the taste, but drank it down, uncaring. It was as if he were pouring the wine into the void, Gareth often thought to himself. Pouring it into the void that had become Dagnarus. "Are the sorcerers ready?" Dagnarus asked, emptying his cup and holding it out for more. "Yes, Your Highness," Gareth replied, biting his tongue, knowing that to remonstrate with the prince about his overindulgence in wine was less than useless. Such remonstrations in the past had brought down on him either a furious tirade or a sullen refusal to speak at all. "I must tell Your Highness that a spell of this magnitude has never, to my knowledge, been cast before. I have no idea what its effects will be, nor its long-term ramifications. Its casting will demand every bit of magical energy each of us possesses. We will all of us be weakened after the casting, to the extent that I doubt if any of us will be able to cast another spell for a long period of time. There is a possibility that some of us may die." "There's a possibility that all of us may die," Dagnarus returned. "A hazard of war, in case you hadn't noticed." He looked up, his dark eyes flashing with a spark not even the wine could drown. "Are your precious sorcerers a bunch of damn cowards?" Gareth sighed. "I only wish to apprise you of the situation, and to let you know that if you use us to cast this one large spell, we will be of no further use to you afterward. So long as you cast that one spell, and you cast it well, and it works." Dagnarus laid emphasis upon the word. "The void may take all your sorcerers and welcome. Victory will be mine." Gareth knew the next request was hopeless, and that he risked incurring the prince's ire, but he owed it to Helmos to at least try. "Your Highness, may I suggest that it would be only fair to warn your brother of what we intend to do, give him a chance to surrender the city. You'll save thousands of lives." Dagnarus laughed. The laughter, soaked in wine, was mirthless and grating and terrible to hear. The prince's anger would have been far easier to bear than that unearthly laugh. "Do you honestly think that my dear brother would surrender to me? Allow a demon of the voids to rule in his stead? What a chump you are, Patch. It is no wonder I keep you around. You are the only one who can amuse me anymore. I should make you my fool, not my whipping boy." Gareth bowed and left the tent, so angry he dared not trust himself to speak. He knew quite well that Dagnarus was right. Helmos would never surrender, and Gareth did not know which brother angered him the most, Dagnarus for speaking the truth, or Helmos for refusing to see it. That night, the night before the army marched out, Gareth lay in his bed, listening to Dagnarus and Valura talking in low voices, making plans for how they would rule Viningale as king and queen. At length, Dagnarus's voice died away. Gareth knew what he would find if he walked into the prince's tent, and the knowledge did nothing to contribute to his peace of mind. He would find the Vrykle, encased in her black and shining armor, standing over the bed of her lover, guarding his wine-sodden, troubled sleep. Ging! The verse. Captain Argot sought out Helmos in the tower room that had once been King Tamaros's favorite place, and that had now become a refuge for his son. "The army of the Lord of the Void is on the march at last, your majesty." "Is that certain?" Helmos looked up. He might have been his father, sitting there, surrounded by books and papers. Helmos had aged much in the last few months and looked, in his 30s, very much as Tamaros had looked in his 70s. "Yes, your majesty." Helmos smiled wanly. "I might almost say that I am glad, were it not wicked to be glad for war and its inevitable death and destruction. Yet," he sighed deeply, "I will be relieved when this is over. We must summon the other Dominion lords. I have taken the liberty of doing so, your majesty. We will meet and make final plans, then, this night. What is the disposition of the prince's march?" "That is what I find odd, your majesty," said Argot. He gestured to an aide who stepped forward and, at the king's nod, cleared away a stack of books and spread a map out upon the table. "Our reports indicate that the main body of his forces, including the Elven army, are taking the route we expected them to take, along the Viningale road, intending to hit us at the north wall. This army is led by the Vrykle, who we now believe to be a former army deserter turned assassin, a man named Shakur. According to the Gowler, Prince Dagnarus and the Magus, Gareth, freed Shakur from prison only a short while prior to the prince's transfiguration. The prince kept Shakur locked up in a room for a few days, then that was the last anyone saw of Shakur alive." Helmos shuddered. He had turned very pale. "Poor wretch," he said in a low voice. "I have been reading what information there is on the Vrykle. Whatever heinous crimes he had committed, he did not deserve such a dreadful fate." "But you said there was something odd about this, Captain." "Surely, from what you have previously explained to me, we expected the Lord of the Void to attack Viningale from the north. Indeed, as you said, it is the only direction from which he could possibly attack us. You will therefore concentrate your forces at the north wall." "I know I said that, your majesty," Argot said, frowning at the map. "But now I begin to wonder. Prince Dagnarus was the best, the most gifted commander under which I have ever served. He knows, he has to know, that a frontal assault on the north wall has very little chance of succeeding. As for putting the city under siege, we have food stores enough to hold out for months, throughout the winter if we are careful. We have water in abundance. Out there in the open, with no shelter from the winter winds, he and his troops would suffer far more than we during a prolonged siege. He could not sustain it. So what is his plan?" Captain Argot's frown deepened. He seemed to expect the map to tell him and was annoyed when it did not. He glowered at the map almost as if it were a prisoner, withholding valuable information. "What is his plan?" he muttered to himself. "I think you overestimate him, Captain," said Helmos. "Once, yes, Dagnarus was an able commander, but that was before the Void sucked whatever was good and best out of him and left his soul dark and empty. I have been thinking long on this, and it seems to me that Dagnarus does not even want to capture Viningale at all. He wants nothing more than to inflict whatever terrible punishment he can upon us. never mind the cost to himself or those who follow him. Captain Argot and his aide exchanged glances. Both had served under Dagnarus. Both respected him, if they no longer admired him.
"There could be something in what you say, Your Majesty,"
said the captain, unwilling to contradict directly his king.
"And yet—"
"Speak plainly, Captain. I am no military expert. I rely on you for advice on these matters."
"Yes, Your Majesty," said the captain somberly.
"According to our scouts, the Lord of the Void does not ride with his army. He has disappeared, and so has a considerable portion of his forces. At least that is what we believe."
"You believe?"
Helmos looked grave.
"Can't you tell?"
"Not with any certainty, Your Majesty. The prince is very clever. He did not bother to hide from us the fact that he was building an army, but he did manage to conceal its numbers from us. Soldiers were constantly marching in and out of the prince's encampment. Their uniforms and their banners changed continuously. Our spies may well have counted the same man 6 different times, or there may be 6 men for every one we counted. The only force we are certain of is the elven force. Also, Your Majesty, it is said that the prince has gathered together a large number of sorcerers, magi dedicated to the void. There has been inclement weather in the mountains, strange, thick fogs, unusual for this time of year. It could be that this weather is magical and has been devised to conceal the prince's movements, not for. But if he and an army are marching through the mountains, what can they hope to accomplish?" Helmos demanded. "They will still end up at the north wall. The city is surrounded by sheer cliffs on 2 sides and the river on the 3rd. Even though he has every sorcerer in the world dedicated to the void, they could not give his army wings like the birds who fly over the walls, or gills like the fish who swim in the river. No, but they could find a way to scale the cliffs and breach the walls with their magics. I would like to hold a force in reserve, prepared to move to counter an attack from wherever it may come. Should it turn out that they are needed at the north wall, we can always send them there." "I will discuss this with the Dominion Lords," Helmos said. "I leave this to their judgment." "Very good, Your Majesty." Argot hesitated, then asked, "And where will Your Majesty and the other members of His Majesty's family be during the battle?" "The Queen remains here in Vinengael. I tried to persuade her to take refuge in her family's castle, which is located on the river, but she will not leave." "Her Majesty's courage is well known," said Argot, bowing. "Yes." Helmos smiled, and this time his smile was warm, as always when he thought of or spoke of his beloved wife. "As to the Dowager Emilia, we had hoped to be able to accede to her wishes and give her escort back to her homeland, but she is not well enough for travel." The rumor was all over the city that the Dowager had gone melancholy mad and had to be watched day and night, or she would do herself or someone else some harm. "And Your Majesty?" Argot asked. "Where will Your Majesty be during the battle?" Helmos looked surprised. "In the temple, of course, praying to the gods to preserve us." "Very good, Your Majesty," Argot said, but to himself he thought, "You would be much better advised to be out on the walls alongside those of us who are going to die to preserve you, rather than with the gods, who probably care not one whit about this battle." Helmos seemed to hear the unspoken words. A faint flush overspread his cheeks. "Though I wear the armor of a Dominion lord, I am no warrior, Captain, as you well know. I would only be in the soldier's way, were I to try to take my place upon the battlements. But I will be fighting, though my sword is made of faith, not steel." "I will be fighting to protect the sovereign stone," the king said, gently touching the diamond pendant that he wore on a braided chain of silver and gold around his neck. He wore it always now, so it was said, even when he slept. "I had not forgotten the sovereign stone, Your Majesty," Captain Argot replied. "I was going to suggest that the sacred stone be sent away under guard to some safe place." "You've been speaking to the High Magus," Helmos interrupted. "Reinhold speaks with wisdom, Your Majesty. If the gods forbid Vinengael should fall, the sovereign stone must be preserved. At least, it should be hidden in the temple, in a secret place, kept safe by wizard locks. And what good would it do any of us there? I have heard of misers possessed of sacks of gold who, though starving and clad in rags against the cold, refuse to spend 1 penny of their hoard, not even to feed or warm themselves. I will not make that mistake. I will use the power of the sovereign stone to save the city. Then at least allow me to place guards around you." Helmos shook his head. "That would make it look as if I lacked faith. The Dominion Lords, then. Forgive me for pressing, Your Majesty, but I feel it is my duty." "No need to ask my pardon, Captain. You and the Dominion Lords may do what you like about protecting the city. In this, however, I hold sway. I took the burden and the joy of the sovereign stone upon myself. None other but myself may bear it. I have faith in the gods. They will keep it safe from falling into the void. They will see to it that the stone that is now divided will once more be whole." "That is all, Captain," Helmos added, returning to his studies. "Let me know when the Dominion Lords have arrived." Captain Argot accepted his dismissal. He could do nothing else, but he planned to bring up the matter of protecting the sovereign stone before the Dominion Lords. It was all very well to talk of wielding a shining sword of faith, but, to the captain's mind, such a sword would be stronger if the blade were tempered with the alloy of common sense. Command the darkness. The army of Prince Dagnaris, Lord of the Void, marched along the old Viningale road, thousands strong, their gaily colored banners whipping in the wind blowing from the ocean, bringing with it the sharp tang of salt in winter. They were led by a figure wearing shining black armor. But that figure, so the Viningalian scouts reported, creeping through the brush, close as they dared, was not Prince Dagnaris. Where was he? No one knew. He did not march with his army, that much was certain. The hearts of the people of Viningale were cheered. Rumors spread that the prince was dead, that the gods, through the intercession of King Helmos, had struck down the evil demon before he could attack Viningale. His army was coming to lay down its arms and surrender. People built bonfires and began dancing in the streets. Captain Argot ordered his men to go into the city and quell the nonsense. Tell the dancers to return to their homes, or else find a place upon the wall with the rest of the city's defenders. The army had not come to surrender. It had come to conquer. As for the whereabouts of Prince Dagnaris, Captain Argot asked that question of himself 100 times a day until he heard it hammering at him even in his sleep. Argot had fought alongside the prince. Argot had seen Dagnaris ride in the forefront of the charge, lead the troops over the wall himself, be the first to reach the enemy lines. He was not the type of general to lead from the rear. He was out there somewhere, and if Argot knew where, he might have some idea of the prince's strategy. Not a single scout reported seeing the prince, but then the weather in the mountains was terrible. Hard-driven rain slanted down like arrows. Devastating lightning set trees to blazing. Thunderclaps started rock slides. Finally, a blinding fog enveloped the mountains, fog so thick that the entire dwarven nation mounted on horseback might have ridden through those mountains, and no one would have been the wiser. Argot held a force in reserve, ready to send it at a moment's notice to wherever it was. Dagnaris planned to try to make a breakthrough. This meant that the north wall was defended only adequately. If its defenders began to falter, he would have to send in the reserve force there. The Dominion Lords had elected to remain with the defenders on the north wall, adding their powerful magics to those of the War Magi. King Helmos stood upon the walls with the Dominion Lords gathered around him, the human Dominion Lords only. The shield of the divine had sent word that the elven Dominion Lords, fearing that the Lord of the Void might turn his wrath upon the elven homelands, had elected to remain with their own people. The Orcan Dominion Lords sent word that because of bad omens the entire population had taken to the sea, the only place they considered themselves safe. As for the single Dwarven Dominion Lord, Dunner sent no word at all. Helmos watched the valleys to the north of Viningale fill with enemy troops setting up camp, preparing for the attack. They took their time, allowed the people of Viningale to get a good look at the size and might of their army. let them tremble at the sight of the enormous siege engines, like no siege engines anyone had ever before seen. Great, monstrous affairs built of wood covered over with armor plate. A platform built on the top housed what looked for all the world like a large water pump. The warriors on the walls pointed at these and laughed, and wondered if Dagnaris meant to provide them with a shower bath. "Still no sign of the prince?" Helmos asked. "No, your majesty," Argot replied. "He is not among the forces gathered out there, I would swear it, not unless he is skulking about in disguise, and that is not his way. Prince Dagnaris is no coward, whatever else he may be. Our scouts who were outside the city have either all returned, or we have lost contact with them. Those who came back reported that they had seen no sign of him, but that the strange weather in the mountains kept them from seeing much of anything." Helmos sighed deeply. "Your Majesty," one of the Dominion lords pointed. The sun was dipping toward the horizon. Its red flame glinted off the spear tips of a small force of soldiers advancing along the road. The enemy troops allowed them to pass, appearing to afford them considerable respect, for wagons loaded with supplies imperiled their cargo as their drivers hastened to steer to the side, leave the road clear. "Dagnaris?" Helmos asked, leaning over the wall, trying to see. "No, I do not think so, your majesty," said Lord Altura, her eyesight keen as that of an eagle. "It is the Keeper of Time, here to record the battle." The enormous Omara bodyguards paced along slowly, not in the least discomfited or intimidated by the vast army through which they marched, nor yet by the opposing army that lined the city's walls. In their midst rode a small brown woman mounted upon a small gray donkey. "Let the gates be opened," Helmos commanded. "Give the keeper escort to the temple, and there let her every wish be granted." Argot relayed the order. The gates, which had been shored up against attack, were opened with much trouble. But no one murmured a word of complaint as the Keeper of Time, smiling benignly, trotted through them. The sun vanished. Night marched with the invading army, or so it seemed. As the numbers of troops increased, so did the darkness. Campfires sparkled, as thick or thicker than stars. "When will they attack?" Helmos asked quietly. "With the dawn, your majesty," Argot replied. "Get what sleep you can. Tell the men to do the same," Helmos said. "Yes, your majesty," Argot replied. He and the king both knew there would be no sleep for anyone in Viningael that night. Helmos returned to the palace, where his chamberlain captured him and tried to entice him to supper. The very smell of the food made the king nauseous. He waved the plate away. "Where is the queen?" "She is with the dowager, your majesty," said the chamberlain, adding in a low voice, "The dowager is very bad this evening, worse than I have ever known." Guards opened the door to the dowager's chambers for his majesty. Helmos entered Emilia's presence silently, subdued by an odd mixture of loathing and pity. Gone were all the ornaments and knickknacks that had once cluttered her chamber. Emilia had either broken them when one of her mad fits was on her, or they had been removed out of fear for her safety. Gone were the numerous ladies in waiting. Most had fled Viningael for the safety of their own noble houses. Those who remained had been sent by Queen Anna to assist in the halls of healing, which would soon be filled with wartime casualties. An elderly servant, who had been with the queen's own personal household, was all that remained to wait upon her, along with one of the healers, who watched over her constantly. The dowager sat preening before the empty wall where her mirror had once hung. The mirror had long ago been broken. She had attacked one of the servants with the jagged pieces. Helmos tried to be as silent as he could, hoping to attract his wife's attention without disturbing the dowager. But at the sound of his footfall, Emilia looked quickly around. She was a pathetic sight, her hair flying about in crazy wisps, for she was constantly fussing with it, ordering it to be put up, then taken down, then put up again 100 times a day. Her body was shriveled and shrunken. They had to force her to eat, feed her like a baby. Her eyes stared at him from out of a cadaverous face. She looked, Helmos thought, as her son had looked, withering in the holy fire. "Dagnaris?" she called, peering through the gloom. "Dagnaris?"
Where is that boy? It is high time he visited his mother. I have sent for him, and he chooses to ignore me. We shall have to teach him a lesson. Where is that whipping boy? The dowager straightened herself with a jerk. You there? She had caught sight of Helmos. Send in the whipping boy. I shall have him flogged within an inch of his life. That will teach my son manners, I am sure. Yes, your majesty, said Helmos. The only way to handle Emilia was to humor her madness, according to the healers. The least little ray of reality slipping in through the chinks in her walled-up mind was unbearable for her. Only time and patience would bring about a cure, lead her out of the cell into which she had escaped, to protect herself from the pain. The whipping boy shall be sent, as you command. Helmos beckoned to his wife, who was seated beside the dowager, a task she took upon herself for hours every day, catering to Emilia's mad whims and listening with patience to her pitiful prattle. Anna rested her hand sympathetically upon Emilia's withered hand. Rising, she bowed, as if Emilia were still queen and Anna just another lady in waiting. The healer took Anna's place. You should drink some water, your majesty, the healer said, holding out a wooden cup. Emilia struck it away, splashing water over her gown. Patiently, the healer picked up the cup, refilled it, and offered it again. I had no idea she had grown this bad, Helmos said to his wife in a low voice. Anna nodded. It seems to me she grows a little worse every day. The healers have stopped saying that time will effect a cure. They want to move her to the halls of healing, but I fear the sudden change would kill her. Her care is a great burden upon you, my dear, Helmos said, drawing his wife near. Not so bad, Anna said, smiling with feigned cheerfulness. She is docile when I am there. The healers say that I am a good influence upon her. I am the only one who can persuade her to eat. You must leave her for the moment, Helmos said. I need you now. Yes, of course, said Anna, worried and anxious. What is it? I heard. She faltered a moment, then said, striving to sound calm, I heard that Dagnarus's army is taking up position outside the north wall. Yes, Helmos answered. Captain Argot says that the attack will come with the dawn. The two walked down the long corridor in silence, her arm entwined with his, their steps pacing together, strides equal and matched. The empty stands of armor formed a silent honor guard for the king and queen until, about halfway down the corridor, one of the spears suddenly slipped from its knight's rusted grasp and fell to the floor with an ungodly clanging and clattering, almost at the king's feet. Helmos halted, staring, pale as if the spear had struck him. At his side, Anna gasped and pressed her hand against her wildly beating heart. The clatter echoed loudly through the palace, causing servants and guards to come running. Your Majesty, guards had their swords drawn, were searching for some enemy. Are you all right? Where is the attacker? Here, said Helmos, with a strained smile. You see how we are blessed. The spirits of these knights long dead have returned and are eager for battle to be joined. The guards nodded appreciatively, pleased with the king's fancy. A servant lifted the spear and attempted to replace it, but the metal hand was so badly rusted that it would not hold. At a sign from the queen, the servant propped the spear up to one side and hurriedly withdrew. Anna had witnessed her husband's alarming pallor. My love, what is it? If I were an orc, Helmos said, his gaze fixed upon the fallen spear, I would be heading for the sea about now. But you are not an orc, said Anna practically. You know that the glove was rusty, and that our footfalls as we approached caused a vibration that resulted in the spear falling to the floor. She hoped to see him smile and laugh at himself, in self-deprecation, but he remained somber and grave. A strange heaviness hangs on my heart, Helmos said softly. I have walked the palace halls this day, and it is as if I am walking them for the last time. No, no, my dear. Let me speak. They say a man's life passes before his eyes, before he dies. I have seen my life this day. I saw my mother, Anna, he said, his voice tender and filled with pain. I saw her standing by a window. She turned and smiled at me, but when I would have spoken, she was gone. I walked past the playroom, and something compelled me to look inside, and I was there. A boy again, with my tutor among my books. And then Dagnarus was there, with that wretched whipping boy Gareth. I could hear their laughter and see Dagnarus moving his toy soldiers about in the old sandbox. And my father. My father has been with me all this day. He looks at me so sadly, as if he wanted to say something or explain something. It is odd, but I have the feeling he seeks my forgiveness, as if there was ever anything he did that required it. And you, my own, my heart's dearest. He halted in the hall, turned to face her, clasped her hands, and brushed away the silent tears that fell from her eyes. You are the blessed dream and the blessed reality. He kissed her on the forehead, as if in benediction. She could not speak for long moments. Then she said, swallowing her fear, "You have not slept these past 3 nights, my lord, nor have you touched more than a mouthful of food. It is no wonder you are plagued with these strange fantasies. I'll wager," she said with a tremulous little laugh, "that a good beefsteak would send them all packing." Helmos did smile then, his love for her welling up in his heart and lighting the terrible darkness. He held her close. "I am on my way to the temple, to prepare for my holy vigil. I wanted to bid you farewell and to urge you, once more, to leave the city." He held her face in both his hands, so that she was forced to look into his eyes. "It is not too late. There is the tunnel, of which you know, that leads to the secret place up in the mountains. A band of retainers, chosen men, stand waiting to escort you." Anna was shaking her head. "I will not leave," she said firmly. "You know I will not, so don't badger me. I will stay with poor Emilia. She may be disturbed by the unusual noise and clamor. I place my faith in the gods, my husband, and in you." They clung to each other, loath to part, though hard duty called to each. Helmos, stroking his wife's hair, looked down the hallway. The servants were lighting the torches, and by their wavering light, Helmos saw every one of the empty knights lift his visor, and the darkness of the void pour from them like a black river. The army, led by Dagnarus, marched through the mountains, concealed by the storms of his sorcerer's creation. Their path was lit by vivid lightning, which struck all around them, yet never in their midst. Their march was accompanied by the drumbeat of thunder, their progress shrouded in fog so thick they could not see the boles of the trees on either side of the narrow mountain trail, yet the way they walked was clear, for the fog lifted with their coming and fell with their passing. Rain like spears and sleet like arrows landed all around them, but they remained untouched by the elements. The roads they traveled were smooth and dry. They marched hard and fast. These warriors were hand-picked by Dagnarus himself after months of observing them in training. These were the best, the elite of the army. No one dropped out of the line of march, though the trek up and down the sides of the mountains was long and difficult and wearing. No one uttered a word of complaint. Dagnarus marched with them. He shared their hardship, did not ask of them anything. He did not ask of himself. He slept upon the rocky ground, he forded the icy streams, he ate the cold food, for they dared not light a fire. Ballura walked at his side, never tiring, rarely speaking, always watching him and him alone. The soldiers admired their commander, but they did not like the Vrikiel. Her fell beauty, visible on those rare occasions when she removed her helm, haunted their dreams. They knew that she fed upon the living, and though it was reported that Dagnarus had forbidden the Vrikiel to slay any of his troops, the soldiers did not trust this creature of the void. They divided their night watch between looking out for the enemy and looking out for the Vrikiel. The sorcerers of the void marched with the army as well. They, too, were not trusted by the soldiers, though void magic was keeping them hidden from enemy eyes. The sorcerers had trained for months alongside the soldiers, and now the Magi not only kept up with the rapid pace of the forced march, but several did so while drawing on their own energy to work the magic of the storm. Only a few were detailed to perform this task. Gareth had ordered the majority to conserve their strength in preparation for the immense and difficult feat of magic they would have to perform at the journey's end. Dagnaris's magical connection with Shakur and the other Vrykul made him a party to their thoughts, and thus the prince knew the precise moment when his army had arrived outside the walls of Vinengale. Dagnaris's army emerged from the mountains that same evening, the troops weary but triumphant. The soldiers would have the night to rest along the riverbank. There would be no sleep for the sorcerers. Gareth saw to it that his people were well fed, appropriating rather more than their share of the army's victuals, for the Magi would need all their strength and more for the upcoming trial. The Magi sat apart, shunned by the ordinary foot soldier, who gave them a wide berth when he was forced by duty or necessity to go near them at all. While the sorcerers were eating and discussing their night's work in low, eager voices, Gareth sought out Dagnaris. The prince squatted on a flat rock, eating supper, a small amount of dried and stringy beef, some hard-as-rock bread, dipped in wine to make it palatable, and more wine to wash it all down. They lit no fire, but now that the magical storms had lifted, the night was clear and filled with the pale, cold light of moon and stars. Valura stood near him, her hand on his shoulder, the pale hand of love, cold and dead, its fingers locked forever around the prince's heart. Silwith stood in the shadows, a wineskin in his hand. Gareth bowed. Dagnaris regarded him with a glint in his eyes. "Well, are your sorcerers ready to begin?" "Yes, your highness." "Then begin." Dagnaris motioned for Silwith to pour more wine. "Begging your pardon, your highness," Gareth said, "but I need to know that you are completely and unalterably committed to this undertaking, that you are aware of the possible consequences both to your sorcerers and to yourself." "To the Magi?" Dagnaris shrugged. "Some will die. The loss is acceptable." "To myself?" The emerald eyes flickered with displeasure. "What will be the consequence to myself? You never spoke of this." "I did, your highness," Gareth said patiently, "when first you proposed this stratagem. The spell you require is so powerful that your assistance will be needed to perform it. The void magic will drain you of your life's energy. Not much, not like it will drain the rest of us, for your highness has lives to spare now," he added with a bitter irony that he could not conceal. "But you will perhaps feel a weakness, a certain lightheadedness." Dagnaris scowled. "You know that I lead my troops into battle on the morrow?" She. "Yes, your highness. That is why I wanted to make sure you knew that you would experience some weakening effect, and to determine if you wanted us to go ahead." "It is rather late to back out now, Patch," Dagnaris stated. "I do not recall you speaking to me of this. Did he, Silwith?" "Yes, your highness," said the elf softly, again refilling the wine cup. Dagnaris flashed Silwith a look of anger, which the elf pretended he did not see. "Well, perhaps you did. I am launching the largest assault the world has ever witnessed against the strongest, best fortified city in the world. I cannot be expected to remember every little trivial detail that may arise." He waved a negligent hand. "I will be ready when I am needed for your spellcasting. I doubt it will bother me much at that." "You will be needed close to the time when the spell is ready, which will be near dawn," said Gareth. "Might I suggest that your highness try to sleep, to be at the peak of your strength?" "You may suggest anything you damn well like," Dagnaris returned sullenly. "Go back to your hedge wizard's patch. I have a meeting with my commanders." "He?" dismissed Gareth with a wave, and bent over a map of Vinengale he had spread out upon the ground. Gareth cast a meaningful glance at Silwith, who indicated, by a slight lifting of his shoulders and a slight lowering of his head, that he would do what he could. Gareth was turning away, when Dagnaris said, without looking up, "You will not be involved in this deadly spell, casting, will you, Patch?" "Yes, your highness," Gareth replied. "I am their commander, as you command your troops. I will not ask my people to do anything I will not do myself." "I forbid it, Patch," Dagnaris said, continuing to study his map. I will need your help to deal with my brother." Hearing no response, Dagnerus raised his head, frowning. "Well, answer me." "Do not ask me to do this, Your Highness," Gareth said softly. "I beg of you." Dagnerus's face flushed with anger and the wine. "I do not ask you to do anything, Patch. I command you." Gareth could say nothing. What he might have said, he should have said a long, long time ago. He was like the Vrekel, though he had never felt the stinging pain of the dagger. Dagnerus had drunk of Gareth's soul, fed off it, and made it a part of himself. Gareth bowed silently and returned to his command. The sorcerers rose as he approached, indicating their respect for the young man and also their readiness to begin. "You know what is required of you," Gareth said, addressing the group, which was made up of men and women, mostly older than himself. All human, they came from various parts of Viningale, from villages as far north as Myanmar, as far south as Lukashra. You know the sacrifice you will be called upon to make. "Chi." "We know," said one woman calmly, "and we welcome it." Gareth understood. Most of the sorcerers had come to void magic like himself, by accident. They were magi who, from ambition or greed or pride, were discontented with the slow and methodical process of elemental magic, wanted magic that was faster, more powerful. Though void magic was painful, and oftentimes debilitating. Though they were forced to wrap their hands and faces in cloth to hide the pustules and ulcerations. Though their neighbors whispered about them, and they were often persecuted, killed outright, or driven from their homes to roam the world, the sorcerers believed that the end result was worth it. And now they would prove it. They would demonstrate their power to the world. They would win the respect for which they hungered. At last they could stop fleeing, turn to face their detractors and their tormentors, and say to them proudly, "This is who we are. This is what we can do. Look on us and tremble." No sacrifice, not even that of their lives, was too great. "I am not going to be taking part as I had intended," Gareth said, his voice harsh to mask his frustration. "The prince has commanded that I accompany him when we enter the city. You, Tiumum, will take my place as leader." The sorcerers were not surprised, nor were they upset. It was only logical that His Highness should want his most skilled sorcerer at his side. Looking within himself, Gareth understood why he was so terribly disappointed. He had been hoping to lose himself in the void, if not to die, then at least to lose consciousness. He had hoped, coward that he was, to know nothing of what was happening, until all had ended. The sorcerers came together in a circle on the edge of the riverbank, 50 of them, the largest gathering of void magi in the history of the world. Tiumum, the eldest of them all, lifted her voice and began to call upon the void, exhorting it to embrace them, to encompass them, to exalt them. One by one, the other sorcerers joined her, adding their voices, deep bass, high-pitched treble, all except Gareth, who sat in silence, watching. When each had recited the chant 9 times, they began to walk the circle, each following one behind the other, feet shuffling as they disturbed the brown pine needles that littered the side of the riverbank. Round and round they moved, the chant rising and falling. Each was careful to walk in the other's footsteps, careful not to stray out of the path or to break the circle. The soldiers who had been in the vicinity of the riverbank left it the moment the chanting started. Considering it bad luck to watch a void sorcerer casting a spell, the soldiers ran deep into the woods, as far from the sorcerers as they dared, to escape the sound and the sight of the spell casting. Crouching in the darkness, the soldiers fingered charms they had purchased or made, and now wore around their necks, charms that presumably protected them from any splatterings of void magic that might slosh over the sides. Gareth watched with disdain the soldiers' departure. He wondered cynically how they managed to separate their distrust and hatred of void wizards from their loyalty to their commander, the avowed Lord of the Void. Probably because they had never seen him perform any magic. They had seen him wield shield and sword, as did any warrior. Well, they would see him perform magic with the dawning. Make of it what they liked. The night deepened. Hour after hour, the wizards walked the circle until their feet had stamped out a round path in the mud. Gareth sat on a tree stump and watched. He watched when he should have been sleeping, to conserve his energy for the morrow. The chant thrummed through him, tingled in his fingertips, burned a circle in his brain like the one in the mud. Had he tried to sleep, he would have seen that circle, a dark hole surrounded by fire, wheeling round and round. Better to stay awake. Late in the night, he had company. Silwith came to stand beside him. The elf frowned at the chant and at the sorcerers, but at least he did not avert his gaze or rub a chicken's foot. "His Highness is asleep," the elf said to Gareth. "When do you want me to awaken him?" "An hour before dawn. And try to keep him from the wineskin, will you?" "And how am I to do that, Master Whipping Boy?" Silwith asked mockingly. "He is my prince. I do what I am told." "You'll find a way," Gareth retorted. "You always do. Say that it sprang a leak, or that bears ran off with it. His victory depends upon his ability to concentrate and focus his energy. Our lives, all our lives, depend upon him." "The wine eases his pain," Silwith said quietly. "He told me once that when he dreams he feels the terrible heat of the flames and sees his own flesh withering and turning black in the fire." Gareth shrugged. Once he might have found it in his heart to pity. No longer. "I will see to it that he is sober in the morning," Silwith said, and departed. Gareth kept watch throughout the night. The sorcerers continued their chant until some could barely speak for the rawness of their throats, while others lost their voices completely and could only whisper or mouth the words. They walked and walked, round and round, weariness seizing hold of their limbs, stumbling, catching on to and supporting each other. Once, however, one of the magi fell to the ground and did not rise up. Horrible ulcerations covered his body. His skin ran with blood. The other sorcerers continued to walk, stepping over the body of their fallen comrade. Gareth walked over to the magus. A man not many years older than himself. Placing his hand upon the man's pulse, Gareth felt it weak and faltering. He dragged the man to the side, away from the circle, and summoned one of the healers recruited from Dumkarga. The healer looked at the young man, looked at the sorcerers, and said coldly that she doubted she could do much for him, but she would try. Gareth was not surprised to hear later that the young man was dead. Hour after hour passed. Gareth could see no sign that the spell was working, and fear seized him. Dagnorus would be furious. He had staked everything upon this plan succeeding. Gareth was nearing the point of panic when finally he saw what he had been waiting to see. He cautioned himself against hope, tamped down the sudden elation. Telling himself his eyes were tired and playing tricks, he looked away and looked back. The result was the same. The sorcerers walking the circle could now see the magic beginning to work as well. Their voices strengthened. Their bodies, slumping with fatigue, straightened. The pace of their walking increased. Round and round they traversed the circle, and within that circle, the darkness of the void, darker far than the darkest part of the darkest night, began to form. Once Gareth had been able to see by the lambent light of stars and moon the full circle of sorcerers. Now he could see only those on the side nearest him. The others entered darkness as they circled around, emerged again on the other side. It was as though a thick pillar of jet had formed in their midst. The spell was working. It was now an hour before dawn. The sky to the east turned pale blue, though beneath the trees all was black. The river flowed swift and dark. There was no doubt in Gareth's mind. The sorcerers encircled a portion of the void, a dark hole cut into the dawn. Heavy, crashing footfalls broke the silence. Gareth looked over his shoulder to see Dagnorus, his hair tousled, clad only in his shirt and breeches, stockings and boots, stomping through the forest. He was in a very bad temper, his face grim and glowering. Ballura walked behind him, her own footfalls unheard on the rotting leaves. Thrilled with his achievement, Gareth was in far too good a mood himself to let his prince's ill humor bother him. Dagnorus would cheer up shortly. When he saw the miracle they were about to perform, he would cheer up immensely. "Good morning, Your Highness," said Gareth. "Did you sleep well?" "No, I did not. Damn your eyes," Dagnaras retorted. "And never a drop to drink this morning either. Silwith, that clown, has allowed bears to run off with the wine. I shall have him hanged. What is this you are doing? Some child's game?" He glowered at the circling wizards. "Indeed, no, Your Highness," said Gareth. "This is the spell. It has worked. Your wizards have summoned the void and brought it here for you to command." "By the gods!" Dagnaras stared, awed, his thirst and the pain assuaged, both forgotten. "You have done it." "Say rather, they have done it, Your Highness," Gareth said with quiet pride in his people. "I took no part, per your orders." "What happens now?" Dagnaras demanded. "Now it is your turn, Your Highness. Now we need your magic, the power that the void has granted you." "You shall have it, and welcome." Dagnaras's eyes gleamed, and this time it was not the wine that illuminated them. "Instruct me. Tell me what to do. Will it be dangerous?" he asked offhand, more for information than out of fear. "Not to you, Your Highness," Gareth said, his voice low. "Invoke the power. Become the Lord of the Void." Dagnaras placed his hand upon the pendant he wore on his breast. The black armor erupted from his skin. Like drops of oil, the armor flowed glistening over his limbs. The black bestial helm covered his head, mailed gloves sheathed his hands. The chanting of the sorcerers increased in pitch and in intensity. Another fell from the circle. No one paid her any attention. They kicked her limp and bloody body to one side, that it might not impede their spellcasting. "Your Highness, the void is yours to command," Gareth shouted above the chanting voices. Dagnaras walked toward the wheeling circle of sorcerers. As he drew near, their leader gave a great shout and brought them all to a halt with a loud clapping of his hands. They stood quite still, pale and trembling with fatigue and the concentration required to hold the spell in place. Dagnaras reached past them, reached beyond them, thrust his hand into the darkness. He shuddered and cried out in pain, as if he had plunged his hand into icy water. Except that this darkness was far colder than any ice, colder than the final cold that grips the living and can never be warmed. Valoura made a sound, a gasp, a hiss of alarm, and took a step toward him. Not thinking what he was doing, only concerned that she might disrupt the spell, Gareth reached out and grabbed hold of the Vrikel's black armor. A jolt like lightning numbed his arm to the shoulder. She rounded on him, fury in her contorted features, if there was none in the cold, dead eyes. "Do not interfere," Gareth told her, holding on to her, though his arm tingled painfully. "If you thwart him in this, he will denounce you, cast you from his side. He's only looking for an excuse. He already loathes you, as you well know." Gareth could bear the pain no longer. Releasing his grip, he began to massage his aching arm. Valoura looked back to Dagnaras, but she made no move now to stop him. Her head lowered. Had Gareth believed it possible, he could have sworn she wept. She had died for love of Dagnaras, died to protect him. She had doomed herself to the life of the damned to be with him, and she, too, had often seen the look of revulsion on his face when she returned to him after a kill, with blood on her lips and her hands. She could not give him up. She could not leave him, as he could not give her up. The dagger of the Vrikel bound them together, made each a party to the other's thoughts. And perhaps, with Dagnaras, there lingered some faint and desolate hope that one day he would look into those dead eyes, which now held nothing but darkness, and once more see himself. Gareth's heart was wrung with pity for her, even as he recoiled from her. He could not take time to comfort her. Had there been any comfort he could offer? They had to cast the spell now, or there would be no casting. The prince's arm and hand were no longer visible. His limb had been swallowed by the darkness. The void was his. "Command it, Your Highness," Gareth urged. "Use the magic as you will. Quickly." Dagnaras raised his arm, and the pillar of opaque darkness rose with it. The river! he shouted in a voice terrible to hear, a voice that brought the sleeping soldiers to their feet, their hands grappling for weapons, thinking they were under attack. "I command you to swallow the river." The darkness vanished. The sorcerers were left staring at each other until their strength gave way and they sank to the ground, panting and gasping, or simply collapsed. Some lay quite still. Dagnarus stood on the shore, watching, with Gareth at his side. Balura kept to the shadows behind him, avoiding the first rays of the morning light that gilded the ripples of the swift-flowing river. Nothing happened, and again fear and doubt shriveled Gareth's stomach, though he knew with cold logic that the spell had worked perfectly and that they had only to wait. Still, the relief he felt when he saw the ripples on the river start to alter, to swirl around a central point in the middle of the swift-flowing water, was indescribable. He leaned back against the bole of a tree and watched his handiwork with pride. As Dagnarus had commanded, the void swallowed the river Hammerclaw, as if a plug had been yanked from the bunghole at the bottom of a cask of wine. The river water began to swirl downward, falling faster and faster into an enormous maw of blackness that grew wider and wider until it stretched from bank to bank. The river water swirled into the vortex, slid over the lip of the enormous hole, a maelstrom eerie in its silence. All sound of the water's cascade was absorbed by the blackness. The sun rose, but its light could not penetrate the darkness. No rainbows danced across this dread waterfall. Beyond the void, the riverbed was laid bare as the water dried up. Its rock-strewn floor glistened in the morning light. Fish flopped about on the wet rocks, gasping and dying. The riverbed would be slippery and treacherous to walk. Here and there stood pools of water and large patches of oozing, clinging mud. But the army did not have far to travel. In the light, Gareth could see the walls of the castle dead ahead, walls where no guards stood, for they trusted the river to guard their backs. Walls easily breached by Dagnarus's army, who would enter by way of the aqueducts that carried fresh water from the river into the castle. Bingail, kept alive by her waterfalls, would die by them. "You must hurry, Your Highness," Gareth cried. "The spell will last only from sun's rising to sun's setting. Then the water will return." "That is all the time we need," Dagnarus said. Shakur launched his assault on the north wall with the dawn. "While my brother's forces grapple with the enemy before them, we will slip in behind and seize them by the throat." He gave a great shout. The trumpets sounded, drums beat. The soldiers formed into the order of battle, and, with a cheer for Dagnarus, his troops surged down into the riverbed and marched on Vinningael. The Battle of Vinningael. In the small cell that was the portal of the gods, Helmos fought his own lonely battle, fought to gain the attention of the gods, fought to make them understand his need for help in order to save his city and its people. No soldier on the wall, battling fiercely with sword and knife to drive back the enemy, who time and again managed to gain the battlements, fought harder than his king. His foes were not beating on him with cold steel or hacking at him with battle axes. He could have wished they were. His foes were more insidious, attacking him from within, destroying hope and confidence, and thus they were more punishing by far. The gods had turned from him, ignored him, refused to answer him. He blamed himself. His faith was not perfect, as had been his father's. Helmos's nature was a more questioning nature. He had questioned the gods' ways more than once, questioned where his father had accepted. Even now, Helmos knew rebellion and resentment in his heart, when he should have known nothing but submission and humility. Questioning is not wrong, he thought. The gods' ways are not always clear to man. How are we to understand unless we ask right out, why? Why kill my mother in her youth? Why did you take her from us when we most needed her? Why create dominion lords and put into the world their dark opposites? Why not force the other races to obey their own gods, sworn oaths? Why tempt a willful child to fall to evil? Why permit that child to grow to manhood and grant him the power to become a thing of evil? Why bring so many unwanted children into the world and deny my wife and me a child of our own? Why harden the hearts of our allies so that they do not come to our aid? Why bring death and misery to a city of beauty and light? Why do you seem to abandon us at our time of greatest need?" His heart repeated the questions as his lips prayed for help. He prayed as sincerely as he could, but his prayers were whispers, never loud enough to be heard, apparently, for he did not believe anyone was listening to them. The questions of his heart, wrung from him, wet with his heart's blood, clanged and clambered like enormous iron bells, ringing throughout the heavens. He prayed to the gods, not kneeling, but standing before them, shouting, pleading to be heard. He prayed until his throat was raw and his voice hoarse, and he was parched with thirst, but he had vowed that he would endure the same hardships as his troops. No water should ease him, no food nourish him, until the battle was ended and his city saved. At length, weary with a weariness that was more of the heart and spirit than it was of the body, Helmos sat down upon the bed, the same bed where his father had often rested. Exhausted, he slept, though he did not mean to. He was a little child again, barely able to walk, his hand clutching the skirts of a gown in front of him. He could not see, from his low vantage point, who wore the gown, but he knew it was an adult of enormous size and proportion. He toddled as fast as he was able, hanging on to the skirt to keep from falling, and he could hear his own small voice prattling, "Why? Why? Why? I want, I want, I want. Why? Why? I want, I want, I want. Why? Why?" Why? Why? A gentle voice sounded above him, far above him. "You will see when your eyes close. You will hear when you are deaf. You will understand when you are past understanding. Take hope from this. The four can never be one, but, in time, the one may be four." They held out to him a bright and shiny bauble. He released the hem of the gown to seize it. Helmos clutched the sovereign stone in his hand. "I am on my own. You speak in riddles. You do not care. You have probably never cared. If I had been blessed with children, I would have taken them into my arms and answered their questions, everyone. I would have cherished them and loved them if I had been father to 1,000. You are loved," said the gentle voice, "and our children number as the stars." Tears crept from his clenched, shut eyes, bitter tears that stung his throat and choked him with their bile. He became aware, eventually, of a tapping at the door, a tapping that had been going on for some time, for he seemed to have heard it throughout his dream. He woke suddenly, alarmed. The need must be dire for someone to disturb him in the portal of the gods. He rose stiffly to his feet and walked to the small door, unlatched it, opened it. The most revered High Magus stood without, the only one who dared to interrupt the king at his prayers. One look at the man's pallid and haggard face, and Helmos knew that his prayers would go unanswered. "Forgive me, your majesty." "Yes, what is it, High Magus?" Helmos asked, calm with despair. The river has vanished." The man's white hair seemed to stand on end with horror. "Vanished?" Helmos stared. "Makes sense. What do you mean, vanished?" "Just that," Reinhold said, licking dry lips. "Some dread magic, undoubtedly the magic of the void, has sucked the river dry, drained it. Water no longer flows into the city. Fires are breaking out all over. Those siege towers at which we laughed." He wrung his hands. "No one is laughing now. The pumps spew forth a demonic substance, black fire. It rains down on us like jelly and bursts into flame upon impact. People turn to living torches. Houses are burning all over the city, and now we have no water with which to douse them." Helmos could not comprehend. His mind stumbled along, clutching at the words of the High Magus, asking, "Why? Why? Why?" "And there is worse, your majesty. A river of darkness flows in place of the river Hammerclaw. A vast army marches down the empty riverbed, an army led by your brother, Prince Dagnorus. There is nothing to stop him from entering Vinningal. Reinhold drew in a deep breath, sought to calm himself. Your Majesty, you must take the Sovereign Stone and flee the city while there is yet time. No matter if Vinengale falls, it will never truly fall so long as the Sovereign Stone escapes. I will not leave. Your Majesty, the Sovereign Stone is our only chance for salvation. If not ours, then those who come after. It must remain in the portal of the gods. Helmos closed his hand over the stone with such force that the sharp edges pierced his flesh. He felt the sting, felt the blood, warm and sticky, and was careful not to open his hand, not to let the High Magus see. Then Helmos thought of his wife, of Anna trapped in the palace, of Dagnarus's troops invading the palace. The Queen, he said, his heart misgiving him. I must go to her. Rest easy, Your Majesty, said the High Magus. I have already dispatched war magi to protect her. If I may say so, she is safer away from you than she would be in your presence. Dagnarus's quarrel is with you, Helmos. Once again, I urge you to take the Sovereign Stone and flee to safety, not only for yourself, but for the sake of us all. And be branded a coward. Helmos was angry. The king who ran from his kingdom at the first sign of trouble. My people would lose all respect for me. Our allies would rejoice in our weakness and move in to snap up what pieces are left over when my brother has finished carving us. If I could ever return and claim my throne, how could I expect the meanest beggar in the street to show me respect? No, High Magus, he concluded with decision. What you ask is impossible. The High Magus sighed deeply. I understand, Your Majesty. And what you say is true. It is a dreadful dilemma, and one that you alone can resolve. We will support you in your decision, of course. I will do what my father would want me to do, Helmos said simply. I will remain here in the portal of the gods, where he received the Sovereign Stone. I will remain here and keep faith with the gods. May the gods hear your prayers, Your Majesty, the High Magus said, and, backing out of the doorway, he softly and gently shut the door behind him. Helmos sat upon the bed. He wiped the blood from his hand upon the pillow, which was wet from his tears. The first words Dagnarus said on entering the palace, the first command he gave was, Find my brother. Find Helmos, and bring him and the Sovereign Stone to me. I will go, Your Highness, Gareth offered. This was one order he was glad to obey. He hoped desperately to be the one to find Helmos and to help him escape, to hide him, to somehow save him from Dagnarus's wrath. Dagnarus cast Gareth a suspicious glance. The prince knew that Gareth held Helmos in high regard. But Dagnarus also knew that Gareth was the only one of his forces, besides Silwith, who knew his way around the maze of palace corridors. The prince could not go himself, not yet. He was busy with the 1,000 responsibilities of a commander, dividing his forces, sending some to search and some to secure the palace. Already fighting could be heard in the lower hallways, where the guard had been keeping watch to prevent the enemy from coming in the front. He would have to make certain that the palace was his first, before he set out to resolve personal matters. Go with Patch, Dagnarus ordered Silwith, and then the prince was called away by his commanders and the sound of battle. Gareth hastened through the corridors, familiar to him, but not to most of the army. He headed straight for the king's royal chambers. He did not believe he would find Helmos there, but Gareth hoped to find Queen Anna, hoped to be able to persuade her that he had her husband's interests at heart, hoped to be able to convince her to tell him where Helmos might be found. Gareth had been raised in the palace. He knew his way around here better than around his family's own much smaller house. But he discovered, to his dismay, that the halls looked strange and unfamiliar to him. He wondered why, and realized suddenly it was because he had come in from the back. He was seeing everything from the wrong angle. The smoke from burning buildings, blowing through the windows, borne by the wild wind from the sea, swirled through the hallways. The smoke floated past in ragged tatters, sometimes obscuring his vision, sometimes setting him coughing, other times clearing completely. Gareth ran through corridors with only a vague idea where he was going, guessing it was the right way, but not truly certain. He might have asked Silwith, who accompanied him, but his mind was intent upon how he was going to deal with Silwith. The last thing he wanted to do was to ask the elf for help. Show weakness. At length, Gareth entered a corridor, and there, in front of him, was the playroom. Memories flooded in on him. Memories of a child lost in the palace, memories of a prince's warm and welcoming smile. Now Gareth knew where he was. He halted and turned to face the elf. "Leave me, Silwith. Leave me to do this on my own." "If you don't." Gareth paused, steeled himself. "If you don't, I shall use my magic against you. You may be quick with a knife." He recalled the time he had watched Silwith stab Lord Margaret in the back, "but the magic of the void is faster." "What do you intend to do, Master Gareth?" Silwith asked coolly. "Urge Helmos to escape, take him to a place of safety, conceal him from his brother?" Gareth looked blank, pretended he didn't understand. "I don't know." "Helmos won't go with you. He is not a coward, nor is he a fool. Though he may die, that which he is and that for which he fights will live through time. He knows this. He knows that future generations may have need of a hero. Your efforts on his behalf will be wasted, and if Dagnarus discovers you betraying him—" "Leave me, Silwith," Gareth said, coldly stubborn, "or I must kill you." "I will leave," said Silwith, and on his lips was a rare smile, one of the few signs of emotion Gareth had ever seen the elf reveal. "I will leave." "But not because you threaten me. I am leaving Vinengale. I am leaving His Highness. My time here is finished. My time with Dagnarus is finished." He spit the word from his mouth. Gareth stared, amazed and suspicious. He coughed in the smoke, but hurriedly cleared his throat that he should not miss anything of this startling revelation. "You thought, the lot of you humans, that I served His Highness out of loyalty or love or some other misguided emotion. Indeed, I did not. I did not truly serve Dagnarus at all. I have another master." "The shield," Gareth said. "We knew that. It was by his command that you killed Lord Maverton. We knew you were nothing but a spy." "Spy," Silwith repeated calmly. "Yes, for all these years I have been a spy in the palace, a spy on all you humans did and said. I reported it all dutifully to my master. I have been well rewarded, but all that has come to an end." Gareth was skeptical. "Why?" "There is little doubt but that Dagnarus's forces will be victorious. He will be king of Vinengale. He thinks highly of you. He trusts you. You would be ideally placed—" "You are not telling me anything I do not already know," Silwith interrupted. "You are not telling me anything my master does not already know and plans for me. But I cannot obey the shield this time. I won't obey. I have a duty to the shield, that is true, but I have a higher duty to the honor of our people. The moment His Highness took the blood of Lady Valura upon his lips, the moment he chose to turn her into a creature damned and accursed, a monster that brings shame and dishonor upon all her people, that is the moment I swore I would disobey my master and leave my post." "I would avenge her death upon Dagnarus," Silwith added, his dark smile twisting bitterly. "But that is impossible. He is invincible, at least now. I will take my vengeance in other ways. There are more ways to die than by death. I will destroy his credibility with the elves. Once I tell the divine about Lady Valura, the entire elven nation will rise against him. He will win this war, only to face another. And the next he might not win so easily." "But what will happen to you?" Gareth asked. "I know something of elven ways. By disobeying the shield, your life is forfeit." "Perhaps. Perhaps not. When the divine discovers that the shield has been plotting against him, has secretly supported a lord of the void, the shield may find that he has all he can do to keep himself from tumbling down the cliff, much less trying to pull me down with him. I will be considered a turncoat. I will be disgraced and dishonored. But I will have my revenge." Why, tell me, Gareth demanded. You know I will tell him. Silwith regarded Gareth with disdain and loathing. I want you to tell him. Tell him I will have my revenge on him. It may be tomorrow. It may be 100 years from tomorrow. I am patient. I can wait. The waiting for me will be easier for knowing that he will, from now on, live every day in fear. He has many lives, it is true, but that many will I take from him. Is the wine poisoned? What is that strange taste in his food? Is that the flash of a dagger in the moonlight? Is that someone creeping up behind him? The answer to all those is yes. The answer is Silwith. Tell him. The elf turned on his heel and vanished into the smoke-heavy darkness. Gareth stood a moment in the hallway, confused and afraid, torn in two and cursing the elf. Should I continue on? Search for Helmos? Or should I return to Dagnaris, warn him to beware of Silwith? The elf claimed he was fleeing Vinengale, but Gareth saw that to trust anything Silwith said was to trust the roused serpent not to strike. In the end, Gareth determined, quite logically, that Dagnaris could take care of himself. A lord of the void, protected by the magical armor of the void, with many lifespans at his disposal, the prince was certainly not about to fall victim to an elf with a knife. Not this day, at least. Gareth continued his search, heading for the king's tower room, where he hoped he might find Helmos overseeing the battle from that advantageous position. If some inner part of Gareth wished Silwith success, wished that the elf might do what Gareth, with his dead soul, could not do. He acknowledged that dreadful wish and went on. Vinengale was on the verge of defeat. Its defenders continued to hold the north wall, though the black fire and the vicious and prolonged assault by Dagnaris's troops, mercenaries eager for the looting and rapine promised them if they took Vinengale, had decimated the defenders' numbers and was wearing down their morale. But behind them, the city was in flames. Captain Argot had been forced to use his reserve troops to help fight the fires, which were burning out of control, consuming businesses and houses. The citizens were in a panic, trying in vain to save their homes, clogging the streets and impeding efforts to help douse the flames. And then the river dried up, strangely, inexplicably. The moment he heard that report, Argot saw Dagnarus's strategy, saw it clearly. Though it meant almost certain defeat, the captain was soldier enough to appreciate the brilliance. What a general, he said to himself in grudging admiration. What a fine... That was his last word, his last thought. An arrow struck him, pierced his eye. He was dead before his body tumbled from the wall. Word that the Lord of the Void had used his powerful magic to drain the river. Vinengale's heart's blood was a blow to her defenders. The second blow fell when they heard that the prince's troops had entered the palace from the rear, had taken the palace with ease, and were marching to crush the defenders on the north wall between the anvil of Shakur below and the hammer of Dagnaris behind. The soldiers remained at their posts, determined to die where they stood, preferring that to perishing in the flames racing through the streets below, or being trampled to death by the panic-stricken mob. High in one of the towers of the palace, Anna kept her lonely watch over poor, mad Amelia. The dowager was in a pitiful state, trembling and sobbing, or, what was worse, horribly laughing. Anna did her best to assuage the madwoman's terrors, both real and imaginary, terrors brought on by the smoke, the tension of those around her, the strange sounds echoing through the palace. Sounds of tramping feet and shouted orders, the clash of steel. The sounds of battle did not last very long. An ominous silence settled over them, choking, like the smoke. "What? What does it mean, Your Majesty?" asked the healer who had chosen to remain with Amelia. "Have we won?" Anna turned from the open window where she had been watching the fires blaze up, one after the other, all over Vinengale. "Yes, I'm sure that is what it means," she lied. "Soon all will be over, and we will be at peace at last." That much, at least, was the truth. Screams were audible, even this far away. A child, screaming, perhaps trapped in a burning building, unable to escape. What is that? Amelia cried. I heard my baby cry. Bring him to me this instant. Anna closed the curtains. No, no, she said, trying to smile with lips so stiff that she feared the smile would make them crack and bleed.
No, no, Your Majesty, your baby sleeps soundly.
And you must try to sleep yourself. Tears slid down her cheeks. The rhythmic tramp of booted feet thundered in the hallway. The healer pressed her hand over her mouth, stifling her cries so as not to alarm her patient. Anna reached out, caught hold of the young healer's hand. Outside the door, war magi stood guard, but their guard could not hold for long, not against the force that bore down on them. Light, magical, awful flashed from beneath the closed and locked door. Voices cried out in agony, blasts, and the ringing of swords echoed through the halls. One voice, harsh and cold and horribly familiar to Anna, issued a single command. The door burst asunder. The wizard lock that held it shattered. Dagnaras strode inside, followed by Avrikiel and his troops. He paused, his eyes adjusting to the room's dimness after the flaring torchlight in the corridor. "Where is he?" he demanded, his helmed head turning, seeking. "Where is Helmos? I know he is here. He might as well face me. His guards are dead." "Hush!" Anna commanded. She rose to confront him, pale and cold with anger. "Lower your voice. Don't you see how you frighten her?" Amelia was gasping and crying, trembling all over. Her eyes started from her head, her face writhed, her mouth gabbled. She stared at Dagnaras in the black armor, the horned helm, in a paroxysm of fear. Dagnaras removed his helm, shook back his sweat-damp hair from his eyes. Motioning his men to remain where they were, he stepped forward to see better in the wavering light. His face registered nothing at the sight of the madwoman, neither pity nor revulsion. Dagnaras did not recognize Amelia. Not at first. A line puckered his brows. He walked forward another step. "Mother." The text in 74, "One prode Runstrasse." He spoke the word so softly that it was barely audible. Anna heard it, but only because she saw it on his lips. Amelia straightened. Her hands patted her wispy hair.
"You there, Chamberlain."
She spoke to Dagnaras, made a gesture that would have once been imperious, but, with her withered hand, was only pathetic.
"Tell my son that he must come to see his mother."
"I sent for him yesterday and the day before, and still he does not come to see me. He is a wicked, ungrateful child." Dagnaras turned his shadowed gaze to Anna. "How long has she been like this?"
"Ever since."
Anna paused, not quite certain what to say or how to say it.
"Ever since you left,"
she finished softly. Dagnaras's gaze went back to his mother. He stared at her, and his face set, grim and expressionless. His gaze left his mother, never to go back to her. He fixed his eyes upon Anna. "Madam, where is your husband?" "Where he needs to be," Anna replied steadily. Dagnaras regarded her long, considering. Then he bowed to her, low and respectful, and turned to his men. "Helmos is not here. Move out. Search the rest of the palace." Quietly, he added. Quietly. Pausing in the shattered doorway, he turned back. "I thank you for your care of her, madam. I am sorry to have troubled you. I will leave my own guards posted at the door. You will not be harmed." Bowing again, he left the room. Anna's strength gave way. She sank into a chair, her teeth clamping down hard on her lip so that she would not weep, not when he might be able to still hear her. "The gods keep my husband safe," she prayed in her heart. "The gods keep and bless him." "Well?" Dagnaras demanded abruptly, coming across Gareth. "Have you found him?" "The king is not in the palace," Gareth reported. Dagnaras eyed his friend. "He's not? Then where is he?" He glanced around. "And where is Silwith?" "He has fled," said Valura. and there was a hint of emotion in her usually lifeless voice, a hint of dark triumph, as of an enemy vanquished. "The elf has betrayed you, my beloved. Think no more of him." Dagnarus looked astonished, dubious. "What she says is true," Gareth admitted. "Silwith is gone. He said to tell you." "I don't give a damn what that traitor says." Dagnarus snarled savagely. "Where is the king?" Gareth lowered his eyes. "The servants, those who have not fled, think he might be on the wall with his troops." "Helmos anywhere near a battle." Dagnarus snorted derisively. "I doubt it. You are lying. You would do or say anything to protect him. But no matter. For now I myself know where to find him. Where he needs to be," his wife said. "Of course. He is in the temple." "My brother has run, sniveling, to the gods." The Becks. The smoke was thicker by far outside the palace. Red-hot cinders rose on the drafts created by the firestorms sweeping through the city. Warriors fought and died by the blazing light. A booming sound, irregular and loud, like the beating of an unquiet heart, sent shudders through the ground. "What is that?" Gareth asked fearfully, covering his mouth and nose with his cloak. "The battering ram," said Dagnarus with satisfaction. "Shakur is breaking through the main city gate." People swirled around them, soldiers running from the battle, soldiers running to the battle and stopping to argue with or exhort those who were fleeing. Mothers crying out for someone to find their lost children, husbands searching frantically for entire families that had disappeared. They bumped into Gareth, shoved him, pushed, caromed off him. One soldier, wild with battle rage, sought to attack Valura. She did not even draw her sword, but crushed the man's skull, through his steel helm, with a blow from her fist. But even in their panic, no one came near Dagnarus. The void surrounded him, created an island of calm on which he stood dry-shod as wave after wave of chaos burst on the shores. He strode on eagerly toward the temple, silhouetted against the fire, seeming carved out of blackness. Dagnarus did not cover his nose against the smoke, but breathed in the smell of death and destruction, as though it were holy incense. "We shall have to rebuild Vinengael, of course," he said as he walked. "It will rise from the ashes, newborn, 10 times more beautiful. I will build a city to make my father proud." "Not this way," Gareth cried, pointing, for Dagnarus had been so bold as to walk straight up the front of the temple steps. "Look." The front doors to the temple were ringed round with war magi. They stood in a semicircle, some 20 of them. A magical shield radiated out from them, illuminated them with a soft white light, as if the moon shone in the midst of the garish flaming bursts of a dying sun. The sight of the war magi gave Dagnarus pause. "Not even you can fight them all," Gareth shouted, to be heard above the screams of the mob. "No, you're right," Dagnarus said, eyeing them coolly. "Trust those idiots to waste their energy guarding the temple when they are needed on the walls. But things will change when I am king. We will enter from the back. I'll lay wager no one has thought to guard the rear." The buttery was guarded, but only by a few magi who had been sent to ward off looters, those who would take advantage of any type of suffering and turmoil to make off with what they could carry. Those few magi could not stand against the Lord of the Void, nor against Avreikel. Gareth tried not to look too closely at the crumpled bodies over which he stepped. He was afraid that he might recognize them, and, indeed, he thought he saw their former tutor, Evaristo. Gareth refused to let himself think about that. His soul was in such turmoil, such anxiety and worry over the coming confrontation of brother against brother, prince against king, that he could spare no thought or regret for anything else. They entered the temple storage room. Located underground and windowless, it was relatively free of the asphyxiating smoke. Dagnarus halted. "Do you know where this portal is?" he asked, glancing around, as if he thought the portal of the gods might be among the wine casks and cheeses, dead chickens, and bloody slabs of meat. He turned to Gareth, who had known the question was coming and had been dreading it. "Where is the portal?" he repeated angrily. How easy to claim ignorance. And yet Dagnerus would not believe him. Anyone who had spent years of his life in the temple, as had Gareth, would know where to find the portal of the gods. "Yes, Your Highness, I know." "What?" Dagnerus demanded sharply, irritably. "Don't mumble." "I know." "Then you will take me there." Gareth hesitated. Dagnerus's eyes narrowed dangerously. Promise me that you will not kill him," Gareth said finally, the words coming out in a gasp. "Kill him? Of course I won't kill him," Dagnerus cried, exasperated. "I am not a monster. He is my brother. Besides, I intend for him to witness my triumph, my victory. I shall make good use of him, perhaps even let him remain a Dominion lord. They will all come under my control, of course, and he might be useful to me. No, Patch. Helmos has but to hand over the sovereign stone, and I will kiss him on both cheeks and take him to my bosom." "You know he would sooner die than do that," Gareth said. "Listen to me, Patch." Dagnerus caught hold of Gareth, squeezing his arms painfully, dragged him close. The helm's wolfish visor cut into Gareth's face, the points pricked his flesh. "I will find this portal. I will search the temple from top to bottom, tear it down stone by stone if necessary. But I will find it. And know this. Right now, I am pleased with my success and in a merciful mood. But if you thwart me, if I have to rip apart this temple to locate my brother, I will not be in a good humor at all. My anger and frustration will grow with every door I open in vain, and by the time I do find him, I will be inclined to simply throttle him and have done with it. Now, what will it be, Patch? Will you take me to my brother?" "I will take you to him," Gareth agreed. After all, this might be best, he thought. At least I will be present at the interview, whereas otherwise Dagnerus would most certainly leave me behind in a fury if he did not kill me outright. Gareth had not yet used his magic. There had been no need. His strength was holding up well. He knew Helmos would never give up the Sovereign Stone, but there might be a possibility Gareth could save one brother from himself and save the other, in spite of himself. He led the way, swiftly and surely, through the temple to the very center. He led Dagnerus to the portal of the gods. The portal of the gods. Helmos sat upon the bed in the cell that was the portal of the gods, the sovereign stone clasped tightly in his hand. He no longer prayed to the gods for intercession. They would not come. They would not storm the walls of Biningail and drive away the enemy with their flaming swords and golden trumpets. And why, he thought suddenly, should they? His own question took him completely by surprise. He pondered on it. Well, of course they should. He reasoned first. Why? Because I ask them to. Because it is mine and I want to keep it. But the gods did not build the walls. The gods did not farm the land or gather in the crops. The gods did not put the books in the library or the beds in the hospital. Yes, the gods gave us the magic to try to heal those in the hospital, just as the gods provided the stone for the walls and the eyes to read the books. And who is responsible for the walls, the books, the beds? Those who gave us the means to use them, or we, who produced them. The gods gave us the portals so that we should travel to the lands of our brethren and come to know them better. And what have we done? In our fear, we sealed them shut. He opened his hand and gazed at the sovereign stone. He called to mind the ceremony, saw the stone in his father's hands, a perfect diamond, flawless, smooth. He saw it split into 4 parts, and then Helmos saw what his brother had seen. The emptiness in the center, the void left when the pieces were separated. Helmos stared into the void, aghast, appalled, and for a moment it seemed that the emptiness would empty the world of light and beauty and truth. "No," he said aloud, "I will not allow it." He stared straight into the darkness, unafraid, and though the darkness was very great and very terrible to look upon, he saw, on the outer fringes, 4 tiny points of light. 4 points of light that would continue to burn. Like the stars, the deeper the darkness, the brighter the lights shine. The gods could not save him, could not save Vinningal. Man must save himself, or lose himself, as he chooses. The parents teach the child to walk. They watch it fall, bump its head. They listen to it cry in fear and see it reach to be picked up and carried. The parents refuse, though it pains them. The child must walk alone. Helmos knew then with absolute certainty that the gods had indeed answered his prayer. They had not answered it the way he wanted. They had not snatched him up from the hard floor to be kissed and cuddled, cradled and protected. He must walk alone, and though the darkness would overtake him, just as night overtakes the day, the gods had given him the means to live through the night and look forward to the dawn. "Forgive me, Father," Helmos said softly, tears welling in his eyes. "Forgive me for doubting you. Only by splitting the stone apart, only by accepting and understanding and honoring our differences can we hope to bring the stone back together again. For you saw that if we do, if we succeed, the sundered stone will be stronger than the whole." He drew the chain that held the sovereign stone from around his neck. He placed his lips against the stone, kissed it reverently, and then set the stone upon the altar. He left it there and walked toward the door that would take him back into the world, into the darkness. He walked alone, but he knew that somewhere fond parents watched his steps through their own tears. The revered High Magus had heard that animals can predict devastating earthquakes. Dogs are said to become extremely agitated. They cannot rest in one place, but must pace endlessly and, if shut indoors, will whine and paw at the door, trying to escape outside. Flocks of birds will fly up suddenly into the air right before the ground begins to tremble. If this was true, then the most revered High Magus knew well what they felt. Not an earthquake, per se, at least not within the earth. The very fabric of magic, however, was unstable. He had sensed tiny rents and cracks and tremors at the very start of the battle, and it seemed to him that they grew in magnitude and severity. Though he was in his study, his thoughts were in another part of the temple, in the portal of the gods with Helmos. Reinhold glanced often at his study door, thinking that at any time the king must enter with the word that all was well. The gods would vanquish their foes and cast Dagnarus back into the void. But hours passed, and Helmos did not come to bring him this news. And the most revered High Magus was now profoundly worried. He had not liked the expression on the king's face the last time he had spoken to Helmos. It was a look of one who has lost his faith, a look of hopelessness and despair. Was it the gods' anger the most revered High Magus was experiencing? Anger against their enemies? Or anger against those who had chosen to ignore their warnings? Reinhold paced like the nervous dog around the study. Though here alone, he was not isolated or cut off from what was happening in the city. He received reports from couriers almost every minute, and undoubtedly these reports were contributing to his agitation. The condition of couriers spoke eloquently. They had no need for words. Their robes torn and covered with blood, their faces black with soot and cinders, their tears plowing tracks through the grime. He grew to dread the knock upon his door, and when another fell, his first impulse was to tell them to go away. His sense of duty and responsibility prevailed. He opened the door. 9 men and women, clad in furs and iron, armed with spears like trees, their expressions calm, stood in the doorway. The warriors surrounded a shriveled, shrunken little brown bird of a woman, her body all covered with tattoos. The revered Magus stared, recovered, and made a low and belated bow. "Keeper Tabita, I am honored by your presence. Please come inside." Yet even as he invited her to cross the threshold, his spirits were in turmoil, now despairing, now fluttering with wild hope. He had met Tabita upon her arrival, had seen the bare spot on her head. That spot was now almost entirely filled in with tattoos telling the tragic story of the battle for Vinningal. Only one small area remained unmarked, an area at the very crown of her head. The end was fast approaching, and she had come here to witness it. Tabitha toddled inside the study. Her face was cheerful, even ecstatic. She was nearing the culmination of her life's work. An observer of life, a recorder of events, she was not moved by the horrendous sights she must have witnessed. Seating herself in a chair, with the assistance of the High Magus, who had practically to lift her into it, she gazed out calmly upon the end. Her feet swung over the edge of the chair, coming nowhere near the floor. She accepted some biscuits and a glass of wine in which to soak them, sat eating and drinking and looking about her with her sharp, bright eyes. She wore slung about her shoulder a bag carrying the tools of her trade. When her repast was finished, she removed the special indelible ink and the magic stylus from the bag, placed them upon the table in readiness. The stylus would pierce her flesh, inscribe there the whorls and lines and dots, markings that could be read only by those trained to the art, the knowledge of which was a closely guarded secret of the keepers. The 9 Omara bodyguards entered the High Magus's study and ranged themselves around the walls, wherever there was space, their spear points gouging holes in the woodwork. They stood silently, their heads bowed beneath the low ceiling, their eyes fixed upon one object: the keeper. The most revered High Magus completely failed in his duties as host. His fear and anxiety, wound up with his hope, had tied him into knots. He could not pace his room anymore, not without tripping over the feet of the bodyguard, and he was quite incapable of making polite conversation. He sat fidgeting nervously, tapping on the table with his fingertips. Tabitha inked her stylus. Minutes passed. The revered High Magus could not endure the waiting another moment. The fabric of magic seemed to twist tighter and tighter. The magic was taut as a rope in a tug-of-war between monumental forces. Neither force would let go, neither dare let go now for fear the rope would snap back and destroy them. It was the rope itself that must break, unable to bear the strain. "An apt analogy," said Tabitha, though the High Magus had not spoken it aloud. "Keeper," said Reinhold, desperate, is there anything we can do?" "I only see. I only record." She patted her head and swung her feet back and forth. "But I like your analogy." The High Magus sank back into gloomy foreboding. He was roused moments later by the sounds of footfalls outside the antechamber door. He leapt to his feet and flung it open. "Yes?" He strode into the corridor. "What is it, Roderick?" he demanded, recognizing the head of the war magi. "What news?" "Dagnorus is here, High Magus. He is inside the temple. He has gone straight to the portal of the gods." "Of course." Reinhold breathed a sigh in understanding. "That is why the magic is being pulled and twisted and tugged, almost to the breaking point. The confrontation between the two must come. There is nothing I can do, nothing anyone can do to stop it. The Lord of Sorrows, the gods have named Helmos. This is his fate. He has taken it upon himself. To try to free him from it would be to rob him of his triumph. We are preparing to attack, High Magus." "No, do not attack." "But, High Magus." The War Magus was appalled. "We cannot permit, Nam. Affected Paul." "It is out of our hands." Reinhold gasped for air, wiped his sweating forehead. "We have other, greater responsibilities. We must evacuate the city." The War Magus stared, his mouth gaping wide. "Go forth. You and the other war magi and anyone else you can find. Go into the city and warn the people to flee. Tell them to escape by any means they can. Evacuate the hospital. Hurry, hurry. We do not have much time." The most revered High Magus turned back to his study. He started to warn the keeper, started to urge her to flee, but he saw that her eyes were closed. The stylus was in her hand. She was lifting her hand to the bare spot upon her head. "I fear that this place may be deadly," the Magus said softly, speaking to the Omara, not daring to disturb the keeper. The Omara nodded implacably, unperturbed. The keeper began to write. "This," said Gareth, coming to a halt before a small door set inside a nondescript wall. "This is the portal of the gods." Dagnerus glanced at it disparagingly. "This is nothing more than a novice's cell." "Nonetheless," said Gareth gravely, "it is the portal." He was very pale, haggard, and trembling. "Your brother is within." Dagnerus eyed the cell door grimly. He could now begin to feel the emanations, the magic shiver in his hand. "Leave me," he said abruptly. "Your Highness, it is too dangerous." "Leave me," Dagnerus shouted, rounding on Gareth. His eyes were dark, and Gareth recoiled from them. "This is between my brother and me," Dagnerus said. "And if you must know, Patch, friend of my youth, I do not altogether trust you. I believe that you would save my brother if you could." The truth spoke from Gareth's heart. "If I could," he said softly. "At least you are an honest traitor," Dagnerus muttered. "Not like that bastard Silwith. Valora, take Master Whipping Boy out of my sight." "I could kill him," she offered, and there was an odd warmth in the dead voice, a flicker of hatred, of jealousy. "No. He has his uses. You hear that uproar? The war magi saw us. They are probably now marching to attack us. The two of you return to the end of the hall and there stand guard. Fight them if you must. Let no one pass." "I do not want to leave you." Valora reached out her black-gloved hand in a touch, a caress. He drew back, out of her reach. "You will obey me," he ordered coldly. "I am your master." Valora's hand hung motionless in the air. And then, more lifeless than the day she had first died, her hand drew back, sank down. She turned away from him and walked into the smoke-filled corridor. Dagnerus looked after her, his gaze dark and lowering. Then he turned to stare grim and hard at the door to the portal. "The gods curse your father," Gareth cried suddenly, passionately, vehemently. "And my curse fall upon the gods. This is their fault. You should never have looked inside the sovereign stone." Dagnerus smiled then. He seemed to soften with the smile, and then the smile twisted. "You know, Patch, I don't think it happened quite that way." The emerald eyes were clear and empty, emptier even than the dead eyes of the Vrykle. "I think the sovereign stone looked inside me." He fell silent. From the portal came the sound of Helmos's voice. The words were inaudible, but the voice itself was strong and resolute, with no tremulous quaver, no crack of fear. "Go on," Dagnerus commanded. "Leave me. I must finish what I've begun." Half blinded by tears, Gareth turned and stumbled down the hallway. He stopped only when he realized, with deep shame, that he was glad to have been ordered away, that at least he was absolved of all responsibility. Understanding this, he halted and, wiping the tears, glanced at Valora. If she knew what he intended, she would try to stop him. The Vrykle had taken up her post, was standing guard, as she had been ordered. She paid no attention to him. Gareth hesitated only a moment, then broke into a run. The distance he had to cover was not far, but, as in a nightmarish dream when the hall one walks seems short, yet grows longer with every frantic step, this hallway seemed to lengthen and stretch away from him. Still he ran. Dagnerus waited until he was certain he was alone. Waited until he had banished from him the last two who loved him. Free of them, free of all constraints, he smote his fist upon the closed door. "Helmos, the gods cannot help you now. They have abandoned you. Come out and treat with me, if you would save yourself and your city." The door to the portal of the gods opened. Helmos stood within, the armor of the Dominion Lord shining silver, reflecting a brilliant white light emanating from the portal. Dagnerus, staring past his brother, stared in awe. The portal was no longer a small and cramped cell. The portal was an enormous chamber, its walls not visible to him, its ceiling the dome of heaven. The dome was empty, yet the emptiness was filled with light, not darkness. In the very center, the sovereign stone. The quarterpiece of the sovereign stone sparkled bright against the radiant light as the evening star shines at sunset. Dagnaris's view shifted from the portal to the prize, unguarded, alone. Only his brother stood between him and his greatest desire. His brother stood alone. The king's expression was grave, serious, but the light that shone in the portal behind him shone also in his eyes. "You know why I have come," Dagnaris said, regarding his brother with hatred tinged with envy. "You know what I want. My armies are victorious. The city of Vinengale is mine. The sovereign stone will be mine as well. Stand aside." Helmos said nothing, but he did not move. "Stand aside, Helmos," Dagnaris repeated, his gloved hand resting upon the hilt of his black sword. "I do not want to hurt you. You are my brother. Our father's blood runs in both of us." His expression hardened. "But I will cut you down without a qualm unless you move from that doorway." "It is for our father's sake as well as your own that I say this to you," Helmos answered, his voice calm. "Do not enter the portal of the gods, Dagnaris. The sovereign stone can never be yours. The gods will surely destroy you if you try to take it." "The gods destroy me?" Dagnaris laughed. "Why, dear brother, I am practically a god myself. I wield the dagger of the Vrykul. I have drunk the blood of those I gave to the void. I have more lives than the proverbial cat." Dagnaris moved a step closer. "Step aside, Helmos. Or else your dear wife, whom I left just now in care of my troops, will be a widow." Helmos paled at this, but his resolve did not waver. "The gods keep her," he said softly, "and bring her safe to me when this is all done." He looked at his brother almost tenderly. "Our father's last thoughts were of you. His last earthly concern was for you. I tell you this in his name. If you enter the portal, you do so at your own peril, and you not only endanger yourself, you endanger all of Vinengale." "Do you dare threaten me?" Dagnaris sneered. "No," said Helmos, "I am trying to warn you." He drew his sword, not skillfully, for he was a scholar, not a warrior. "For your own sake and the sake of my people, I will stop you." "You can try, brother," said Dagnaris, drawing his sword in his turn. "I need only kill you once, Helmos. You, on the other hand, must kill me many times over. That's something not even the gods could do." Dagnaris thrust the blade forward, his movement swift and skilled. Helmos moved clumsily to block the thrust, and Dagnaris struck the king's blade aside, sent the sword flying from his brother's hands. Dagnaris lifted his sword, intending to cleave between helm and breastplate, sever Helmos's neck. Strong hands seized Dagnaris's arm, halted the killing stroke. Dagnaris turned in fury that changed to astonishment. Gareth had hold of the prince. The whipping boy's skin was a mass of oozing pustules. Gareth gasped, metal to ice, and touched the sword. The blade shattered. Numbing cold paralyzed Dagnaris's hands. "Damn you!" he cried in outrage and turned on Gareth. He would have killed him then and there, but he heard movement behind him. Helmos made a dive to regain his sword. Dagnaris kicked it away, sent it slithering into the portal. Helmos could not retrieve it without abandoning his post at the door. "Hand to hand, then," said Dagnaris, his breath coming heavily. He flung aside the useless hilt of the broken sword. "As I guess it was always meant to be." He leapt at his brother, his hands grappling for Helmos's throat. Helmos met the charge, his hands closing over Dagnaris's wrists. The two struggled, locked in desperate combat upon the threshold of the portal of the gods. The armor of the Dominion Lord protected Helmos from Dagnaris's attack. The armor of the Void shielded Dagnaris. Dagnaris was the younger, the stronger, the more skilled. But he was overconfident, overeager. He had expected to strike down his brother, his weak and bookish brother, with ease. That had not happened, and now, frustrated, his will thwarted, the prince lost his head. He tried to overbear Helmos with his strength. Helmos used Dagnaros' own strength against him, upended him. Dagnaros lay on his back on the floor, dazed and stunned by the heavy fall, unable to move. It was as if the gods held him pinned down. Helmos grabbed his sword. Grasping it, he raised it over Dagnaros. "The gods and our father forgive me," he prayed. A ball of darkness, formed of the void, as big as a man's fist, molded and shaped by Gareth's blood-stained hands and hurled with the force of his magic, struck Helmos full in the chest. Not even the might of the void could penetrate the armor of a Dominion lord. But the ball struck Helmos a terrible blow, wrenched the sword from his hands. Helmos fell backward and lay unmoving. Dagnaros regained his feet. He drew his dagger, the dagger of the Rekel, and stood over his unconscious brother. "Dagnaros, don't!" Gareth cried. His energy was drained. He could barely stand. With strength born of desperation, he clawed at Dagnaros. "I stopped him. You must not kill him. He is your brother." "You did indeed stop him, Patch," Dagnaros said. "I thank you for that. You will be rewarded." He tried to shake Gareth off. "All my life I have borne your punishment," Gareth said, clinging to him with uncharacteristic tenacity. "I will bear this. Accuse me. Say it is my fault. Only do not do this dreadful crime." Inside the portal of the gods, the sovereign stone shone with a rainbow light. "Yes, you will be punished," Dagnaros cried. Seizing hold of Gareth by the neck, he slammed the whipping boy's head against the stone wall, cracking his skull. "I am sorry, Patch," he said to the pain-filled eyes that stared at him, still pleading, their light already dimming. "I warned you in the beginning. I will do what I want to do, though they kill you for it." He struck Gareth's head against the rock a second time, then let loose his grasp. The body slid down the wall, leaving a bloody smear on the white stone. Turning, the Lord of the Void plunged the dagger of the Vrykul into his brother's throat. Helmos died without a cry. His body lay across the threshold, one arm stretched out as if, even in death, he would try to prevent his brother from entering. Dagnaros kicked aside his brother's warding arm. The prince stepped over the body and entered the portal of the gods. He reached out his hand. His fingers touched the jewel, his prize, his reward. He felt it, cool and beautiful. Its light was painful to him, though. He couldn't look at it directly. He grasped the stone, his black gloves closing around it, trying to douse the light that lanced through him like spears of flame. In that moment, the magic snapped, whipping around, recoiled back upon him. He could not die, but he could wish to die. He moaned in agony and curled in upon himself and sank to the ground, tried to crawl into the ground, anything to escape the torment. He heard the magic's concussive blast, felt the ground shake. He saw, through eyelids closed against the searing pain, the temple fall, the walls of the city crumble. Attacker and defender plunged headlong into the rubble, their war forever ended. The river, freed of the void, surged down its bed in a raging torrent. Dagnaros howled in rage and cursed the gods, the mean-spirited gods, so jealous of his victory that they would destroy Viningael rather than permit him to win it. He could not die. They could not kill him. He would defeat them yet. His hand clenched the sovereign stone, clasped it in a death-like grip. Though he had lost all else, this was his. They would not take it from him. The light gave way, diminished, died. Darkness, soothing and restful, came to claim him, Lord of the Void. The well of darkness. It seemed the world fell on her. Valoura saw Gareth racing back down the hall. She tried to stop him, was within arm's reach of him when he cast his black spell, the spell that toppled Helmos and gave Dagnaros victory. Gareth's own death mattered not at all to Valoura. who hated him as she hated all who were close to Dagnarus, especially the living. She watched Dagnarus step into the portal. Its awful light blinded her, filled her with such pain that she could have plucked out her eyes rather than stare into it. She waited for him to return to her, waited for him to emerge triumphant, and then she heard him cry out, a hoarse, agonized scream of rage and anger. She tried to defy the light, tried to steel herself to brave it, though it seemed as if it must consume the dark tendrils of magic that held her lifeless body together. With great effort, she reached the door of the portal, and the light exploded. She cried out to him, fought to save him, but the blast lifted her as if she were dust and hurled her far, far from him. The world fell down upon her, burying her under the gigantic blocks that had once been the temple, but were now tossed about like discarded toys. She did not lose consciousness. She could not lose consciousness. More was the pity. She heard the voices of the living crying out in pain and in dying, but they were nothing to her, the twittering of birds, the natterings of insects. The one voice she listened for, the voice she longed to hear, the only voice that mattered, did not call out. His voice was still and silent. The rocks settled atop her. The darkness closed over her. Dust drifted down around her. Water, or perhaps blood, dripped and splattered in her face. She struggled to rise, discovered that her body was pinned beneath a huge broken column and mounds of debris on top of that. The silence reverberated horribly in her head. Frantic to hear the voice, she lifted the column, tossed it aside. Crawling on hands and knees, she fought her way out from under the rubble, shoving aside the enormous blocks of marble, setting off small avalanches in the mountain of broken rock that had once been the temple. Her struggle took long hours, maybe days. She had to find him. By the time she had clawed her way to the surface, night was gone. Dawn's gray light was spreading over Vinengale like a blanket of ashes. But what dawn? How many dawns after how many nights? She stood atop the destruction and stared around, and though the Vrykul rarely feel emotion, and then only strong emotion remembered from when they were alive, Balura was amazed and appalled and awed by what she saw. The beautiful city of Vinengale, wealthy and prosperous, envied and admired, lay in ruins. The palace still stood, but only parts of it. Turrets had fallen in upon themselves, portions of walls collapsed. The waterfalls had returned with the rushing of the river, but their water was dark and turgid and had a reddish tinge to it. Smoke hung in the air, fires burned on all the levels of the city. Falling ash and cinders had turned the lovely blue of Lake Ildural black. A few survivors crawled out from the rubble, some calling frantically for loved ones and pawing through the ruins, others dazed and shocked, wandering the blasted city like lost children waiting for someone to find them and take them home. A shadow slid over them and they cried out and scurried away. The shadow slid over Balura, dark enough to penetrate her darkness, its chill cold enough to cause her decaying flesh to shiver. She crouched involuntarily, staring upward. A dragon, an enormous creature, dark against the gray dawn, circled Vinengale like a great carrion crow. Its red eyes searched for something, and it appeared to find what it sought, for the dragon swooped, diving downward with clawed feet splayed and wings extended. Balura thought at first the dragon was coming for her, and she knew real fear, for the sword of a Dominion lord and the claws of a dragon are two weapons mortal to a Vrykul. The dragon paid no attention to her, however, and as it neared, Balura's fear eased. This dragon was kin to her. This dragon was of the void. The dragon landed atop a portion of the ruined temple. Delicately, the dragon picked through the rubble. Balura knew fear again, another type of fear. Perhaps the dragon was searching for Dagnarus. She crept from under the cover of the broken building to gain a better view. The dragon picked up and tossed aside chunks of debris until it had dug a large hole, the size of a small building, in the rubble. Reaching down with a front foreclaw, the dragon brought forth, with careful tenderness, a body. The body was not Dagnarus. This body was small, small as a child's, and brown and covered with odd markings. A keeper. That would explain the presence of the dragon, one of the 5 dragons who guarded Time's fortress and who wanted nothing more than to know how the story ended. Clutching the tiny form in its huge clawed foot, the dragon of the void spread its wings and soared into the sky, its lashing tail sending a mountain of rubble clattering and thundering to the street. Ballura turned away. She had only one objective, and that was to find him. The temple was in such ruin she had no idea where to begin to look. She felt despair and hopelessness, 2 oft-remembered emotions. Banishing them now as she had banished them before, she set about her work. She was weak, she discovered, weak from the effects of the blast, weak from having to dig her way out from under what remained of the temple. Fortunately, there was no lack of the dying upon which to feed. She ended the life of an injured woman sobbing over her dead lover, and considered that she had done the woman a favor. Her thirst slaked, her strength returned, Ballura went back to the temple and started moving aside the broken stones, one by one. "You waste your time," said a voice, a cold voice, one that did not speak aloud but through the blood knife she wore at her waist. "He's dead." Ballura did not respond, did not halt her work. Shakur walked over to confront her. She raised her head. His dead eyes stared at her. Behind him, the dead eyes of the other Vrykul stared at her. Behind them, the dead eyes of the city of Binningale stared at her. "He is here somewhere," Ballura told Shakur. "He was inside the portal. Its magic will protect him." "The portal," Shakur was disdainful. "The portals cannot protect anyone. The portals are gone." "Gone." Ballura halted in her work. She had no choice but to believe him. Those connected by the blood knife cannot lie to each other. "Gone? What do you mean?" Shakur stood atop the ruin, gazing around, his black-helmed head seeming to sniff the swirling, drifting smoke. "Victory was ours," he said. "We pushed them off the walls. The gates opened to our might. Our soldiers surged inside. Many of their troops broke and ran, but some did not. The Dominion lords fought on, and they rallied the brave to their side. Yet we would have been victorious. Of that I have little doubt." And then the bells began to ring. The Magi poured into the street, shouting that doom was come upon us all, and that all should flee the city to save their lives. I felt the truth of what they said. I felt the magic torn loose, lashing through the air like whips. The living felt it too. Our soldiers had no more thought of winning, but ran for their lives. Friend and foe dropped swords and joined hands to help each other flee. "And you?" Ballura asked coolly. She hated him more than all the rest. "What did you do, Shakur? Did you run as well?" "I did not run. I took advantage of the turmoil to refresh myself, as I see you have done." Shakur's dead gaze focused on the blood on Ballura's lips and hands, and then a shaft of light so bright it seared my eyes blazed out of the temple. It lit the night like day. Then came the blast. I watched Binningale die, and then I knew that he was dead. The master was dead, and we were free. Ballura turned away from him, went back to her work. "It was in my mind to enter one of the portals," Shakur continued. Kicking at a smoldering beam with his booted foot, he sent cinders sparking into the death-tinged air. "I planned to make my way to the Elven lands. The feeding would be good there. The elves do not know us. I could raise my own army, become my own king." "And what happened?" Ballura asked, glancing at him from out the eye-slits of her helm. "Why didn't you?" "I told you. The portals are no longer there." "Then where did they go?" Shakur shrugged. "Disappeared? Perhaps. Moved?" "That's a possibility. All I know is that you may walk into the entryway, the part that has not been knocked down, but beyond that is nothing. The magic is dissipated. You can no longer feel it." He glanced around. "Just as you can no longer feel it here." Ballura continued working. "Come with us, Ballura," Shakur said. He motioned to the other Vrykul. "We will carve out our own kingdom, be our own masters. There are cities ripe for the taking. You are powerful and strong. Your beauty lures men easily to their deaths. I can make good use of you." Ballura ceased her work. Shakur was right. The magic was gone. The portal of the gods was no longer here. But it was somewhere, and Dagnaros was with it. She could hear his voice now, hear it faintly, hear it in the blood knife. "You will form an army, Shakur," she said. "A mighty army. But not for yourself, not for your own glory and ambition. You will form the army of Dagnaros." The Vrykul laughed derisively. "The story is not ended." "He lives, Shakur," Ballura said with such conviction that Shakur's laughter ceased. "Our lord is weak, and he is wounded." The magic flung him far, far from here. "But it could not kill him. He is alive. And though I must search 100 years, I will find him. And when he returns, his army will scour the world." An epilogue. The Bok was an adult male, a young one, not yet fully grown, his body and his brain still developing. This fact, that he was quite young, explains how he came to be wandering about the wilderness of this strange and unfamiliar world, lost and hungry. An older, more mature Bok would have never entered the strange cave-like hole that appeared so very suddenly in the forest. Though drawn to the hole by the smell of magic, Boks adore magic as humans adore chocolate. An elder Bok would have sensed that this was not bright and shining wizard magic, not the magic that pleasantly tickles the fingers and sends a thrilling sensation throughout the body, not the magic that glitters and sparkles in the sunshine, warms the hands and heart at night. This hole was god magic, and therefore dangerous, if not downright deadly. An elder Bok might well have entered the hole, but only after days of watching it and examining it and tossing rocks inside it to see if something tossed them right back out, and making offerings of dead Tan or dead humans or whatever other prey the Bok happened to have on hand. But there were no elder Bok around when the youngster stumbled upon the hole. No elders to bash the dull-witted youth over the head and drive him away. His unfinished brain could not detect the scent of the gods. All he smelled was the magic, and so he ran inside. He thought he was entering a cave. The cave proved to be extremely different from most caves with which the young Bok was familiar. Its floor and walls were perfectly smooth, made of what appeared to be gray rock. The scent of magic was quite strong inside the cave. The Bok imagined a treasure trove of wondrous arcane artifacts hidden within. He walked and walked, searching for the treasure room, but all he found was more gray rock. He walked until he was starting to grow discouraged and frustrated, tired and footsore, and extremely angry. At that point, he bashed his fist against the gray rock, or what he thought was gray rock. It was as if he bashed his fist against the smooth surface of clear water. His fist went right through the rock. He could see his fingers wiggling at him from the other side. Now the Bok was scared. He realized he'd made a dreadful mistake. He turned to flee, to leave this terrible place, only to find that the way back looked exactly like the way forward. He turned again, to look back the way he'd been going, turned around again to see if he'd got it right, and, by this time, was hopelessly confused. Panicked, the young Bok howled dismally, hoping one of the elders would come find him and take him out of this horrible gray place. No one came, and, after a time, the Bok's throat hurt, and so he quit. He sat down and wept a little, lost and lonely and scared, and now hungry. Hunger prompted him to get up and continue walking, the idea having finally struggled into his brain that only by moving did he have some chance of escape. The Bok's intelligence was rewarded. Light sunlight shone ahead of him. The Bok gave a hoarse, raw squeal of pleasure and dashed forward, emerging from the gray hole into a forest. The Bok was so thankful to be free of the terrible hole that he did a little dance, a dance whose foot-thumping enthusiasm caused several small trees in the vicinity to shake loose from the ground. Only when he was finally tired of dancing and starting to think that it was way past time for supper did the Bok actually look around. He realized, in cold terror, that this was not his homeland. This was a forest, and he did not live in a forest. He lived in a desert, a warm and friendly desert with vast expanses of sand, a desert where a Bach could see in all directions, see if his enemies were approaching. The Bach tried to sort out in his mind what had happened. The only answer was that, in his absence, these trees had moved in and taken over his desert. Trees. The Bach had seen a few trees in his lifetime, and he didn't particularly like them. The elder Bach taught that trees were good. The elder Bach made weapons out of the trees, weapons they gave the younger Bach when they came of age and taught them to use. But it would be many years yet before this young Bach was deemed to have sense enough to wield a weapon. The Bach glowered at the trees and twisted his face into a ferocious scowl to show them that he wasn't scared. He flexed his arms and stomped his feet to intimidate them, and, when they didn't respond, he gained confidence and bashed a few of them with his enormous fist. The trees waved their arms and shuddered at the blows, but they didn't fight back. Feeling pleased with himself, the Bach moved on to his next problem, his shrunken and empty belly. He needed food, the Bach's favorite food, their only food, the succulent fruit of the Obabwe cactus, which grows plentifully in the Bach's desert homeland. In order to find the cacti, the Bach would have to get past these nasty trees. He started walking, sniffing the air for cactus. A scent came to him, but it was not the juicy scent of Obabwe fruit. It was the foul scent of those who feed off animals, the scent of humans. Mingled with this repulsive scent was another smell, much more pleasant and far more exciting. The scent of magic. It occurred dimly to the Bach that he'd had magic enough to last him a lifetime. But the terror he had experienced was rapidly fading from his mind, having been overtaken and beaten down by hunger. The Bach would certainly never enter the dread hole again. But he blamed the hole itself for having caused his problems, not the magic. Humans use magic. Humans make magic work for them. Humans are repositories of lovely magical things. The Bachs don't use the magic. They don't want the magic to serve them. They love the magic for its own sake. They like to carry magic around, like to pull it out and admire it 20 times a day. They like to adorn their bodies with magic, like to sleep with it at night, tucked beneath their heads. The Bach ripped a sapling out of the ground to use as a club, one of the very few weapons with which a young Bach is ever trusted. Humans were almost always unwilling to part with their magical artifacts, and would generally fight to keep them. The Bach wasn't afraid. Even though he was only half-grown, about the size of 2 tall human males laid end to end, humans had few weapons that could hurt him. He would be much taller when he was full-grown, about the height of 4 humans standing atop each other, his body solid as a mountain, with a hide so tough that it would easily deflect razor-sharp arrow points and turn aside the best steel sword blades. The Bach crashed through the trees, which refused to move out of his way, though he yelled and hollered at them, and eventually starting shoving them over. The magic scent was strong, filled his nostrils with its promise of excitement. He lumbered forward, snuffling the air like a cat to catnip. Not far from the hole, he found the human and the magic. The human lay on the ground. His eyes were closed, his breathing harsh and ragged and gasping. He was wearing armor. The Bach recognized it as armor, though it was shining black. The human's helm lay on the ground at his side. The black armor was itself magical, and the Bach started to seize it, to rip it off the human. But the armor burned his fingers when he touched it, burned them painfully. Snarling in outrage, the Bach snatched back his burned hand and thrust the fingers in his mouth, sucking on them. He bashed the human a few times with his club in a fit of temper. The human moaned. His head rolled in agony. His eyelids opened, fixed upon the Bach. He stared at the creature looming over him in horror and astonishment. The Bach paid no attention to the human, who was certainly not a threat. The Bach had found the source of the magic, held fast in the human's hand, a bright and shining diamond. This magic was gentle. This magic wouldn't hurt the Bach. This jewel which was smooth-sided and triangular in shape, was the most wonderful thing the Bach had ever seen. Entranced by its beauty, the Bach reached down to seize it. The human cried out and struggled and tried to stand. He was too weak. He fell back, gasping in pain. The Bach seized hold of the human's hand, which was clasped tightly around the magical diamond. The human, wounded though he was, fought to keep the jewel. He clasped his fingers around it so tightly that it cut into his flesh. Blood ran from his hand, but he would not let loose. The Bach crouched down beside the human. Lifting the human's hand to his mouth, the Bach crunched the hand between his teeth. Bone cracked. The human screamed. A terrible taste flooded the Bach's mouth. He spit out blood and bits of bone and flesh, peered down at the hand, and grinned in triumph. Amidst what was left of the human's broken and mangled fingers shone the wondrous diamond, the loveliest thing the Bach had ever seen. He plucked the diamond free, dropped the human's arm carelessly to the ground, and stood up to his full height. The human actually tried to rise, seemed intent on trying to take back the jewel. The Bach struck the human with the club a couple of times, and the human, his face covered with blood, sank to the ground and did not stir. The Bach stood gazing with elation and awe at his prize, and then, urged on by the rumblings of his stomach, he wandered off through the trees in search of food. Acknowledgements. For years, ever since we first worked on the Dragonlance project together, we have been telling stories to fantasy artist Larry Elmore. Then one day, Larry Elmore told us a story. He told us a story about a wondrous realm where paladins of good, wearing magical silver armor, fight vampiric paladins whose cursed armor is dark as the bottom of a well of darkness. In this world, dragons battle huge creatures known as Bach. Elves live lives dedicated to honor and the sword. Orcans sail the seas in pirate ships. Dwarves ride shaggy ponies across vast plains. Humans build castles of rainbows. Wizards draw magic from the air and the ground, from fire and water and the darkness of the void. We were entranced with this world of Larry Elmore's creation. We wanted to meet the people who lived there and share their lives and their adventures with those of you who also enjoy exploring strange and mysterious and wonderful realms of fantasy. We are pleased to bring Larry Elmore's vision to life in this first book of the Sovereign Stone trilogy. And for those who would like to find their own adventures in this realm, we invite you to play the Sovereign Stone role-playing game, created by Lester Smith and Don Perrin. In conclusion, all of us who have been involved in this project want to thank you, Larry, for creating this world and for inviting us to go adventuring in it with you. Margaret Weis and Tracy Hickman. About the authors. Margaret Weis and Tracy Hickman are the New York Times best-selling authors of more than 30 books, including Dragons of a Vanished Moon, the Sovereign Stone trilogy, the Star of the Guardian series, the Deathgate cycle, the Darksword trilogy, and the Dragonlance series. For more information on the Sovereign Stone trilogy and the Sovereign Stone game, please go to www.sovstone.com.